And we're going to have a quick move over to see what is occurring there on the outer table, guys, because we do have our first all-in and call on the bubble. So it's Tom Hall and Wilco. Wilco has Tom covered. This is our first all-in and call on the bubble.
Not much to do, man. Nothing ace-king against ace-king.
Boring.
Off we go. No dramas, please. A dealer.
Wilco suited.
No dramas, that'll do nicely.
4% free roll goes Wilco's way.
No dramas, dealer. No dramas, dealer.
It's never easy.
Oh, man, no dramas, we said.
Oh,
no way, man.
Did that just happen?
Oh, Tom Hall. Feeling for you, buddy.
That is an absolute filthy one for Tom Hall to bust on the bubble. Ace King versus Ace King.
Look at Wilco.
Sorry, I just rock up to Jack.
Oh, wow.
3-betting the aces. All right, Jack.
Wilco with a nut low.
Suited nut low.
That is true.
And he's thinking about something here.
No way.
All right.
Oh my word.
Let's just give Jack a
What
thumbs up,
is
shall
Jack?
we?
Look at Jack's face. What's happening here?
All right, yeah. Was that the limp jam with 3 deuce
Dave
suited?
Doherty's saying I'm not expecting them 2 cards.
Wow, okay.
80% of the time he's up to 1.2 million at 30 big blinds.
40 big blinds in the middle.
You know it's never easy.
Just a little deuce.
You know it's
just a little
never
deuce in
easy.
the window.
You just know it's never easy.
Hold your breath, Jack. Oh, the dealer just puts the triangle over Jack's cards there, yeah.
The dealer must have thought the 3 deuce was in. Oh, no way. Are you serious?
Oh my, 6, 8 or ace for Jack. 6, 8 or ace.
Oh,
Final table of a high roller.
3-2
for 40 big blinds.
Oh, Cammy. And 13 could just be in.
Yep.
Probably should be.
Couldn't agree more, Tower. With the outright short stack, want to be playing closer to chips, and Cammy.
Is that risk again, and he's going to get the bad news.
Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I believe Cammy has taken every reshove spot correctly and shoved the hands he's supposed to, but can you recall one when he's not been drawing to 3 outs or needing
When
to
he's
hit?
in front.
I actually can't recall one where he's been in front, but take nothing away from the shoves. They're good shoves. They're winning shoves in the long run. He just keeps getting cold decked. But he seems to have an art of coming from behind this final table so far. Any jacks about?
No.
It may just be 1 3 outer too far for Cammy.
Is it 1 too many? David sitting, looking like he could be commanding chip leader.
Well, how about a chop?
We're gonna chop it up if a 4 or a queen.
Oh my word!
The jack and sit back down again.
Why have a chop when you can have it all?
Wow.
Cammy Williamson is on some heat this FT. Queen 9 suited for Marjan. There's the triangle into the 2 short stacks. A lot of time for this. Effective stack is Cammy, who has 15 bigs, and here we go. David Doherty with the 10s.
Yeah, loving this. He is loving this. 4 players left. If we get outdrawn, it's 9,000. No, 9 ace jack.
There's some runners, queens and 9s fading at the moment for David. Well,
Whoa, that's just made it 10 outs.
all the sweats, a diamond, 10, a 9.
Oh, and it's a diamond. Oh no, runner. When will it end for the Doherty?
This will qualify.
Jack Queen for Cammy and 11.
Have I moaned it in for him?
Indigo. Oh no.
Yeah. Of course.
Of course he's got aces.
Of course he has. Why wouldn't he have aces again?
Just the 7 times it's turned round. I've got aces. Boys.
Do you know
They're all
what?
like, and?
Of course,
Damn
he could win the tournament with aces. Why wouldn't he win the tournament with aces? 6th time on the final table to be dealt the boot. 7th according to Tower.
Of course he did.
Basically,
drawing dead.
flops Cammy to runners.
Runners, and that is it. Aces, live poker, ladies and gentlemen, full on ring.
4
And that's it. We've
spades
got a
on the
champion.
turn.
We've got a champ, and it just had to be aces as the winning hand. Look at this! That's what it means. That's what it means. Maugen, fantastic. Whether it's aces or whether it's not, that was just absolutely super. Oh!
Alberto with the king queen. Bad timing. And this is going to be really interesting for Dale here. Because Bernie has been one of the few that has been active. We saw a squeeze a couple of times as a bluff. We saw a cold 4. And there you go. Dale shoves the ace queen here for what is 70 effective. But once we're this under rep with ace queen and we just call Bernie's open from low jack, don't mind it from now. Just because we've run into top end doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad play. Bernie can ISO so much wider than top end. So here we go. What a spot for Bernie. 3-way all in. I was just saying out, you don't usually get much carnage these first sessions.
Here we go. King high flop as well. So Bernie. He's going to be taking Alberto's out, but that's a stack not to be worried about.
Well, Alberto can still draw live. It's Dale that is drawing dead.
He is indeed. Dale will be down to less than 10k.
Just another king for good measure. Bernie up to 43.4. Sarah
When I wake up
with the king queen opens to 700. And what is Bogdan up to here with the 9-5 of diamonds? Like at this stack depth, yes, we get to like 9-7 suited would actually be fine here. Like 9-5 suited is a bit overdoing it. 100 deep, we can free bet middling, gapped, middling, connected, suited. But the 9-5 diamonds does seem slightly too wide. Well, don't think it's ever going to be in there for Bogdan. But like 9-7 suited, I'm pretty confident we'll be in the free bet range here. Low jack versus cut off.
Jack 9-5, 2 clubs, bottom 2 for Bogdan. Got shot overs for Sarah.
Yeah, it's a pure check here for Sarah Tower. Shouldn't have any leads. Jack 9-5 as the caller of the free bet, meant to play 100% check, and that is just to do with our opponent still having the bigger overpairs, still has jacks and 9s. Yes, we have 5s and our opponent does not, but they still have a huge advantage in terms of range on this board. So that just means we don't get to lead as Sarah. She has gone for lead for 2.5k, 40%. And now Bogdan with his 2 pair. Is he going to spring it straight away? And looks like he's going to do exactly that. Makes it 80k. And now it's kind of annoying for Sarah to have. We check, probably met by a small bet. We just get to call and...
Go, go, go. Welcome to day 2. What a turnout. What a fantastic turnout. Over 330 runners. Just superb. Well done one and all. An amazing. Back in Newcastle for the first time forever. It's been great. Welcome back by the locals as well. We'll have a quick wander over this. Anybody needs any headphones? Anybody need any headphones today? £5 an hour. That's all I'm charging today. Headphones, £5 an hour if you need them. The man that never shuts up. Can I just ask?
Yeah.
Can I just ask, what's an underblocker?
Unblockers. 2. According to Jay, 2 is an unblocker.
There you go.
So I don't know what does 2 make to any different to anybody's life.
Me neither. Me neither. It was so funny on the stream yesterday. We're having a good laugh. But these are the guys that come in. If I'm going to quickly talk to, remember back in the day Remember back in the day, before Facebook, before Twitch, before Twitter and all that malarkey, we used to have poker forums, didn't we, Dave?
We did, quite good ones.
We used to have the Newcastle Poker Forum.
That's right.
We had AWOP, we had
best.
Blonde,
The
we
best
had the lot.
NPF.
I'll tell you what camaraderie it was on them
Absolutely
forums back in the
unbelievable.
day.
People that didn't know about it, they didn't realise what they missed.
Do we miss Dream Dob?
Dream Dog works with me every day.
If you can find no word of a lie, we're talking 2005, 6, 7 and 8.
Unbelievable.
If you can find a video of Dream Dob, this was Team Dob, by the way, this was the guy that owned the NPL, Newcastle Poker Forum, the NPF. If you can find a video of Dream Dob
Everybody watch it.
doing Stavros Flatley,
Yeah.
let me tell you, you'll laugh your head off for a long time, and if ever you're feeling down, just put that video on.
Simply search NPF, Dream Dog Flatley, and if you're feeling down, he'll put a smile on your face, I guarantee it.
That is when poker forums ruled the world, and the only way you could ever find out what people were doing and what they were doing and where the results were these kind of events. So nice one, Dave. Dave Collins back at a poker table, the NPF, the Newcastle Poker Forum. They really, really were superb. And only place you could ever find out the results now. Obviously, Cardroom Direct, we've got the fantastic live stream table. One person that's not on the live stream table at this moment in time, with 5 big blinds, he's got his recording studio set up for his 5 big blind push. Here he comes. He's got a 5 big blind push coming up. He's going to set all this up for one hand. It's set up. It's taking you longer to set up than it is for you to be sat here.
I know. It's just how it is sometimes, Tower. Look, we made it. What can you say?
You made the money.
Mission successful. Mission failed successfully.
It sounds like you didn't get the guys to go home early last night.
No, you know what? I was trying to go for food at like 10.
Yeah.
And we ended up going about 2:30. I don't know if Josh is alive. I literally don't know if he's alive. I hope he is.
Can you tell me what studying you've done last night for the stack that you've got?
Yes, I can tell you. No, I haven't done any. I mean, what is there to it? It can't be that difficult.
No, absolutely. I could play that stack.
You should.
I really could play that stack.
I'm probably better at that anyway than this rubbish.
Good luck for a spin.
Thank you,
That's
mate.
all we
Appreciate
say
it.
is good luck for a spin.
Darcy will give me a spin.
House will give you a spin. Westlife will give you the spin, old Barry. So, but you know, sat next to the famous Westlife Barry, don't you? You do know Barry Green and top man. Nice to see you, sir. Always a pleasure. What a table this is, full of superstars. We are just about to start, as you can see. Very best of luck. As you can see, we're just had a chat with the players. The feature table is ready. We're going straight over to the first hand, playing 45 down to a winner. Well done. Nice to have a quick chat. Nice to have a quick chat, and I am going to post the link of that video very shortly, and you can watch it on YouTube because it's one of the funniest things you've ever. If you're old enough to remember Stavros Flatley, if you're old enough to remember, them were the days. They really were.
Was it 2008? Britain?
Something like that. That's when all the poker forums were at their height. That's when everything was going on the poker forums. It was before Facebook. It was before Twitter. It was before any social media whatsoever. The only way you can find out what was happening is you had to log into a poker forum. Welcome one and all to the last day of the UKPL 888 here in Newcastle. A great turnout, 334 runners. Well done, Newcastle. And 45 have made it through, and they are all in the money.
I wanted to see Eastie suffer. I really wanted to see him worry and suffer. Is it going to be me? Why did they do that? Why can't we just pay 43?
I know, yeah. But it wasn't Lois Chips, but Justin Devonport played yesterday. He was down at 24,000. We'll get the information regarding eliminations, but a long day ahead, 45 down to a winner. But I will stick in, honestly, if you've got 2 minutes at the break and you want to watch it, It is one of the funniest things. If you remember Britain's Got Talent and the Stavros Flatley and his son, it was fantastic. It was something totally different, and they didn't realise what was happening, and then all of a sudden everybody started to join in, and they ended up making a career out of it. So much fun.
That's not the bloke you were talking to, is it?
What, Stavros?
Yeah. Yeah.
What, Stavros Flatley sat and play poker?
I don't know. You just started talking about Stavros Flatley.
No,
I didn't watch the entry.
No,
clip.
Dave Collins, who used to run the Newcastle Poker Forum.
Yeah.
They used to do videos every week, and when we started doing videos for when we worked for a World of Poker, they started doing it with the Newcastle lads. So all the Geordies had the Newcastle Poker Forum, and they started doing like funny videos and weekly roundups and having a bit of a laugh. So they put some great videos together in the time. And Dave's name was on the forum was Team Dob, and there was a guy called Dream Dob, and Dream Dob was the guy that did the Stavros Flatley.
Right, okay.
It was really funny. So that's obviously back in the day when social media didn't really exist.
So featured table to start the day. Looks like a bit of a toughie. Dre's in 9 again. Feel like he's been in that seat the last 3 days and not moved from there. Phil Tate in the 8th seat. I recognise. See Jack's back from yesterday. Everyone in the money can settle down.
Yep.
I think this man's going to have a good run at this one. Old George Wyatt.
Yeah, I've seen him a few times in the last couple of years.
Plays some good stuff, hasn't just really had that bit of heat at the back end yet that I can recall. King 10 for Dre here in the small blind facing this cut-off open. Just going to get out of the way. And Stephen 6-3 off here. We cover just still. Pretty dicey one. 6-5 off, 6-4 off probably come in. 6-3 off does decide to get out of there.
Scrolling across the bottom of the payouts, £34,800 to the winner. When we get to the final table, we'll have locked up 3,430. And payouts from Nightbot. So we're all in the money. What was min cash? 1,050. Very nice indeed. Well done. 344. See if they could just paid 10%.
I just wish they paid 43. It just would have been great to watch him suffer for a bit and looking around, hoping people bust.
He was anti-railing everybody, wasn't he, yesterday?
He was. He's anti-railing everyone, so why can't we anti-rail him for a few hands on the bubble? But no, just let everyone know they're in the money today. I do feel like it's going to be like a 10, 11 hour day, guys. I reckon the target is 120k, 160k big blind level.
Okay.
Probably where we're going to be finishing up.
You'll watch it all live here on 888 Poker TV on Twitch. Morning, Lime, by the way. First in the chat yet again.
Yeah, we got another $10, $22 tickets to give away. The free roll is the same time as yesterday, 7 p.m. GMT.
Beautiful.
We'll give the password out a bit later in the day for that as it gets closer. It won't be like Glasgow finishing at 4:30. I can assure you of that.
Yeah.
We will still be here at 7 p.m. this time. As Patrick gets to send in just shy of 11. We'll be getting called, but both with the same hand.
Good luck, everyone, says Moss. Well, Patrick is all in with the same hand as Stephen.
Well, and that looks like Justin Devonport.
Oh, no.
He was short.
Well, she just turned up.
Well, he's not busted. I looked down at my list to see if we got a bust out yet. No, we do not.
Beautiful.
Maybe he's coming to tell Dre I've just
Yeah.
quintupled up, mate. I got the chip lead now. Oh, no.
Oh,
Don't send
please
Patrick home like this.
Don't do it. Please.
You wake up, your hopes are high, big day 2. Don't go out like this. So over the first hurdle, can we get over the final one? Do not want to see a spade as Patrick.
Phew.
Both black as well.
Chop it up.
How was your walk round Town Moor Park this morning?
Oh, loved it.
Loved it?
Really nice and nice and warm. You're about 7 or 8 degrees this morning.
You manage all 980 acres?
No, I got about 1/1000th round here. Thought for you know what, I'll do this tomorrow.
Do it tomorrow. There's always tomorrow. King 10 suited for Phil. Raises to 16.
And one thing we haven't heard in the first 10 minutes is Easty morning. So what's happening?
I don't know.
What did he have? 40k?
Something like
5
that.
bigs?
The other thing, did the Mad Turk show up today? Because I've not heard him either. Starting stack for this Baraka, 30,000 chips.
This is day 2. The final day in Newcastle.
It's been great here.
Loved it. Loved it. Seeing a lot of old faces from years and years ago, plus all the new faces that do the tour. It's been great. 334 runners. Blinds 4-8. And the 8 big blind ante.
And you see the number has dropped to 43 players. So he lost 2 already. Nicola Lecker was first out in 45th, and then just losing Christopher Parkinson on the outer table in 44th. So down to 43. It should be a free bet here from Will. Going to be free betting to call off this jam from Stuart if he did choose to move in. 20 effective, so don't even need to go too large. Love it. 42k. Seems good.
So the final day here in Newcastle. Crowning a champion at some point during the evening. $37,000, $34,000. That's first place. Very nice indeed.
Yeah, didn't catch the first couple of bust outs, but we are going to spin over to the outer table because it's the Westlife. I believe it's the Westlife. So we're going to go see what's occurring after this, guys. Full clip, not there. It's a fun little table, though.
It is a decent table. Just a shame we didn't have old Dave Ash on.
Yeah.
So try and solve me, Dave. So on 43. Everybody's in the money. £1,050. Afternoon, Wild Joe. Is Wild Joe coming to see us this afternoon?
So Phil with a bet, but drawing almost dead here. And that is dead on the turn. Queen of Spades. Nuts for Anthony. Shuts it down as Phil and as Anthony here just want to build the pot. Don't think we want to be checking back. Phil's got a gun opening range, still a lot of hands that can call us on this board. Like the ace queen, the king queen. You can still have some two pairs and sets, over pairs. Just want to be building the pot with our nutted holding. It does go for the check back. Oh, and gets the river.
Check marker as well.
That's gonna get him paid because Tate's got the queen eye straight now, and after turn going check check. How does Phil feel like he's not in front here? Other than specifically against this, the nut flush draw that's check back, but the nut flush draw probably wants to bet. Once we turn the nut flush, we want to build that pot against a range that can be continuing on this board. But now Anthony is going to get to raise in position.
And what is the raise to 80? And he makes the call, does Phil, as you'd expect him to do so with a check on the turn.
We are going to try again. There we go. This is where we were meant to be. Westlife Barry, all in with the aces. How's he got aces? There's a double gutty. Well, single gutty. I thought that was a 6. It's a 5. So fading at jacks. It does fade.
There we go. Double up.
So the
On
Westlife
the green.
with the double up.
Who's in C2 that's missing?
I don't know.
I'd move them chips across. There we go. The Westlife doubles.
Owen and Spinksy, good afternoon lads. Spinksy here watching with you in the glorious sunny Derby. Not long now to the Irish Open. It's certainly going to be the biggest one ever, this one. We're all looking forward to it. Tower goes on Wednesday.
I am there Wednesday. Flying Wednesday. Watching the setup Wednesday evening. Probably have a chat with the boys, JP and Paul O'Reilly and everybody else, and then starting work at 11 a.m. Thursday morning.
Work.
Yes.
Started
Full-on
work
Phil.
in inverted commas. Guinness in one hand, microphone in the other. How you doing today, mate?
Do you know what I should do? Do you know what I should get there? We've got the videographer on standby, obviously doing all the. I don't know what the plan is. We'll soon find out with the plans. What I ought to do in the first video is welcome to the Irish home and try and split the G.
That's what you should do, yeah? Yeah.
Split the G with me cup of tea.
You find any job worldwide where first thing you do when you get in the job is split the G. There's not many jobs out there, is there? I don't think it's work, sir. You're going for a little jolly over to Ireland and getting paid for it. I'm not having it. Not work.
So yeah, when it starts on Thursday, hope to see a load of 888s out there as well. Not sure if 888 have done loads of qualifiers for the Irish Open, but I hope they have.
Tower will be there, presenting with the camera, splitting the G. Apparently, apparently that's work. Nixon's going to be there. He's going to be there dealing.
Ah, excellent.
Over the mic, the TD, shuffle up and deal. You won't see him there at the table with a Guinness splitting the G, will you? He'll be ready to work, like he's there to do.
Well, it starts at 12 o'clock on Thursday, so we'll be there ready. First event of the Irish Open is $1 million guarantee. First event. Event number 1. $1 million guarantee.
Ladies and dealers in the main event, you have a new lineup. 5,000, 10,000, 10,000, 6,990, 5, 10, and next time, please.
Would have probably jammed here as Phil. Out of position to Dre, 11 effective. We have ace 4 of diamonds. Just flush out a lot of Dre's range now. Dre gets the check and realise and flops top pair. Phil starts with bet with his bottom. Dre calls with top to the turn. Made some terrific folds yesterday, Dre. He's going to have to make another one already here to save his tournament. We can't. But we honestly are going to struggle not to stack off here, Tower, and I'll tell you why. Because, like, in theory, you expect Phil to just shove a lot of the ace-X for 11 bigs blind on blind here. So Phil shouldn't really have too much ace-X. So when he barrels his turn, like, in our head, our jack is essentially still top pair because Phil should be shoving hands like he has. So therefore, we're going to just eradicate a lot of ace-X from his range. And when we're sat there with a jack, we just can't fold. As Dre we're going to have to call another street, and we're really going to struggle against a player of Phil Tate's capabilities to get away on the river. We really are. Just seems to have been running into brutal spot after brutal spot the last 24 hours.
Needs a specific river, does Dre.
Oh, wow.
Only drilled it. Only gonna drill the jack of hearts, the pure one outer.
Literally.
Pure one outer.
Because we are heading to Brokesville if it doesn't come this jack, because I can't see a world in which we wouldn't have paid just deducting what we had already deducted. And now Phil going to go for a bet here. Dre's only got...
That's his stack, isn't it? 40k. And just says call, and he's absolutely just drilled the one outer.
Yeah, to be fair, it's really unfortunate for Phil, because I don't think Dre can fold many rivers there, if any, as played. So the fact that's rolled off is kind of sick. Potentially we bust a good player on our direct left. Instead we've just doubled him up. And as Dre doubles, we are going to head to the outer.
Uh-oh. Oh no. The video's out. Is that a video camera these days?
Ace King for Eastie against the sixes. He don't win these. He'll tell you himself.
10-8.
Oh.
Ace on the turn.
So he's got there, still needing to fade.
Beautiful, there
Three
we
of
go.
clubs river. Let me guess, she's telling everyone I don't usually win these. You're the unfortunate one I had to win one against. He's got chirping chips now.
Love it.
How you doing, April? Good timing.
There you go. Write it down in the diary. No moaning anymore, because at 12:44 on the 6th of April, you won an all-in and you was behind.
Do you class sixes versus Ace King as behind?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I do.
Well, what do you class Jack 10 suited against deuces? Are you Jack 10 suited behind?
No, I know you're going to say statistically that Jack
Well,
10
yeah,
was
Jack
gonna be massive.
10 suited is equity favourite against
Equity
deuces,
favourite,
all in
but-
pre. But are you
But
behind?
the made hand is always a made hand.
Right, so I'm playing PLO. You get it in with your top set.
We're not playing PLO.
But I'm just saying, I'm just going to teach you
Well, I'm
about
playing
equities.
Ludo, and you've got 3 counters that are still in the box, and I've got one on the table.
Ludo, is that not frustration? that game?
No,
Is that's frustration, ain't it? When you press the dice in the middle and you got to go around the thing,
that's Ludo.
and you have to get a 6 to get your piece out.
Yeah.
That's frustration. It's not Ludo.
It's Ludo.
It's frustration. Ludo was that before the war? It was called Ludo, and then after the war, it turned into frustration. I bet all the older generation call it what you call it, but all of my younger generation will call
2
it.
different games.
No, it's not. It's the same thing. You got to roll a 6 to get out. You got to get your piece around the board. You got to pop the dice up, and then you got to get all your pieces lined up in a row before the other person does.
Different game.
It's not a different game. It's just a different name.
I'm not having it. Somebody help me out.
Frustration or Ludo, guys? What's it called?
Somebody help me out. Don't forget I'm in my 50s. I'd still have the 6s though against Ace King.
Yeah, you would mathematically.
Hey Gremlin, how we doing, Sarah? Hope you're well. Nice to see the old nagger the other day.
How you doing, Gremlin?
Hope to see you at some point. Probably Stockton, if not before, at Christmas.
Thank you, Mr. Trotter. You can't disagree with Paul Trotter. Frustration, definitely.
Not having it. What was Ludo then?
I don't know. I weren't around before the war.
is two different games. That's what I thought it was. I thought Ludo was doing the pieces and walking and just getting round. And when you jumped on a piece, then you'd get rid of one. See, Ben Roberts said it's Ludo.
Ace King for George. See, I'm guessing. I know Morris is one of the seniors. I'm guessing Ben Roberts is. If that's Ben Roberts from the Vic, he's one of the seniors. So all the seniors are saying Ludo. All the youngsters are saying frustration.
Similar, but Ludo doesn't have the dice in the middle in the dome.
There you go.
Yeah, weren't invented then, you see.
What, dice wasn't invented?
No, the pop-up, the popper. Is squoze an actual word?
I don't
You know, if you
think so.
squeeze something.
Yeah.
If you
Nah.
squeeze an orange, did you squoze it?
No,
No.
no.
Okay.
Just say I squeezed that orange earlier, right?
Yeah.
Or-
I didn't know if squoze was the
No,
word.
I don't think squozed is a word.
I always thought that. Squoze says squoze is the word. I made it up.
So Ace King here for George, and Will has flopped an up and down from the big blind and going to go for the check raise here on the 10-3-4 rainbow, and I don't think it's going to be working right off the bat. Like, I feel like George, Ace King high, always continuing here. You think about Will's value range, like he's not going to raise one pair versus like EP/MP, maybe like the King 10, Ace 10 and 1, but other than that, like he's basically saying for value, he's got set of 3s, set of 4s, or some strong 10x, because he's not going to raise like 10-9, 10-8, or at least I don't think he will, versus George's range that still contains better 10x and overpair, so therefore value very condensed, set of 3s, set of 4s, maybe some like King 10, Ace 10, but then you think of the bluff combos 5-6, 5-7, 6-7, 5 deuce suited, Ace 5, Ace deuce. He might start raising something like a 3-5 of diamonds for bottom pair with some backdoors, but that's why we see George continue with the Ace King. And now going to fire on this Queen of Clubs turn. $55, half pot, 6 higher Will out there now, just one card to come.
George Wyatt, still chip leader, 62 bigs. Pat on 10, Phil Tate at 16, and Stewart as well. 42 players left. We've had one double up for Eastie so far.
It seems like they got like a film playlist in this.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
The music in this building this week's been superb. I know you don't come in for music into a casino, but it's nice to have the ambience of the background. It's been great.
Shoot on the button here, Queen 8 suited. Very nice attempt to steal candidate, but just dishes it into the muck off a 16. Like if I had Queen 9, Queen 10 suited, maybe just open jam. Potential opportunity to steal missed. Will gonna get aggressive with the 7-3 of hearts here at 30. Size is nice. does get it through. Number drop into 42. GDPR MR gone.
MR. All folding round to the button. And we'll standard raise to 16.
Yeah, maybe just call here as Anthony. It's one that if we are going to like free bet against button, 33 effective, we're not comfortable free bet calling it. If we are going to free bet, have to take that avenue. So let's just land on call. I like call. Dominate a lot of stuff that wants to open button as well. As we see here, Will with just the ace-4.
Jack 9-6 flop.
Might have a slightly bigger bets on the Jack 9-6. Loads of gutters in there from the big blind, but Will just chooses to check back in position.
Check mark for 10 on the turn, and Anthony.
Anthony getting to lead. Nice easy fold for Will. We're going to go to the first keyword at 1 PM, guys.
Very nice, 5 minutes.
Got another 10 to give away today.
Like it.
We're spinning over, Tower.
What's happening?
Who have we got?
Oh, the camera's out again.
It's Easty again, and this time he is slightly covering. But
Look at the flop here, Jack Queen 5.
No.
Oh no.
So the 10-9 up and down now. Easty fading kings, 10s and 8s.
And does.
What's going on with him today?
Whoa, 2 of 2, he can't believe it.
What side of the bed did he get out of?
He wants to keep this dealer forever.
Stefan Lazar exits the field. And Easty, 2 out of 2 all-ins. Is he feeling all right?
Hey. So, what's happening with Easty? Must have been studying hard last night.
Studying hard, he's just 1 2 all-ins. No study there. 10 for Stephen. Going to open from +1. We'll hear Ace Jack in the hijack. Can go either way. Looks like he's going for the aggressive route. Well timed. There's Stephen at the stone cold bottom of his +1 opening range. Should be working for Will. Might have gone bigger here, Will. Start the hand at 30. Might just put a little bit more juice on this one. Gets it through, and we're spinning over again, all occurring on the outer tables. We've got another all in and the call, and it's Dave Collins at risk with the pocket nines.
The old teamed up.
Liam McMurray with the king queen.
Boom.
Yeah, but still fading tens, running spades there too.
Just a 10 to fade for the teamed up. There we go. The old MPFers roar with delight.
I was so like as soon as he's like boom with the 9 bit, like yeah.
Dave Collins doubling up.
There was no spade on the turn.
Good to see how Dave.
He was good at
Spoke to him before the. So he was spoke to Easty before the start.
Did you?
2 doubles. Spoke to Dave Collins before the start, doubled up. It's a thing.
You've been speaking to me before I put my football bets on today. Lovely.
I don't even know who's playing today. Oh, you're playing?
Yep.
Tottingham.
Yep.
Who are you playing?
You know who we're playing.
Oh, 9-0.
I've put my old FPL week on this game, Tower. My old FPL week is on today's game.
Tatey with the ace-3.
And the
That'll do
lineup
it.
should be out in 1 minute. And if Slanky's not in the starting lineup, you're here by yourself
Lineup's
today.
out. Comes out at 1/4 nowadays. Is he playing?
Not only, and Bergval's playing. They all laughed at me. They all laughed at me. Who's laughing now?
Today's the day.
You're going to see a 150-point game week coming up today. 9-0, Slanky double brace, Bergval hat-trick.
Hat-trick. Oh dear.
Dealers in the main event, you have a new line level 5,000, 10,000, 10,000, big line ante, 5, 10, 10, 10.
9 suited for Jack. Raises to 16.
Nine, Jack, 4, all hearts. Nice flop if you've got 10, 6 of hearts.
It's a fair one. A small bet here. We are going to continue as Jack, but decides to check back.
Let's slow things down a little. Still checking though, Stephen. Oh, straight
straight flush.
Any straight flushes about?
6 card straight flush.
Very nice. And probably not. Well, I know he's rivered 2 pair, but how big do we? I go like 80k. I'd like to see something like 80,000. He's on 8. I'd love to see the massive overbet there.
To be fair, small's actually really nice because it has 2 functions. The first function is our opponent potentially calls this 1 big blind, playing the board, looking for a chop, and the time that Jack does have the king or the ace of hearts, he's then going to raise versus this size for value, and then we just get to free bet in his face. So there you go.
Just a straight flush. A 6 card straight flush. Very nice. Afternoon, Pesky. And Sabre here Bass says frustration and Ludo are similar, but frustration has the pop-up dice in the middle. There you go.
So annoying though, that game, when you can't get out and you can't roll your 6 and everyone else is going around the board having a great time, cheersing each other, and you're just sat there, can't get out, cannot roll a 6. Ace 5. Phil all in the cut-off for his 14 bigs. Stephen finds 6s, makes the call. And Phil hates this.
He does indeed.
Knows now he's got to find a 3 out, or whether it be his 5 or his ace.
Stuart in the mix. Now Stuart gets out of the way. So Phil Tate at risk with ace 5. Stuart is out of the way. Stuart's not in the hand. We have outs with a 5 and a 10 and an ace for Phil Tate. And it's neither. 9 of hearts river means Phil Tate is eliminated. Looks like 39th for Tate and £1,050. Well played. Who was 40th? Because we had Steph LeVar in 41.
40th was Steve Barnes.
Steve Barnes. Cashed again.
Phil Tate, 39. 7 suited for Anthony. Treats himself from +1. Punishment from Dre, don't know what he's got, but we know that Anthony's not calling off, and Stuart shouldn't be either with the King Queen here.
Unfortunately, unbeknown to us what Dre has. Down to 38. 30 out in 39th. Side events for the rest of this fest. We've got a last chance saloon tonight, 2 o'clock seniors, starting at that said 2 o'clock. 5,000 guarantee on the seniors. Nice. And then a 15,000 guarantee to finish the festival off with the big shot. £200 buy-in, that's a juicy one. 15k guarantee, that starts at 3. So a 2 o'clock seniors with a guarantee, and also a big shot with a guarantee.
Oh, I did miss my keyword. I'm very good at doing that. I'm one of the best at missing the keywords, honestly.
Just saying. We're doing keyword after this hand. We are definitely doing keyword after this hand. Get ready, guys. Keyword in the chat, on its way. Straight after this hand, because Stuart is all in. No action.
I knew that hand was ending anyway, that's why I waited.
Keyword time.
So
ready,
guys, quick rundown of the rules. If you're not watching on 888 Poker TV on Twitch, you need to come on over to Twitch. You can only participate via the Twitch chat box. I've got the keyword. I'm going to let you know what that is in a couple of seconds. You will write it down in the chat box, and 2 people will be picked at random for a $22 ticket for 888.
Love it.
The first keyword of the day is Eastwood.
No, it's not.
It's Eastwood.
Eastwood. You double up once and twice, and the keyword is Eastwood. Away you go.
Good luck, guys. Yeah, Alex Rizvi won the knockout rumble yesterday.
He did indeed.
So second trophy of the week for him, and pretty confident that will propel him to top of the MPL above Wilco now.
Do you know who was in the winner's picture?
Wilco.
Wilco.
Of course.
Of course he was.
He's turned into new Nathan Slater, just getting in everyone's winners' pictures.
He doesn't mind it. It's a good battle going on at the top, but all in good spirits. But the Rizza, Alex Rizvi, is now the top of the NPL. So he will be playing the big shot a little bit later. Won't be playing the seniors, that's for sure.
He's in the main tower.
Is he still in the main?
Still in the main.
Really? Well, he'll be playing the big shot later anyway, because he'll, if he busts out. If he doesn't, then he'll be having a decent run in the main. Still in the main, is he? How many chips did he have?
Gone. Jack 10's folding. 198 at the bottom left.
Oh, that's why I'm looking all the way around, bottom left. Go on the Riz.
So there is the fold, and we are spinning on over because we have another all-in and a call. Who have we got this time?
Oh, Carlo.
Carlo Citrone against Daniel Scott. Daniel Scott with the ace-king. And Carlo, just aces.
Just aces. Very nice.
Oh, we've got a queen as an out.
There we go.
So needs a queen. Whereas we lose Daniel.
And Knox on the river. Unlucky Dan. Daniel busting out. Got time to watch the Newcastle game. They're on at 8 o'clock tonight. 8 p.m. Leicester. You know, that close little, the local derby.
Yep.
Leicester, Newcastle at 8 p.m. Sunday night. Finished the game at what, 10:15?
Something like that.
From Leicester up to Newcastle, 3.5 hours probably.
It's just not worth it, is it?
10:15 back home at 2 a.m. In work at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Flipping heck. Here we go. Last 10 seconds to get your Eastwood name in the chat on 888 Poker TV for the vouchers. And the $22 tickets.
It's 10 for Jack, sends in on the button for 15. And the countdown started.
It has indeed.
That might be why they're 8 o'clock kickoff, Tower.
Why is that?
They play tomorrow.
Oh, is it tomorrow?
Yeah, it's Monday Night Football.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I thought they were on tonight. So here we go. Congratulations, Lime Ricky.
No.
Lime Ricky 71 has won the giveaway. Well done, Lime. Hey dear, well done, Lime. Oh, brilliant, love it. I think you should take it, I really do. You're in it exactly the same as us, it's just a random draw. And the distressed clown again.
No, that you got to change his name to the Happy Clown now. He's not distressed at all. He's won 3 tickets in 3 days.
The distressed clown is on form. The distressed clown, nice choice. Well done. Well done, you two. Depends what Lime. I think Lime should keep
Well,
it.
she's made a poll on Twitch. Should I take the ticket? There's yes, of course, or no, it's totally rigged. You can get your vote in.
Is that on Twitch? I think the poll should be yes, you should take it. Can I vote? Where can I vote?
You click should I take the ticket? Where it says that, above the chat box.
There you go. Can I click it? How do I click it? I've tried to click it. Poll's ended.
Too late, Tower.
Always too late. How are we doing, Jay? Good afternoon. It's a landslide. 93% said take the ticket. Well done, Lime.
I want to know who that 7% was that said no, it's rigged.
Well done, Lime. Good on you. I think you're in the draw just the same as everybody else. Well done indeed. I need to start playing again online, get these satellites on. I do. I need to start playing again. And well done to the distressed clown winning again.
Smiter is still in. Yes, Jake.
He is indeed.
We are tracking the out of table action.
We had some bad news from Smite this morning.
What's that?
Ye Old Sweet Shop.
Oh yeah, he said.
Ye Old Sweet Shop. He told us in the chat yesterday he was going to the Ye Old Sweet Shop. We had 2 choices. We picked us 2 choices. We got right excited.
Yeah.
I didn't sleep last night. Comes in. Ye Old Sweet Shop's closed down. Gone. Not even there anymore. So sad.
George on the bottom raising take with the suited king 5.
That wasn't lost on me.
Queen Jack for Anthony, going to open from +2. Yeah, anyone can buy in, Sam. You can qualify for cheap online, 88 poker, do satellites, you can get in for cheap, or you can turn up at the venue and just buy in direct. These tournaments are open to all. All you need is to be above the age of 18, some ID to get you signed up, and obviously whatever the buying amount is. 45 started today. Happy Ray in the money. So we come back with 45 for day 2. We have a long day ahead playing down to a champion with 36 remaining. Yes, Sinead is still in, Billy. Stuart checks twice now, going to go for his value with his ace. And the Queen Jack on the river of Anthony pays it off. Thank you.
There we go. We've lost 9. We have lost 9 players.
At the moment, everyone has locked up £1,080.
Yep. Scrolling across the bottom as well.
We saw Phil Tate, Ravi Chef, we didn't catch on the outer table. And Daniel Scott, we saw on the pan. So 36 remaining.
Big Johnny. Kids are in the soft play. He's just eaten half a meat feast pizza and he's watching this. Sundays are good. Good on you.
Blind on blind, Stuart completes. Will checks his option. And what a flop. Flops the nut straight. Unfortunately, Stuart not working with much at all here, but he's going to go for the stab for one big. Don't mind it. Can fold out some better hands, some 7 highs, 8 highs. And will, with position here, expect to just see call, but looks like he's going to try and get some value right off the bat. Just feel like blind on blind when ranges are so wide, and we just have a lockdown on the king, queen, 10. Maybe keep some bluffs in, keep our range wide. And the 6 high just out of there.
Steve Groom, 65 bigs, chip leader on the table.
Queen for Dre in the hijack here. On the 16, probably one that just raises up. To 2 bigs, maybe suited jams a little bit more, but I feel like the offsuit we do just want to attempt to still get some value from big blind at the fem range.
All folding round, including the big. So Dre with the raise and take. 20 bigs for Dre, Stu Costa 15, Jack Gray 14 and Mad Turk 13. As soon as he gets chips to Turk, you'll hear him. A bit of a struggle at the minute, still on 36. Carlo Citroni having a good week.
So this is like prime one to shove 12 bigs, Jack 10 suited from +2. It's one we love moving in with just because we fold out stuff that dominates us. We fold out some ace highs, king highs that are in front of us. Really nice one to just say the words I'm all in, but Mad Turk goes his own avenue, chooses to open to 2. Does take the pot on the 966.
I'd like a new one.
15 minutes left of level number 2 of the first session. 3 levels every session. Jack with the ace 10, all in for 130. Carlo with the 8-6 doing nothing out of the big. Playing well this last few weeks, Carlo. Really playing well. No good, Mick the Mod. 1 winner, 2 draws, unfortunately. We had 2 up at half time and we were on a bit of a sweat and it petered out.
Yeah, no good on the treble, Mick the Mod. We had 2 winning, 1-0 with about 20 minutes to go, but then it all went wrong as it always does.
Absolutely, blast from the back. Always played as Carlo. Carlo's played for years, but played a lot more on the circuit in the last 12 months than we've seen for a few years. Being on the TV tables back in the days of late night poker and all that malarkey. Him and Gary Bush, thick as thieves they are, them two.
I'm glad he's back, to be fair, because I hadn't seen Gary Bush smile for about 6 months while Carlo was on his resume, eating healthy, weren't turning up to stops. You just saw Gary by himself, and I was thinking he must be missing Carlo. Without his best mate there on every stop with him. Both with 10-8 here, turning second pair to go alongside the gut shot. King clubs on the river. Either could go for value here. Looks like Carlo is. And then we'll chop it up.
So 10 minutes to go of this level. 35 players left. (36) was Mr. Harry Catanach. Harry! Mr. Harry Catanach in 36th. Seen one of Harry as well. Good to see. He's never been to the Irish Open.
Oh, he's going to love it then.
But he's not sure if it's one stop he should go to.
Well, he won't miss it again after he's been once.
Yeah.
I still miss City West though. I still really do miss
City West is really good because obviously everybody's in the same building, aren't they? 2,000 people all in the same building doing exactly the same things. Eating, drinking and playing poker. That's about it. they got it in with ace queen against ace king. They flopped a queen, and the guy rivered a king. Oh, Wild Joe was on the train. You said you'd be at Carlisle when you when he bust out, and that would have probably been where you were. Oh, very unlucky. No doubt it. When you flop the queen when you're behind, and then you hit it, take the lead, and then you're about 90%, you think this is the one.
When was the last time poker was on TV in the UK? Actual TV. I remember
Actual TV programmes. What, Sky, as in like late night poker?
Sky Poker. I used to love it. Thursday night, Tuesday night.
Yeah. Sky Poker stayed on for longer than any other, didn't it?
Yeah.
So
It was a good watch show. It was perfect. It wasn't too long a show. It was a couple of hours. They went to like the online tables. They went back to the sofa. Went to the live tables. Like it was a good watch. Always used to enjoy it.
Oh, that's cute.
He's watching it, so I said I'm going to wave to you.
Oh, that is cool.
So I said I'm going to wave to you, so he's sitting waiting.
Did you wait until the camera was on that one? Because you can see that.
That was my first site I played on lower grass PKR. I used to love it.
Is that all different?
Yeah, when you used to
When
build
you
your
used to open the
character,
characters
you used to
up.
earn points and buy your chip tricks and your clothing and like different places you could play, different scenery. I just used to love it when you were all in and you could click stand up and your character would literally stand up, put his hands on his hips behind the chair and lean over the table. Grafton started on there, didn't he? He was a PKR pro at one point, Sam Grafton, when he was younger.
Yep.
Sophia Lovegren was on there, I remember.
He's 4 years old. I love it. Leave me alone. I don't mind looking like an idiot for 4 years.
So on 35 players, Harry Katanach, the master, the squid indeed. Indeed, don't see him too often. Strolled into the UK Millions as a day two by and disappeared, never said hello to anybody. In and out.
King Queen suited for Stuart here from gun. Nice one to just make two bigs. They had a format, Carl Lakeland. It was actually a really good tournament. I never made day three, but they had one in Stratford, and it was called the mix match. I think it was called. And day one was 8 max.
Okay.
Day two was 6 max, and day three, the final 24, was just heads up.
Really?
Yeah. So it was like it was full ring, 6 max, heads up, 3
That's a
day.
good shout.
It was quite a fun format. I think it was called the mix match.
Like it.
But they had some very unique formats that were never seen anywhere else.
Sean Armstrong says treble for you today, Tower. Brentford, Strasbourg and Mönchengladbach. Sounds like I'm eating fish. Mönchengladbach. So off to the outer table. Bit of action. It's Sinead who's all in. Jack 9, but she has ace queen. Clean at the minute for the ace queen of Sinead. That's good.
That's great.
That's not robs of 2 outs.
Just 4 out.
And doubles. There we go. Sinead back in the game. Well done indeed, Sinead. Sinead Davenport back in the game.
Ace King from the Mad Turk. Raises to 26k.
Tower 009. Good afternoon. Hope you're well. Sunday afternoon. Down to 35. Playing to a winner today.
2017 they went, Carl.
Who's that?
PKR,
PKR.
8 years ago.
2017. Tilt went in about 2010, didn't it? 2011. With the FBI taking over the proceedings. When you tried to click on one morning, there was a federal justice note on the screen. You thought, oops, what's happened here?
I wonder if you can still get all your graphs and stuff from playing. Oh, you can. The old, still on the old
Shark score. Is that where it used to track all the online
Yeah,
players?
it just tracks all your like over the years. Any site I was just seeing, even though the site's been discontinued, if you can still check
Right,
all
okay.
the old.
Oh, you want to see mine? What happens if you change name? Or have multiple names?
Yeah, well, I've got on poker. That's it. Once you, well, most sites, once you put your username in, that's it. That's your username. So when you type it in, it comes up with that person's graph on that site.
Right.
So if you want to see you're playing against someone online, see their username, you type their username in.
Can't you change your name every week on Grosvenor Poker?
No, I don't think so. I think you get maybe like one a year or something.
Oh, right, okay.
And that only changes your alias, I think, not your actual account name or
Right.
username. I'm not sure how it works.
So your screen name can be different, but not your.
Pocket fives for Dre, all in from the cut-off over at the Mad Turk Open, and it will be working. Turk's not going to call off A7. We've got a big pot brewing on the outer table, and it's not Easty, but it's the other man who I forgot was in the field, Ian Simpson. Has
Ian Simpson
gone for the 4-bet jam with the ace-3 suited against Gary and runs into Gary's ladies. Well, we find a 3, couple of additional outs, club would be sweaty.
Or an ace on the turn.
Wow, what a ridiculous turn
Wowzers.
for Ian Simpson.
Wow.
4-bet sends the ace-3 suited into the ladies, spikes the ace off on the turn, and that is a huge pot. Going to be going Ian Simpson's way.
Oh, man.
Rough one to take for Gary, but we got it in so good.
Still counting the pot. 306,000 was the shove. Ian is proof that luck exists. Viva Saliba, December 2022.
And Gary left with a few bigs to spin up.
So Ian up to 600k.
It's a tough one for Carlo here. Start the hand just north of 40 effective. We don't feel too comfortable ripping this in because when we get snapped, we are drawing thin. depends what we think of Stephen. Do we think Stephen's capable of finding some like King Queen here, finding some like King Jack, finding some Ace 10? They're going to come in with call. We feel like he's the type that isn't going to attack our +1 open lightly. Maybe there's some hero folding going on out of position. But he says, I thought that was the jam coming, but just the call. Was it a 4-bet? Finds this avenue as Carlo. The only thing about this one, Tower, when we get jammed on here, well, not that we're going to get jammed on, we've put in 40% of our stack here as Carlo. Like, are we investing 40% to fold to a 5-bet jam as Stephen? Like, in terms of size here, Carlo probably would have gone like 125, 130 if we are going to choose the 4-bet not all in. And now Stephen with the Ace Queen suited in a real predicament, but is going to make the call. And we got a 4-bet pot here, guys. 3-7-5 in the middle.
Ace Queen, Ace Queen. There's going to be some aggression on the flop. Here we go. Queen high flop as well, top. Carlo.
Yeah, but does knuckle it over to Stephen. Still going to have some Ace King in our range. Could have Aces and Kings that are going to hate this board. Stephen going to have Queens and Jacks. 8's probably not going to be a sign in that. 6 of diamonds on the turn. Now Carlo going to delay small with his top pair, top kick up. Stephen has to be making the call with position. Not in front of Ace King. If Carlo was getting out of line pre, ahead of some bluffs. We're not loving it because Aces and Kings probably going to be checking this board if they don't elect to go for like the 10-15%er. So even after check flop, very dicey for Stephen. We'll be aware that Aces and Kings are still a real part of Carlo's range here.
It says call. Off to the river. Huge pot. This is a 7 of diamonds. Are we knuckling back? Yes, indeedy. 1 pair, says Carlo.
We're going to chop it up.
Let's win a fucking hand, will you?
One bet. No, 1 bet. 1 bet. Huh? Yeah. Testicles.
So much ado about nothing in the end. Carlo, Ace Queen, Ace Queen. Ace Jack this time for Carlo.
Yeah, it's going to be opening.
There's 25.
Man Turk here. 11 bigs.
In. Just raising, not all in. First time he's been able to do anything.
What can you do as Carlo Tower? 11 bigs, ace jack suited. Yes, it's gun versus +2, but I would not be folding ace jack suited here. If he finds it, fair play, but 11 bigs. It's the Man Turk. Potentially will shove some hands that we dominate. Yeah, agree with Carlo. Slightly too good a hand to not be calling off here. We don't love it. There you go.
So off we go. Does the Turk survive? Ace 7-6 is good.
Looking good for you, Sal.
Still looking good. Fading a jack. And does.
It's been fairly quiet this morning, the Turk, but I've just got an inkling there might be some words starting to come out of his mouth after that double.
Over 25 bigs now, the Turk. Very nice.
He does love a chat when things are going well at the poker table. And things have started well here on this day too. Great time to double up. 30 minutes left of the session.
Just one ticket draw so far. Pedrino, there'll be more during the day. Don't worry, George with the ace queen.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day. It's going to be nothing like Glasgow Pedrino where we finished at R4. Probably 120k, 160k level. We're at big blind 12k, so that should sort of give you an idea. We're probably going to be finishing up at least 10 o'clock this evening, unless we see just an influx of bust outs, carnage ensue. Really good day ahead on stream for us all. We got a free roll later as well as the giveaways, and we will get to concentrate on the final in probably about 4 hours time. As George could be getting in a spot of bother here. Will with the free bet with the ace king to 61k. And George not going to be going anywhere here. It's just the fact whether we want to jam or whether we want to play flat, and Will starts the hand here at 26 big blind, so I wouldn't fault George for going all in if he thinks that Will is capable of finding some free bet bluffs. It's gun versus cut off, so it's just going to land on call. I guess we don't really ever fold out better, do we, with ace queen suited, and like ace jack off doesn't call, so maybe George just feels that a jam's not achieving too much. Yes, Dave Ash is still in Jeff Crow. Easty is still in Dire Straits. It was the first thing I checked Dire Straits. I was on flash scores refreshing. But I was refreshing at about 10 to 1, just waiting for that lineup to come out. And then obviously we got the good news. that he is starting. And so is Bergvall, which is nice. They're going to jump back to this hand because it's a big old pot. 35k continue from Will. George with his top pair, top kicker, making the call. And neither player going to love that card. Likely to see check here. Much better card for George's peeling range than it's for our free betting range as well, because at this stack depth to start the hand, when we have like 25, 26, we're not going to free bet like King Jack suited, Queen Jack suited. We need to be deeper to start free betting these hands, so we don't really have too much Jack X here other than Ace Jack specifically and Pocket Jacks. And another 4 lineup coming out. 7X now making a straight one once again. Condensed ranges, gun versus cut off, free bet coup. No 7X out there at all. Few Jack X holdings. George going to have slightly more Jack X as the caller of the free bet. Rizvi has a mount in a chip, says Alan. Oh no.
He actually does. I've just seen him. He's got three racks.
Well,
of chips.
That's great, because I've had a last longer with someone. They picked Alex.
Obviously.
And yeah.
And you picked him?
I picked the chip leader, Thomas Bagley. Alex had 190k. Thomas had 550k.
Okay. And it's going to get noisy down here.
Why?
Because they're putting the seniors behind us.
They're not.
Yes, they are. On all the tables down here behind us, where we had Mad Turk yesterday, who couldn't shut up, we're going to get the seniors.
Well, I just hope they don't coincide our break with theirs, because we won't get a break. We won't be able to make it out.
26 minutes to go of this session. We're on 34. And Rizza is NPL leader, actually, because not only was he 4th in the league, he's had 3 results this week, and 2 of them have ended up. Did he win the PLO? They won the.
Yes.
I know he won yesterday.
Won the PLO.
Yep.
Won the Rumble.
Yep.
Cashed in something. What's he cashed in?
The Voyage.
The Voyage. And then he's also cashed in 4.
The Eye Roller?
No. This one, the main. That's the one I'm forgetting about. The main
event.
Which he's obviously going to get
Not
points
a bad
for.
week.
So going to get.
For the Rizza. Alex Rizza.
Going to be shooting above Wilco.
Carlo with the pocket 4s. 34 players left.
That's a flop for pocket 4s. Queen 10, no backdoor flush draw here for Dre. Even still, we can fold out some better stuff. Some king highs, even some ace highs that won't continue versus EPC bet. And that's Carlo here. I'm a big advocate for playing hands like this slowly, just because of how equities run. If Dre has ace king, if he has ace queen, he's going to be drawing to less than 5% equity. If he has 10s through aces, a lot of the run-outs we're going to get the money anyway. That's why flat in these situations is very nice. If we just raise the flop here with pocket 4s, like the king queen folds, the king jack folds, all this sort of linear range of high cards just head into the muck, and we keep these in there with the flat. Sometimes they then turn top pair. The over pairs we get the money from on most run-outs anyway. Not the turn we're going to be barreling astray though. 6 of clubs here at least wants some sort of equity in the pot. Guess we got the 2 overs against some potential 7s, 8s or 9x.
Oh, the seniors have started. Oh, dear. Oh, well, the seniors is just about to start behind us. That'll be the noise for the next couple of hours. And the guy just walked in. He says, "Is that my seat? I need to be near the toilet." Oh dear. Cheers, Nagger. All the best. Watching the live stream. He's going to watch the Tottenham game with Sarah. Nice one, Nagger. Good to see you. And we'll see you again soon. You and Sarah. Good stuff. So we're on 33 because we lose Bousey on the outer table. John Bousfield out for £1,080. We're down to 33. Stephen with the ace queen.
Squeeze for Stephen. Raise 24. Mato defends the 10-8. Here comes ace 10-4.
Stephen flopping best. But with a few more chips than he had after a full double.
Stephen continues. 30k. Mad Turk does have his second pair.
Is he counting out raising chips?
No, never raise here.
No.
Makes a very good laydown. That's a very good fold from the Mad Turk. Just fold into one single bet there with second pair. Very nice from him.
Lee Dixon. Whoa, look at them numbers. Lee Dixon bust out on table 21 to be 33rd for £1,010. So corner of Queen sent. Standing race to 26. No, not the Lee Dixon. The Lee Dixon in his house. But as you see the numbers in the top right, they have suddenly shot down to 28. And we're going to try and have a word, but we didn't grab it at the time. But there was a four-way all-in on table number 16. And we lost Barry Greenan, Brett Angel and Nick Eastwood in the same hand. Nick Eastwood finishing 32nd for 1,010. Brett Angel and Barry Green in the same money, all 1,010, which meant we were on 29 people. And then 10 seconds later on table 21, we lost Gary Gallagher. So, we're going to try and find out what happened with Eastie, and if we can get the footage, we will. But we've lost 5 players in 90 seconds. So if we get the footage from Eastie, we'll show you. Other than that, we just know that Nick has bust out in 30th for 1,110. So all of a sudden we're just down to 28. We just lost 5 in less than 2 minutes. Yeah, we'll try and grab him, and if we don't get the footage, we will try and grab him for a chat during the day. He's off to watch the Liverpool match
What time's that kick off too?
At the same time, it's on Sky Sports. He's in the sports area now watching it. Here's 9 for Tony. 70 to call. Gets out of the way. Well timed fold. Well, not the well timed 3-bet. As George Wyatt has the boots.
Yeah, I'm probably just going to set Turk. Yeah, to be fair, this is like one of the stack depths we can play flat when we have aces. Go into a flop less than 1 SPR, but this is what I would probably just be doing as well. Just get it in here and now, run it against the Turk, but the Turk in with a bluff, going to be folding.
And in the bin they go. Yeah, everybody was in the money at 45. So day 2, main day 2, everybody was in the money at £1,050. Was him in cash. Carlos Citrone got the fans watching at home. He's just giving the big camera a wave. I love it. And George as well. With a right smile on his face.
Seven suited. The Mad Turk. And the opening.
Mad Turk with A7. There's the 25. Carlo says, let's see a flop. Two, 3, 5. Carlo flopping best.
Love to see lead here from Carlo as well. Just a board where we have 6-4, 5-3 suited, deuce 3 suited. Might even peel 5-3 off, having Turk covered. But one that could potentially play some donks on. I guess Turk's still going to have ace-4 suited, 4 combos. And a 4 of hearts on the turn. So both players can still get there. Mad Turk can get there with the 6 to make the higher straight. Carlo can get there with the nut flush.
Better 75 from Carlo. Oh, sorry, 52.
Thank you.
Just a call. The all-important river. Here's the Queen of Diamonds, so we're going to chop it up.
Well, look at this from Carlo. Just says the words, I'm all in. And they are going to chop this up both with the ace. So as they chop it up, we're going to spin 2 out a table.
Going to chop it up.
And it is Callum who is all in.
Yeah, the triangle's in front of Callum right there in seat 1.
And Ian Simpson has ISO'd, and Thomas is in the tank in the big blind.
Is that Tom Bagley?
Yes, it is.
Nice one, nice one. See Tom on the circuit. Who gets out of the way? Callum Gordon is all in with Ace Queen, and he's ran into Ace King.
So we saw Ian get lucky against the Queens. Well, he's going to do well to get unlucky here.
Absolutely is.
Running Jack 10.
Oh, don't say it. Ah, it's a 9 on the river. Callum Gordon taps the table. Out he goes in 27th for 1140. 28th was Jamie Nixon, busting out on the outer table. So it means we're down to 26. Callum Gordon, 27th. No. Easty doubled up once, doubled up twice.
It was up to 200 odd K.
It was.
Anthony on the button opens the fend from George. Anthony flops best. George was second pair.
You have 1 minute remaining on your break. Once again, that is all players. The main event. Please drink your tea.
Good luck, Jim. Had it all.
Yeah, it was a four-way all in the actual bust out hand, but he was left with two bigs. He said most of the damage was done the previous hand where he had Ace Jack versus Kings on an Ace Jack X board.
So yeah, two spades.
And the,
no,
yeah,
three spades.
And the Kings.
Kings had the king of
yeah.
spades and turned the spade.
He actually come into the booth because he said these players. He went to me. I know these players. They just jam on this board. That's what he said because of what we were talking about yesterday. But yeah, Ace Jack X all spades, mate. He just panic jams the Kings, and Easty cannot hold.
Yeah, flopping to top two and not holding.
So we're going on break in 4 minutes time, guys. Mad session today. I didn't expect to be down to
No.
3 tables.
Well, you don't expect to lose 5 players in 2 minutes.
Yeah, that was
pretty
crazy.
That was part of it.
Is George feeling nice? Is he going to walk the Turk?
Yes.
They could raise this one if he wanted to once in a while.
Have it.
Let's just walk him.
Have it, he says. Have it.
Off we go.
Off we go again.
Andrew Probin, who is all in with the 9-5. He's only short.
Must be short.
25k. Justin Devonport with the 4s.
There's a stack above the 4s. 25k. All in.
You're not out, Brett.
Round fades. Unlucky. Andy Probin busting out. Being in the casino every single day, good lad. Nice to see him. Andrew Probin busting out. That pulls us down to 25 players. So Jack with his final 100k. Oh, he's running to Carlo as the ace king. Wowzers.
Not really much Jack can do. Got to shove this one for 8, and Carlo probably just going to ISO for 29.
He says I'm all in as well. With an ISO. Oh, George Wyatt just said call, and look at Carlo. He's like, really?
Carlo knows as well already.
Oh man,
does not like this.
Carlo Citroni knows. He literally just went, really? A 3-way all-in.
Final hand of the session on the
Last
feature.
hand of the session. And then we're on a break of 15 minutes.
Oh, we're going to be coming back with 23. Are we
they
going to be coming back
survive?
with 24?
Absolutely.
Are they both going to survive?
Either way, last hand of the session. George Wyatt, Kings. Big chip leader in this pot. Wow, it's a 1 million chip pot in total.
That's
if
boring.
George survives, that's his
That's
ball.
basically it. You've got 97% freeway on the flop, mate.
For 1 million chips.
10 on the turn?
No.
Well, 9 just as outy. We got 10 out. We got a 10 as outs. So direct outs for Jack. We're always losing Carlo.
Yeah. And it's not. It's a jack. So we just lose 2 on the feature. Last hand of the sesh. We'll see you in 15 minutes.
Hey guys, I'm Ian Simpson, and today I am super excited to announce that 80day Poker will now have a HUD or heads-up display built into our software. Whenever you're seated at the table, you'll be able to hover over your opponent's avatar or your own and get some vital statistics about them. You'll be able to see their VPIP, their PFR, their 3-bet, and where they're from. So how do we put this information to work? Let's say you've opened and the button 3-bets. Well, you can hover over your opponent's avatar and see their 3-bet statistic. And here we can see that it's only 4. Now that's actually really small. You can go ahead and safely fold your marginal hand, knowing that they're only 3-betting a very narrow range and they likely have a much better hand than yours. In this scenario, our opponent has a PFR, short for pre-flop raise, of just 10%. That means they're playing a very narrow selection of hands. That means we have to be a little more cautious when dealing with them, as we are likely facing a very strong hand. Jumping over to this spot on the final table of a tournament, we can hover our mouse over our opponent's avatar and see their tournament winnings. We can see this player only has $114 worth of winnings, whereas this player has $140,000 worth of tournament winnings. Now this doesn't tell the whole picture, but it is indicative of how much experience our opponents have. And finally, in this scenario, we can see our opponent has a VPIP, which stands for voluntarily put in pot, of 40%. Now, that number is really high. Our opponent is playing far too many hands. So when we raise pre-flop, they call and we get this flop, we can bluff a lot more liberally. That's because our opponent is going to have far too many weaker hands that are just going to have to automatically fold to our bet. As you can see, having access to this information can be a real game changer. It can be a big help when making the decisions you're going to have to make at the tables. Give it a try for yourself. Let me know what you think. Tell me which stack you think is the most helpful. Make sure you like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you don't miss out on any of our great content. Thanks for watching, and good luck at the tables.
I made many final tables in the last few years, and without these tips, I couldn't have done it. The mental game is really important for making deep runs, because if you are not well prepared mentally, you're gonna suffer a lot. At the first problem, you're gonna quit. So to be able to go through all the downswings, you need to understand that you're gonna lose more than you're gonna win, but in the long run, if you are good enough, you're gonna win. So, okay, you play bad one hand, you make one mistake, maybe you realize after that or think that could be a mistake. It's okay, everybody make mistakes. That's not what it matters. What it matters is what you do after that you made the mistake. You cannot have that hand there. Otherwise, you're gonna be on tilt because you knew what to do, but then you didn't do it for whatever reason. And then you're gonna become angry and upset at the same time. And then you're gonna be making wrong decisions, one follow to the other. So it's very important to be prepared and knowing that we all make mistakes. Reading opponents, if it's not the most important, is the second one, because the first important thing for me would be mentality, but then the second one, or at the same level, would be reading opponents, because you can get a lot of information from the players depending on the moment of the tournament, but I would say you can get the information from the start, and then you know how that person thinks, and then you can use it in moments that are very key moments, like bubble or close to the final table, because if they know experience, if they told you this, they don't play much, or if they told you that they're not gonna make another bullet if they bust. I mean, talking, even though if it's like things outside of poker, you can get a lot of information that you can use it in a crucial moments in the tournament. If you are a big stack on the bubble, for example, you can put a lot of pressure on the medium and short stacks, because the very short ones, they don't wanna bust, because it doesn't matter for them to double up that much. They're gonna have a very, very, very strong hand. So when they go all in, obviously, you need to call very, very tight, like just with the very good ones. Even though the medium stacks, they are in a good position to double up, they also need to have a very strong hand in order to do that. Otherwise, you're gonna be able to put a lot of pressure on them, because they have people shorter than them. In the opposite side, I remember once I was 7 blinds on the bubble, and I was gonna be big blind. It was no point for me to double up, because even though if I double up with 7 blinds, I'm not gonna do much more. For me, it was more important to make the money. So I ended up winning that tournament because I knew I didn't have to put on risk my tournament. I folded my big blind because I didn't have to call. And luckily, I went into the money and I won that one. It was the high roller for Portugal. Choosing the right game is very important in order to get deep runs, because if you are playing a 10,000, let's say, tournament, and you are gonna be afraid to put your chips on risk, then that's gonna make you play bad and you're not gonna have good results. The buy-in amount that it makes you feel comfortable to play like you think it has to be played a hand. If you have to bluff for all your chips, you have to do it, then do it. Don't think, oh, but the buy-in is 2,000 and I couldn't afford to pay again, and then I'm gonna be walking around with nothing to do and I have to say to all my friends that I busted. I'm bluffing, you know. If you think about this, when you jump in a tournament, that's not your tournament. You should go down.
Do you often fire many bullets, or are you willing to?
No, I'm never willing to fire a lot of bullets, but if I have to, I do it. Every bullet is like you jump in a new tournament. Doesn't matter if it was 3 times the same one. You need to play as much as you can when you are in a festival in order to make it profitable. So if you're happy to play 1,000 tournament buy-in, that means that you are prepared to play the bullets that you need to. There is no magic formula to make a deep runs. I think every person needs their own path. And even though I tell you what to do, you need to do it yourself. So at the beginning, you're probably gonna get tilt or upset when you bust. But if you keep doing it, and if you are strong enough, mentally strong enough, and you resist, then it will get to the point that experience will matter in this. If this happened a few years before, there's no way I would deal with this situation like I'm dealing now. So I know my progress, and now I'm like surprised myself how good I take it. Sometimes I surprise myself. I'm like, wow, I don't feel what I felt when I started. It's a path, yeah. You cannot shortcut it. You have to go through that.
Have you ever wondered whether you should play poker tournaments or cash games? How do you decide which one is right for you? I'm Ian Simpson, and in this video, I'm going to share 5 things to consider that will help you decide which form of poker is right for you. Understand the differences. Cash games and tournaments may seem similar, but there are many subtle differences that can make them feel like entirely different games. Typically, cash games tend to offer a more consistent experience. Usually you're playing with around 100 big blinds, the blinds don't go up, and there is less variety of scenarios that you'll come across. On the other hand, tournaments are much more complex, with a ton of variables. Medium stacks, small stacks, bounties, and of course, ICM. Even playing a normal tournament versus a bounty tournament can feel like a completely different game. There is a lot to understand, and it can be overwhelming at times. Getting familiar with each type of game and understanding the differences between them will help you get a feel for which one suits you best. Pros and cons of tournaments. If you're leaning towards playing poker tournaments, be prepared for long sessions, limited breaks, and sticking to a predetermined schedule. You might be out first hand, or you could be grinding for hours. You never really know what you're going to get, and that's especially true of your results. On the other hand, tournaments are super exciting and come with a chance to win big prizes. You get to play against lots of different opponents, and if you're lucky, you may even get to experience the thrill of playing at a final table. Plus, with so many recreational players chasing a big score, the competition is often softer, which improves your return on investment. Pros and cons of cash games. When looking at the pros and cons of cash games, flexibility is one of the biggest perks. Because you can sit down or leave whenever you please, except when there's a waiting list, establishing a healthy routine is a lot easier. You can leave the table with your money whenever you want, which is a luxury you do not have in tournaments. Cash game strategy can often be a lot simpler too. You're not dealing with rising blinds, ICM, or worrying about busting on the bubble. But keep in mind, cash games aren't a walk in the park either. The competition is often tougher, and you'll find fewer recreational players at the table. They also require a higher skill level to consistently come out on top, and you won't get the types of huge scores you can get when you play tournaments. The swings in your bankroll, however, won't be as extreme as in tournaments. Handling variance. Understanding variance and your threshold for swings will help you determine whether to play cash games or tournaments. The variance in tournaments is very large, much more so than in cash. Usually, it's only the top 15% of the field that gets paid, so it's not uncommon to walk away from a tournament empty-handed. However, when you do cash and get a deep run, you can sometimes win a prize 100 or even 1,000 times your buy-in. Cash games, on the other hand, offer more stability. While it may feel like a grind, honing your skills at the cash tables can result in more consistent, small profits. So ask yourself, can you weather the storm of tournament variance, or do you prefer the steadier path of cash games? Finding the fun factor beyond strategy. It is important to consider which type of poker you enjoy more. Tournaments bring excitement, unpredictability, and an adrenaline rush, especially if you make the final table. It's an incredible feeling to have a deep run, and it's what keeps so many players coming back to tournament poker. On the flip side, becoming a cash game player is more consistent, and while you won't be involved in situations that will yield 100 times your investment, you will clash with your opponents for chunky pots regularly. It's all about finding what brings you joy at the poker table. Try both and see which format gives you the most enjoyment. And there you have it, cash games or tournaments, which form of poker works best for your personality. Of course, the best way to find out is to spend time playing, study the game, and soon it will become obvious to you which game you like the most. Are you a tournament player or are you a cash game player? Let us know your favorite form of poker in the comments below.
You brought up earlier on, you brought up risk adverse, and I guess picking your spots. And there's a hand that's obviously, quite infamous this morning, the pocket queen.
Oh, yes.
And, well, I want you to talk us through that because, you hear all the time playing the main event, it's like, you got to kind of, you're tiptoeing through landmines. But how do you tiptoe through landmines? And I guess is folding the queens part of that?
I thought it was a good idea at the time. So there was a TV production break before the final table. So they did the redraw and 10, 15 minutes for TV. I went to the bathroom, came back. Dom was already there and said, okay, he said, here's the situation. Because I'm ICM aware, but I'm not very ICM studied. So Dom was
Dom, we know Dom at 8 of 8 pretty well.
Yeah. So he just said, okay. He said a lot of it. Said basically he told me what my stack value was. And he said the value of doubling up isn't very much. I think at the time it's a blur. It's like he said your stack's worth like 2.1 million or 2 million. He said doubling's worth 2.6, and busting gets you to 800,000. So it's like it has to be very tight. That a lot of spots are kings.
That's just it's like blows your mind. You're like, wait. If I double, then nope, my chip value. Then I double. No, that's not how it works.
And so he said a lot of your spots are kings plus. And he gave me 3 examples, and I kind of forget what they were. So okay, but this when I had the queens, that specific spot didn't come up as a kings plus spot. But I started thinking through my head already when the open happened. If this is already a kings plus spot, I hadn't looked at my cards yet. And then I said, yeah, this is too similar to the other spots he told me. I said, okay, I guess this is a kings plus spot because it's under the gun open, and I'm 2 behind the open at a 10-handed table with the 6 big blind and like the 11 big blind stacked behind me, and I have 8, and I have like 18 or 19 big blind, whatever it was at the time. I said, yeah, this might be the kings plus. So okay, and just put it in there because now that I'm old and like a grizzled veteran, I have the mentality now where the spot's the spot. Who cares what the hell is going on around you? The spot plays itself.
Do you get frustrated trying to play against super aggressive players? What if I told you there are ways to exploit them? I'm Vivian Saliba, and in this video I'm going to share 5 tips to help you to play against overly aggressive players. Don't fight fire with fire. If someone is batting weaker hands more than they should, if they're bluffing more often than they normally should in certain spots, you shouldn't get out of line yourself and start making super aggressive plays. Instead, it is better to play tighter and wait for the right moment to engage in a pot together. Slow playing your strong holdings is the best way to win chips against a bully at the tables. Adjust your ranges. Aggressive players are likely to overbluff. This translates to an imbalanced ratio of potential value hands they might have to complete air holdings. Having this in mind, you should consider widening up your calling ranges. Against someone who is batting way too much in most spots, you should incorporate calls with middle and even bottom pairs sometimes. This exploitive adjustment will work much better when playing a heads-up hand against the overly bluffy opponent. So you should be careful with the other players at the table, because every time you deviate from what you should be doing, people can adapt and punish you. Don't feel intimidated. Playing against someone unpredictable that will often put you in tough spots can be intimidating and even discouraging. But don't let the fear of
Stacking them 5 reds. So what out here? Yeah, so if you're on 21, you're not on the feature. So 2, 3, 7. Leads are coming off to a colour. Okay. You took them out? Not me. We've got 225 here. Yeah, 100 here. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 50. Concerned about the fact that there's no chips from 450. Oh yeah. Yep. That is 450. Your seat too. Your seat too.
So here we go again. It's an age thing. It's an age thing, Dave. It's an age thing. I was in seat 2. He's always on his phone, that Dave. Well, Dave's down with the kids. Oh, Dave Ash, you know. Down with the kids. So we lost 2 in one hand. Carlo Citroni and Jack Gray on the feature. George Wyatt. Look at that. Up to chip leader. George Wyatt, 1.2 million. AA. Whoever AA is, no idea. Don't know what his first name is or anything. And second in chips, 1.1 million. Ian Simpson, third in chips. Rizvi. Alex Rizvi. Oh, Riz, 740. Laurinus Jakutis, 585. Dave Ash, 560. And all the way down to the bottom to Smiter on 115 and Stuart Costa on 120. Team Dob, Dave Collins on 125. They're the final 23. Final 23. So George with that big hand is chip leader. Georgie. So we've got old Dave back. Ah, Dave Ash. Come on, Dave Ash. Come on, Dave. Just trying to sort a technical issue out on this side. We are back with you. We're in the money. Apologies about that. Just trying to sort out a little technical issue. I'm not having a problem with anything, but just a couple of screens we can't see. With the check mark.
I did not know what to do. After
Over to Ali on the gun, out the way. Ace for Lawrence on the button, going to open. Got two very good players in the blind, so just need to be aware of that sometimes when folding on the button. All we're raising into. Even with the 10-9 of diamonds here, starts the hand at 45 effective. Looks like it's going to find the free bet here from the small blind. Should be working versus Lawrence's actual holding. Unless Dre wakes up with something in the blinds, we will see. Like it does. Nicely on from Ian Simpson.
So 23 left. Ali, chip leader on our table. The AA is the man, Ali. And by the looks of it, with his hat on and his hood up, he's not supposed to be here. Not once has he lifted his head up. Not once. But he is chip leader. Dre all in. With the Jack 9 out of the small. So technical hitch resolved and done. 23 left out of 344. Fantastic turnout in Newcastle. Well done one and all. All these three new stops on the 888 have been superb.
Pocket sevens for Dre on the button. Nice clean jam here. 13 big blinds, closer to 14, but sevens on the button here. Just going to want to be jamming. If we had like eights, maybe eight jams as well, but nines definitely is one that's probably going to want to raise call. 10s, jacks, queens, kings, aces all the same on the raised call. But I feel like the 7's just won. Happy to do exactly this. Ali out of the way. Liam won't call king 5.
Yep, you're not wrong, Lime. It's been a great festival, it really has. These new stops that we've added this year. Portsmouth, we're back again in Portsmouth in June doing another live stream. That's how good Portsmouth was the first time. Glasgow, I'd be amazed if Glasgow's not on the scene against next year. And even Newcastle. So they've been superb, they really have. How are we doing, Ben, by the way? Can't wait to see you back down in the Vic when it reopens. We're scheduled to do a GUKPT the 10th till the 16th to the 21st of July. That's when it's scheduled in, the first festival back after the big refurb.
Ali on the button here, going to get to open the king quick. Thomas. Fence the 9-3 suited. Probably would have just let this go versus like 2.2 BBs. Like in terms of chips, any suited 2, but now we are at this stage. What, less than 10% of the field remaining. So we do need to be a lot more selective with our big blind defence. We're going to have a look here at the Jack 10-7, 2 spades. Let's flop his gut shot back what Hart's got alongside. Ali with the big up and down, 2 overs and spade draw. Thomas. Check raise with
the old 9-3.
The 9 in hand. He's blocking the 8-9 suited, which even 8-9 off going to open button, so less likely Ali has a straight. Guess we can try and fold him off some ace highs, maybe like some 6s for gooses.
We announced all of it? Yep, just about. The aggression was there. From Ali, 77 bigs.
He's protecting himself from me, JB. I've got the lurgy today.
.22 players left. Busting out first of this session. The man that brought in the goodies earlier for the lads, Smiter, Steve Smith, busting out, guessing...
No, not Smiter.
Not Smiter.
I wanted Smiter to have a run at this.
Guessing he's just about to jump in the seniors.
He's 46.
Is he?
Don't say that.
Oh, heck. I'm guessing he's just about to jump into the big shot.
Yeah, there you go, that's better. How dare he, just about to jump in the seniors.
64, not 46.
How are we doing here, Gogras? Welcome. We'll go to a keyword at 3:30, guys.
We will.
That seems good.
Another giveaway. We've got the free roll later. We've got 10 tickets to give away. We'll do keywords all day long today. Concentrate on the final day.
Jack 4 for Thomas, raises blind on blind. Dave, 10-4. Gonna come to the party?
Of course. 10 Jack 4. Both flopping a piece. Could get into a spot of bother here. Yes, he's going to call once because he's hit.
Should call once anyway. Might have blind here. Leave at 10. So Dave goes for the raise here with the 10-4. Not loving this as Thomas, but
he's going to be calling.
Yeah, got to continue.
He has to continue at least once. We know he's got the best.
The thing is, if Dave went bigger here, 120, I might just hero fold. Well, even now, Thomas just going to hero fold the Jack 4. Dave Ash with the moves. I just thought getting that actual price, 4-1, maybe call once, see what Dave does on the turn. I feel like if he does go north of 100k, just the hero fold probably going to be in order. I just feel like when it's that good a price, maybe just take one off as Thomas, see what Dave does on the turn, and just basically fold to any turn barrel that doesn't improve us.
So Dave's losing a few. £34,800 up top.
Lawrence should open. Ali out of the way. Liam, Queen 10 suited, doesn't even think about it. Into the mark, difficult to proceed off of just north of 20, so don't mind it. Thomas 6-5 suited, got to go the mark on the button. Dave with the ace king. Gonna get to free bet here. Let's see what size Dave finds with the big slick. Would like to see at least 120. Dave with other ideas makes it 76, and as I say, Tal, always on stream when people go too small out of position. Saw the interview with Dave yesterday, he said he plays his own game, but like in general here, need to be going much larger, like 120k the bare min. Even still, Lawrence not going to proceed with the ace jack off. Anything suited there though, Lawrence just comes along, jack 10 suited, 8-9 suited, he just gets the call with position.
Showed him the ace king as well.
That's a bit harsh. just enjoying their pokers, the seniors. Someone leans over the stairs and hurls abuse at them.
Cat's debating whether to get back and get into the seniors. Get yourself in the seniors. There's 22 players left in the seniors playing to a winner tonight. Strap yourselves in for a late one. Free roll at 8 PM tonight, BST. Ian Simpson 61 bigs, Dave Ash on 43 and 700k. Are we going to see a second 888 trophy for Ian this year? Who knows? Did well yet the other day to spin in the high roller and cash.
The only time I see Dave is when he comes to take our Greggs back.
Correct.
I've seen him 3 times today, and all 3 times he's been in the Greggs.
Correct. He's like a racing snake. No idea how.
Ace Queen for Thomas in the hijack here. One to raise call.
Whatever. Why are you just taking it in the back?
Glenn on the button. King 10 of clubs. Can definitely pill here. Not ever going to free bet here. Fold I don't mind either. This stage. 22 left from a 344 player field. And start continuing a few pips tighter. And Lawrence in the small blind. Don't know what he's working with. Does defend. We're going to go to keyword in 15 minutes, guys. 3:15.
Yep.
Do another keyword.
Nice one. Eight, 7, 3 flop all spades. Playing a hand with Lawrence here.
Yeah, small continue here from Thomas. Like probably go for like 24k quarter pot. We are going to see bet. Decides to check it back.
9 of diamonds turn.
Maybe Thomas feels like when he checks back flop, he always gets to see rivers. Cool turn leads with our 2 overs and spade draw. Lawrence does lead for just shy of third. There's the call.
And a jack of diamonds river after a bet and a call. Thomas whipping the spade draw with ace high.
I've not had anything yet. He's going for his fourth dip in the Greg's bag, and I've not had it, and there's not going to be anything for us.
Me neither.
Who did Smiter say they were for when he brought them in?
Us.
Unbelievable.
Go on, Dave. You enjoy your pastas and your sausage rolls and your cake.
I don't know what we got in there.
All the videos that are done for Cardum Direct and 888 done by Dave Laird. Such a good lad. McLaurinus with the decision. Unbeknownst to us what he does have, but he does check. No, Mr. Bagley. What do we do with this one?
I'm all in. Maybe don't have to jam, but I feel like we have to bluff our hand as Thomas is too good. Blocking Queen 10, we have a spade in hand. Like we're going to play Queen 10, King 10, Ace 10, all in this manner. So doesn't go for the big size. Maybe feels like he can have a lot more hands in value range. Let's go for 80k and gets Laurinus out of there.
Very nice indeed.
Nice from Thomas.
Off to the outer table. Team Dobbs looking up. Little Dave Collins. Oh, a nice stack, Dave. That's 400k. Come on, Dave.
So Alex Rizvi has called off the jam with King 10 suited, Ace 7 in front for Will Lawrence. Can he hold?
Can he?
Well, gonna need a club now as well. Alex flops the flush, but the Ace of Clubs playing for the Ace 7 of Will Lawrence.
3 of hearts on the turn. In the river is a Jack of Spades, the Ace 7. Oh, flopping the redraw. But Riz stacking in more and more chips. Alex Rizvi, very nice indeed, takes out Will Lawrence. Oh, moving Mr. Ali off the feature. To balance the tables with 3 tables of 7 and 21 players left.
Do you have another prize?
We're struggling to put them in rack, so we've got that many chips.
Well, they've got to be transferred to the tray.
Maybe he's seen he's in a big blind and just slowing things down.
Right.
Having a slow wander over to the other table.
Just don't put them in your pocket.
How are we doing, Totty? Greetings from Germany.
Is that a pink banana holder?
You never know with Ian Simpson. That might... Yeah, it is a banana holder, you can tell by the shape. He doesn't like bruised bananas. He's told us this before.
It's a weird and wonderful thing. Over to one of the outer tables. Our butchers. Oh! Here we got that. We got the Turk in.
Stuart Costa at risk with Queen 10, Turk with Ace King.
Flopping it up and down. There's Stu Costa.
And lots of outs now. Kings, Queens, 10 and 8s.
And an 8 on the turn. This is going to be a double for Stu. The ace on the river is meaningless. Stuart Costa, who was the short stack, has doubled up off Turk, and now Turk is the short stack. Turk's going to be left with 100,000. Oh, lost one, he says. Unbelievable. Back to 100k and back to the grind.
There goes for complete, hoping complete into jam. We're met by raise. Maybe feels that 18 too much to just open jam of ace 10, and I agree. Maybe one that we can go for complete and jam over the big blinds raise, or just raise ourselves. Let's get a nice flop for him. 10-9-7. Checks over to Thomas, trying to induce something. Maybe once again going for the check raise off the bat.
Lady spades on the turn. Bet fold from Thomas. Keyword on its way in 5 minutes' time. Good evening and greetings from Germany. How are we doing, Totty? Hope things are well. Any notable names still in? Well, you can count them on there. There are the chip counts from the end of the last session and the start of this one. So half an hour in. Sinead's still in. Obviously we've got Ian still in. Alex Frisbee.
Liam, relation to Will? Liam McMurray.
Don't actually know. I don't actually know, but you don't see too many McMurrays, do you?
You know, that's what I thought.
Could well be. Could be the lad off. Jamie Dale. Justin from Manchester, Dre from the same. With the Mad Turk we know. Dave Collins, oh, Team Dobbs still in. Watching the stream and a Sunday roast later. Very nice indeed. Today's a good day.
It's one thing I miss. Sunday roast every Sunday. Used to get that pretty much most Sundays. Cooked at home.
Right. Did you do the pots afterwards for your mum and dad?
Nah.
Nah. There's a cracking Sunday roast. There's a cracking Sunday roast in the closest pub to the RDS.
RDS, is there?
Yes.
What, across the street?
No, on the same side of the road as you're heading down towards Lansdowne Road and the Aviva Stadium. It's on the same corner.
Okay.
There's a pub there. Cracking Sunday lunch.
I walk past the Aviva every day to get in, so
Yeah,
I'll probably walk past the pub.
Absolutely stunning Sunday lunch. And you're there for 2 Sundays.
Good to know. Would be great to see Dave Ash win, could you imagine?
It certainly would. 78 years young, living the dream, not been playing poker too long, only been playing since he retired.
Ace 9 for Thomas. Opens on the button. Dave here with the King Queen. Just finds cool. Easy fold for Glenn in the big. How we doing, Dominica? Says let's go. Yeah. Flop here between these two. Middle pair, backdoor nut blush draw for Thomas, but Dave's got 2 overcards in the gut shot. Club in Dave's hand as well. Eye the hearts on the turn. So now where we're probably going to see Thomas trying to extract some value, just assume that Dave's going to lead his 10x or 2 pair plus. So ace-9 very likely to be the best hand here.
That's 50k. And Dave out of the way with this one.
Wow.
With the overs.
Thought he'd definitely take one off there. King queen, got a shot.
Not to be, blind 8-16, 21 players left.
And we're going to go into the keyword after this hand.
After this hand, ladies and gentlemen, keyword is on its way.
No, Max Ali. I checked at half time. I got Slanky and Bergval in the FPL, and not a single one of them with a goal contribution.
What Bergval scored?
Bergval did score, but it was given as offside. But now it weren't offside.
How pathetic is VAR?
It took 7.5 minutes VAR.
7 minutes?
And they still didn't get the right decision.
Oh my God. Pathetic. If it's that close, it's a goal. Simple as. So 21 players left. Will Lawrence, the last person out, as we saw. Keyword on its way straight after this hand. And keyword works by going over to 888 Poker TV on Twitch and typing in a word that is given out, and as simple as that, you're randomly drawn into and can win $22 tokens. It's as simple as that.
Here he is, Dave Ash finds the boots.
Lovely jubbly.
Exactly, you need one. Clear and obvious. If you're taking 7 minutes, it's not clear or obvious.
Yeah, exactly. 7 minutes.
Easy.
Ridiculous football these days. So glad I watched it in the 80s and 90s.
I wish it was my era. Trey played a lot with Dave yesterday, so not going to be continuing light here. Let's get out of the way.
On the way, keyword time. Here we go. You know what to do. If you don't want to join in, just stay where you are watching the platforms that are not 888 Poker TV on Twitch. But if you want to switch to Twitch, you can win the $22 tokens. We're going to give you a word. That's it. Type the word into the chat on Twitch, and you will randomly be selected if you're lucky enough to be. You can get one of the 2 recipients of a $22 ticket. So what's the next keyword, young man?
Next keyword is chip lead.
Chip lead.
Chip lead.
Get yourselves in. Chip lead is the keyword. Go, go, go. You've got about 3 or 4 minutes. Chip lead. Away you go. Still on 21. Will Lawrence, the last person out. Good morning, noob. Afternoon in the UK. 3:20 in the afternoon. As Dave raises from 1 to 33, the blind at 16. Blind out of the way. Lawrence with the aces. Beautiful side to see. Is it 81? Is that 81 or 101?
Got to be 81. 101 seems too big.
And Dave with the ace 10 of clubs will call this. One more minute for chip lead. 10 on the flop, ace 10.
Oh dear.
Ouch, 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 ouch.
Dave Ash gonna be on the end of a mega cooler here. 3-bet pot, 2 pair versus set, and a Lawrence with the ace of hearts here. I probably don't check here. We just get to bet small. Like even most of Dave's range that's open and called a 3-bet. Going to want to continue on this board.
Oh, he's raising up. Here comes the raise with the ace 10. This is going to be a huge pot for Lawrence. There is the raise. You see 131.
Yeah, right. So most of the time here, if not all of the time, we just call. We got top set. We want to keep bluffs in. However, I've watched Dave play a lot over the last few days. When he raises tower, he has something. He has something he wants to go with. So as Lawrence here, there may be that exploit of going for it here and now. Not wanting a king to roll off, not wanting a queen to roll off, not wanting like a 9 of hearts to roll off. Dave's got like ace queen of clubs, something like that. So I think if Lawrence was aware of how Dave played yesterday, and there you go, there's the jam from him. Does just go for it all, and now Dave with 2 pair here.
Big decision for Dave Ash.
Now is Dave going to be using some time banks, because Lawrence never shoves ace king ace queen here, Tal. That's very important. Like ace king ace queen might even check flop at a frequency, so, and if it does bet flop, it's never 3-bet shoving, so they're not things here. So therefore Lawrence's value range is basically 2 pair plus. He's got a set of 10s, he's got a set of jacks, he's got a set of aces, he's got jack 10 suited. Well, jack 10 suited? No, okay. Yeah, I'm just looking at stack depth pre, 40 odd pre, yeah. We're not going to 3-bet jack 10 suited, so that's not there. Ace jack, ace 10, king queen. King queen probably is the one that doesn't jam though. But Dave's hand is literally a bluff catcher here. And then even against like the, where are the bluffs going to come from? Because ace x of hearts doesn't do this. King 9 of hearts probably doesn't 3-bet against Dave. Queen 9 of hearts probably doesn't 3-bet against Dave. But Dave Ash makes a very good laydown.
Well done, sir.
With the ace 10. And Lawrence doesn't get what I thought he would get. All of it. Nice fold, Dave. We saw him make some fruity calls yesterday, but first time we've seen any of that from him. A really top-notch laydown. Well played, Dave Ash.
Dominique says, phew. So do we. We are ready. The final 10 seconds for the keyword winners. Good luck, everybody. Check your names in the chat. The count is on. The winners, Stevie Key. Go on, Stevie.
Stevie Key.
Grew up in Edinburgh. And the box waxer. The old box waxer.
Glengarnock gets to open the ace queen suited it. Did he just limp? Yeah, not much to say about this one, Tal. This is more your realm. Open limp ace queen.
Even I'm not open limping ace queen from +1. I'm not just limping at all. Thomas is obviously going to see a free flop. There we go. Queen 9-9 is the flop. Got a lock on the hand. Stevie Key, follow the instructions from Lime. Your whispers are set to private. You need to be able to get messages from strangers.
Yeah, don't. Bergval's goal got VAR'd out, and it's literally like it looked onside, and then the fact they're taking 7 minutes of VAR shows you how close it is.
Yeah.
But you obviously ain't met me before, Dire Strain. Someone suggested I do a YouTube channel next year on FPL. I'd be like the Eastie of FPL because that's literally how I run all season. If you've been watching the stream, wherever I take out, they score. I had a bench of 52 points one game week this season. My bench had 52 points one game week. Back in December when Spurs played City and we won 4-1, that game week I had Porro and Maddison on the bench. Porro scored, Maddison got 2. I had Fabianski on the bench, got a clean sheet. I can't remember the other player, but I had a 52-point bench week. I'm the worst running FPL player you're ever going to find. Doesn't matter who I bring in, who I take out. It does not matter.
So the numbers have just dropped. We've just lost Jamie Dale. Jamie Dale busting out, leaving us with 20. Ace Jack 6 flop, 2 clubs. Ace the club's turn. Shame Dave not being drawn in with a 9 deuce. He's going to try and nick it.
He is going to try and nick it here.
Wait, see 20.
kind of interesting now for Tom, because we expect an ace or a jack to hear about on a different street. I guess Dave could value about a 6 here, but actually like the fact Thomas is thinking about this with 10 higher blind on blind. I really like the fact he's thinking about this, because like the way Dave, you expect him to bet an ace or a jack on a previous street. Would he go for value with a 6 or just check that back? I think 6 is the worry. 6 that checks twice, sees the free roll off, now feels like it's got the best hand, which it would do. Lets it go.
Man as a wasp in the background, what's playing the seniors, trying to take another trophy home with him.
So Thomas going to have to ISO here for 18 with the 6s. Dre has shoved for 9. He should shove 5s through deuces. He should shove ace-6 through ace-deuce suited. Wow, Thomas folds. Wow, I'm shocked to see that. This is sub-9 big blind shove range from LP. We dominate a hell of a lot of stuff. Got deuces through 5s, ace-6 through ace-deuce suited. Flip versus a lot of range, but I thought 6s for Thomas there. Guess we are 20 players left. Dre's definitely going to shove some smaller pairs.
Somebody just hit a pair.
That was Easty, 100% that was Easty.
Oh.
Come on, I heard it, 100% that was Easty.
Oh, something must have happened in a Liverpool game then. Lines 10-20, 20 players left.
Ace 8 for Dave on the button, should open. Glenn in the small blind with the ace 8 off. Want to continue, has to be in the form of a free bet. It's just going to give Dave some credit on the button. That's it, go.
And the pass. So Dave does get a few chips back up to 550. That's 20,000.
Ace King for Dave again. This time in the cut-off.
Gonna see it open. Makes it 50. Lowering this out of the way. And on the big blind with King Queen of clubs. So he's at least calling. Could easily raise.
Yeah, against Dave. Just call. That's cool.
That's exactly what he's just done. Just called. And picks up an open ender. Five of diamonds after it's checked.
I wonder if we see him start leading here, try and fold out some ace highs of Dave. Even stuff like 9s through 6s, going to be a lot of this in Dave's range once he checks back flop, so a lot to target and pressure.
They're coming along for the ride. Calls the 45. And a brick, 2 of diamonds.
Yeah, Ian always barrels this river tower. Like we say, we range Dave on stuff like 6s through 9s, ace highs on the flop, maybe some 10x, stuff like Queen 10, 10 9, King 10. But I don't think he's ever going to have a jack or better here. So as Ian, we probably go chunky, try and target all these ace highs, 6s through 9s, 10x.
That's exactly what he's done on 85.
Yeah, not gone too chunky. Thought we'd see a bigger size, but either way, 85 is good enough to fold out the ace king of Dave. Does get out of there.
Indeed it.
Jack 9 suited, thought Thomas can't do anything off of 18. Well, Thomas thinks he can. Gonna open. +1. I guess we're 6 max actually. We are effective low jacking. Even still, at this stage, we'll just let this one go. Glenn's going to come in with a punishment. Ace king suited. Love the size. 105 seems on the money when Thomas opens off of this stack there. Three bet gets it done. How are we doing, DF906? Welcome to the stream. Final day of the UKPL Newcastle. Prizes, bottom of your screen, that's what we're playing for. Dre just going to walk in. They were 10-5. Ace do suit for Glenn. Nice one to open. An attempt to steal. Chooses against it. Lawrence out of the way. Ollie and Simpson does the same. Dre won't be doing anything with 7-3.
I think they reused the tea bags over here. They're a bit tight up here, aren't they? Squeeze them, you're not kidding. Dip them and use them again. All good, thank you.
It's 10 for Thomas, blind on blind, 16 effective, raise call. It's probably the avenue I'd take here. I feel like slightly too strong to just be open jamming, but Thomas not wanting to tangle with Dave. And Dave, with the king 10 off, out the way.
So quickly over. Tony Smith with the ace 10. And George Wyatt with the king jack, and George is running well today. He's hit the jack, and that is going to take out Tony Smith in 19th place. Tony Smith is out in 19th. George Wyatt is going to be probably still chip leader. He is. Look at them chips there. Chip leader. Over a million, 1.5, about 1.5 million. Which means there's going to be a redraw. We're down to 18. So after this hand, there should be a two-table redraw. Yes, we're down to 18, unless there isn't one.
Should be.
Oh, yes, there is. There we go. Luke standing by to tell the players to hang on after the hand. Will be a 2-table redraw at 18. And then we'll see who we get on that redraw. Well, in they go from Drake with the ace. Glenn with the decision, but out the way from the big. I don't know why he's asked for a count.
If he's not opening ace 2 suited in the low jack, he's not calling king 5 for 9 in the big.
No.
I'll tell you that right now. No chance.
No way are we calling.
No.
Not a chance are we calling. Oh. They were always in the bin. So this should be it. We should be on a redraw.
I'm just going to go get some fresh air, Tower.
Yeah, you're
while
going
we're
to
on
have
the redraw. Try and breathe in some...
No, we're not doing a redraw.
We're not.
Take 10 anyway. I'm very surprised there's no redraw. I thought that's what he was bringing the things for. What's happening here? We can't be playing 5-handed, surely. What's happening here? Well, unless there's a redraw at 16. Well, that's confused me. If anybody can help me out in the chat box. Ah, is it a redraw at 16? I see. Of course it is. Of course it is, you plant pot. You great plant pot tower. Redraws at 16. We do. It is super tilting. But dire strengths is like... Is it D... It is dire strengths, isn't it? It can't be D1 restraints. I'm not having that. The one's an I, obviously. So that makes it dire. And then strengths. But we'll just say dire straits because it's easier. But D1 restraints, what's that? You just have a name that we can pronounce. It's not hard. You know, I struggle with my English. Money for nothing, names for free. Blame Josh. Ah, he's in the restraints business. So, the redraw's at 16. Get that right. We've now got it right and spot on. So thank you to that. I did wonder. So 3 tables of 6. So now we're down to 17. He goes out in 18th. The Mad Turk himself, he was down to 100k, wasn't he? He was down to 100k did not survive, so we're on 17, so one player off the redraw. So 17 players left as the Mad Turk busts out. One player off a redraw. The redraw's 16, obviously. My bad. I did wonder. So the redraw's at 16. And we're on 17 out of 344. And we've now locked up £1,520.
Just been done top set versus a wrap. What is the equity, Jay? It depends on what wrap you had. Do you have the inside wrap?
The outside wrap.
Do you have the Bohemian Rhapsody, as I like to call it, when you flop that one?
Did you have the chicken wrap? Plenty of wraps.
Lots of different wraps you could have. If you've got the inside wrap like King 9X and you've got Queen Jack 10, you've just got a 9-outer on a rainbow board. But if it's like Jack 10 brick and you've got Ace King Queen, you've now suddenly got a 13-outer. But now, if you've got the old 8-9-2 board and you've got Jack 10 9 7 6, suddenly your wrap's going to become a 23-outer. So it depends. You've got huge wraps, you've got big wraps. It's not necessarily all wraps going to have the same equity versus top set. I need a board, I need some hole cards. Give me the input and you get your output.
Buffalo chicken wrap with cheese plus EV, says Line. 100% agree.
Anything with cheese just makes it a little bit better, don't it?
100% agree. With crunchy lettuce.
Well, my gamble didn't work off.
What gamble?
Solanke.
Yeah.
Captain.
Yeah.
No good.
No good?
No good. The only thing looking good for me today is if Chelsea keep a clean sheet, because I've got that sideshow Bob Cucurella. That's the only.
He has got the air, hasn't he?
But knowing that, Chelsea are going to concede last minute now against Brentford. Knowing me.
So it's a holder, man. It's a Omar hand.
So aces against 5, 7, 8.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Any BDFDs?
What?
Is that rainbow ace 4, 6?
BDFDs. Somewhat flush draw.
Either way, Bradley, you got 13 outs twice, but when they got top set, obviously the times you make it on the turn, they've then still got that just over 1 in 4 shot of boating up on the river. So you're probably around 40% there. It's probably about 60-40. Aces about 60%. You with the 5, 6, 7, 8 about 40%.
I think he had a set of aces.
Oh, he had the set of aces.
Yeah.
It's basically like losing. You've got the queens. They've got ace king off all in pre.
Yeah.
Speaking of all in pre, Queen Jack for Dre.
Needs a bit of help here. Liam has him covered with the King Jack of Diamonds. This could be the end of Dre. He needs a queen. And he does not find it. Andreas Olympus. Great run. £1,520 out in 17th, which means there's a redraw. $16 players left.
That's how I was thinking of it, and that's 7 deuce. That's 7 deuce, obviously.
So, redraw time. What's the matter? What are you laughing at?
I've just had a message.
Yeah, from?
Someone I play FPL with.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
Cucurella didn't start for the first time this season. What? I just assumed he was a nailed-on starter. What? When's he? What? How does he start against Spurs but not against? I'm so confused. And Chelsea don't even need to rest. Why are they resting players? They need to get to fourth, right?
Oh my word.
Okay, so I don't even get me clean sheet bonus there. It looks like about a 20-point week against Tower, back to normal in the FPL streets.
Okay. Have you got any Spurs defenders?
I haven't, but Bergville gets a clean sheet. You get a clean sheet for your midfielders, so
Right,
I'll get an extra point for the Spurs clean sheet.
Excellent. So when Southampton have just scored, does that mean it's you don't get another point? We'll put the FPL to the bin. That's in the bin till next season. While we're waiting on the redraw, we'll look what's happening in the near future.
You've got Conference League on Thursday. Me and Tower can grab a few people from the casino and go and play the team Chelsea are playing in the Conference League and get a result. You don't need to rest anyone for the Conference League. I'm sorry, you do not.
Oh dear. So they're the events that are coming up for us in the near future. May, I did see it. I did. End of May. Obviously, there's going to be quite a bit of a break because of the Irish Open. The next event for us is Luton, the 24th of April till the 4th of May. We're there from the 30th of April, live streaming Luton. Then this guy's off to Cyprus. We're going to be doing a lot of chatting for the. What is it? What's it? Merit.
Mediterranean Poker Party is it?
What's the main event?
Last year, main was 5k. I think it was for 3 or 4 mil guarantee, something like that. Yeah, it was 800k up top last year.
So and then he'll be back for Leeds for the we're there from the 14th of May until the 18th inclusive, and then the next event for the UKPL and the 888 will be down in Reading. And then we've got the Summer Festival in Portsmouth that is not on there, but we're doing that and we'll get a schedule for that soon. And then Edinburgh's on until the 22nd of June, and then we come back to do the Vic, which is the Vic at the moment scheduled for the 10th till the 20th of July. If it changes, if there's anything going wrong with the free fair, we'll let you know. But at this moment in time, it's still on. 10th till the 20th, and there is the Summerfest actually from Portsmouth, the 10th till the 15th. Looking forward to that. £560 main event. That'll be streamed by Cardroom Direct, and also straight after that we'll be off to Edinburgh for the 888, also streamed by Cardroom Direct, and then a break for Vegas and hopefully railing this guy winning a bracelet. I've only got a couple of weeks there myself this year. Short, but yeah, we've got the Edinburgh then the Vic, so it's just a shorter one for myself. So, and then after the Vic, it's the big one, the Goliath. You know what the Goliath is? The big one in Coventry.
No, I'm not doing it next year, Kev. No chance. I'm in that £500 Mystery Bounty League. I've had side bets galore, and I've just not had a take from anything.
Might not have changed it,
But to be fair, we've got to do the draw for that on the stream for our Mystery Bounty League when that happens. $5 mil guarantee this year is Keep Splash and Cyprus. Wow for the main. Potentially a milli up top this year then.
Very nice.
Spurs 3-1 up. Matthias Tell. Oh, a penalty as well, Ian Needleman. Of course it's a penalty because Sonny went off early, so Solanke would have been on pens if he didn't take him off 3 minutes ago. Great.
Why do you put Tell in? I like Tell.
Wow. Because he wouldn't start. Tell he's not a starter, is he?
No.
So getting the redraw done and then straight back on with it.
You put in answer in redraw and C number 4, you're going to do 10,000, 20,000, 20,000, 19. Very best luck, Sheila. Please begin to deal.
Here we go, the final 16. With the redraw, we've got chip leader George Wyatt in one. We've got Mr. Ali back in seat number 8 on 1.4 milli. Thomas Bagley in the same seat. Patrick Beagley. You've got Begley and Bagley. So Patrick Begley in seat number 2. In 3 we've got Lauren Estrikoutis. Alex Rizvi in seat 4 on the button. How many chips has Alex got? Oh, missed him out. We're just looking at his stack there.
Perhaps Jam here for Ian. I think Jam's really nice. 27 effective of Patrick. We've got Ian covered. I think Ian's got about 25. So I think Jam for 8s here is pretty tidy. See if Ian Simpson agrees. Well, gonna go for free bet, not all in. So free bet into call. It does take the aggressive approach. Maybe trying to induce some stuff from like 7s, 6s, 5s. Either way, Patrick can have to fold the King 10, but 27 effective of Patrick. What was it? 16 effective, 17 effective of David. I feel like Jam's pretty nice there, but goes for the free bet call. Maybe it could be opponent dependent if he feels like Patrick is the type that can find some 4-bet bluffs and send in an ace-5 suited, send in a 7s.
So the final 16, Dave Collins in seat number 7. Good to see Dave. Final 2 tables of the 888. Two big stacks on the table. George Wyatt, 1.6 mil chip leader.
David, blind on blind, 17 effective. Nice one to do this. Go for the raise call. Ali out of the way for the tenders.
So Dave Collins will entertain us for the next 41 minutes. End of the session. After this level and the next one, 16 players left. Locked at 1,520.
Steve Barnes was out in 30th hybrid gaming. Well, it might have been 40th actually. It was 40th. Alex is having a great week. He's having a great year, not just a week.
Indeed, yep. Top of the MPL at the moment. So raising the small is Ali, 1.4 million. George Wyatt, chip leader. Steve Barnes boosted out of JSS.
Sixes for Glenn. Well, it's Alex that's got sixes, not Glenn. Alex going to go with fold.
Yeah, they'd just typed in the name wrong. Yes, changed after this hand. Realising it's on Riz.
Ace 4 suited for David. Nice one to open in the cut-off here. Maybe not at this stage actually. Seems a lot to jam. 16 even from cut-off. Ace 4 suited. Maybe it does do a little bit. It has found open here. Ali with the ace 3 off on the button. Getting out of the way. Thomas should do the same in the small blind. George with the queen jack in the big. Not going to be going anywhere. Expect to see defend.
George, are we calling out of the big beat Jack Queen? Yes, we do. See a flop of Queen 9-6. George checking back. Let's check.
Yeah, now George just playing in flow, checks to Dave. Dave not choosing the C-bet. The queen high board, not a spade in sight. I'm probably just going to think about showdown now. Still beat enough from the big blind of George, but George should be leading any river but an ace or a king.
Yep, there's the king.
Check.
Yeah, I'm going to show me ace. George with the queen on the flop. Takes a small one of Dave Collins. Payout scrolling across the bottom. Raising to 50 from cut-off. George with a 10-4, having none of it. And Patrick, probably see a flop with ace-4.
Should do.
The cat's in the seniors. Good luck, cat. Really hope you run well. Go get him. We do see a flop. That's Patrick. Just cool. Three deuce. Any flops about?
I'll imagine the 5. Yeah, it would be good night, Patrick. Over to Ali after opening this hand. Gets a delightful looking flop. Could just go for small continue here. Patrick going to have to call once. Ace high can still definitely be the best hand, facing the cut-off opening range.
Especially with the draw. Just call once. Nine of spades. Turn. To the river after it's checked on the turn. The river, 8 of diamonds. Has Patrick given up on the hand?
He's just going to check and hope we show down. We beat king highs, we beat queen highs, we beat stuff like 10-7 suited. If Ali's opening 5-3 off, then he's going to have so much more in there that ace high is going to be ahead of. This is, yeah, like no need to bet here, Tower. Like what does our bet achieve? Just ask ourselves that question. It just doesn't achieve anything. Like we're not folding out something like 4s through 7s, even like the 10s through aces. Obviously they're the obvious ones we're not folding out. Like pocket 4s through 7s, never folding with this size. Might even get some heroes from some like ace king, ace queen here. Never get called by king high, so it just doesn't really achieve much as Patrick. So much better to just check, hope that Ali checks back and win the pot. If he bets, then we got a decision whether to hero of ace high or not. But now Ali with the raise on the river clicks it back, trying to get maximum. feel like a little bit of a misstep here, deep on day 2 for Patrick. Just can't really see what the Bet on the River's achieving with ace-4. We don't really fold out many better hands, maybe some better ace-highs, but even these might call on a fairly dry texture with no draws completing.
Ali gets a bit of a bonus there, up to 1.6 on it. A couple of big blinds behind chip leader George Wyatt. 16 players left in the main event. Break in half an hour. Minus 25k, drops down to 1, and that's 15 players left. Stephen Groom busting out, didn't get the action, but Steve Groom busting out for £1,520. King 9 for Ali. Should be a fold, but I've seen him open 5-3 off from the LP. You might fancy King 9 off from me. Got the chips. I let it go. Would have been a bit too out of line and well timed as well, because Thomas with the ace king behind. 13 effective. May just go for jam. These are really close ones. Like the EV's not really. You said all of it.
Too much different. Which avenue you take. If you're up against players that are really aggressive behind, more incentivized to open. If not, just do this as Thomas does. Off of 13, and George with the ladies gonna be racing here.
Here we go. The best in town. Queens against ace king. Thomas Bagley at risk with the ace king against George Wyatt's pocket queens. Love George's demeanour at the table. He just sits there, doesn't he? It is what it is. Arms down by his side. Here we go. Thomas all in. Window, king of clubs.
Nice start.
Delicious.
Backdoor clubs covered. Ace of running straight, but just fading queens at the moment for Thomas.
3 hearts on the turn. River is good for Thomas. Now up to 30 bigs. Thomas Bagley in C number 9. Alex on 21 bigs.
.5 minutes left of the session, guys. More giveaways coming up next session. We'll do another keyword. I fancy this is third session of the day. I feel like we will just do a keyword with 2 tickets.
Yeah.
Every sesh.
Sounds good. Players left in the main event. 34,800 up top. Dave Collins fighting on for the locals. Few locals still left in, but nice to see Dave Collins at the feature.
Jack for Ali opens from +1. Patrick going to get the opportunity to jam the 10s. Nice, easy one, 13 bigs, all in from the cut-off over Ali's open, and it should be working, assuming no one wakes up with it behind. Alex out of the way for loose. Ali shouldn't be calling off.
Fingers crossed you don't go back in it.
335, around about 16. Ali in the bin.
Sarah 17.6, Mark 17.5, James 16.5. James Moody, that is 16.5, James Charlton 16.9, Gary 18.9, Colin 18.3, and Richard 17.8. That is 17.
$15 left here in Newcastle. Ian Simpson's already won one 888 main event this year.
He has indeed.
Looking for one here where he resides. I wish metabolism was something you could share or you could buy, and just because Ian just eats so much at the featured table and he just doesn't put on weight. Never. He's just always eating, the bloke, and he never puts on a pound. I don't understand.
You're absolutely right.
Because it's all leaves. That's probably a good point. He's not shoveling donuts and sticky toffee pudding cakes like me and Tao were yesterday. Patrick out of the way. Lawrence with ace queen though, will open. Ali can't defend 8 deuce off, this should be getting through, raise and take.
Down to 15. Ali now chip leader. George drops down after doubling up. Tom. We're on 15.
Moss says, go on, Dave. Ace king for Ali in the small. And these two, the two big stacks. Should be a free bet to kick things off from Ali here. Probably around 220 when we're this deep. At least 200, at least make it the 8 BBs at bare minimum.
I think he's just shouted 200. Spot on. Oh no, 300. Oh, I got that wrong. There's me trying to lip read. You got the lot wrong.
Size is too small here at this stack depth. Need to be going slightly bigger. First and second in chips. Would have put a little bit extra juice on that as Ali when we start the hand near 60 effective with George. Either way, same result. Here we go, 200 George. Wouldn't have continued either way. Folds to 150. He is really tall, which helps me and tall. Stretches you out. Are you taller than Ian?
No.
No.
Don't think so. Don't think so. Could be same size, might be 6'4".
I feel like you're similar height.
Yeah.
But the true tower is sat next to Ian on his right.
Yeah.
That's the true tower.
The 6'8", Alex Risby.
Nice looking flop for Alex, ace-9-3 rainbow. Just gets the c-bet small on this board relentlessly as the early position opened up. Did George call?
George called. Absolute floating.
Yeah, I know it's 1BB, but like Alex gets to just bet small on this board, and the king 4 off. George decided to call.
If only who could find a check knowing what George has got.
Yeah, George usually plays pretty nice stuff. I'm not a fan of this check call though with king 4. Like, what are we trying to achieve? I understand we get the really nice price, 25k to win 160, so we're literally at 6-1, but we can be drawing to less than 5% equity there versus some ace-x, versus even some sets. And even against like king queen, king jack, king 10, which are all going to heavily c-bet, we've literally got 10% equity. Interesting one from George there. Don't often see stuff like that from him.
So final 12 minutes of this level. Yeah, we're on a delay on the deck. That can never happen. We're on a 20-minute delay, so whatever you see right now is what we see 20 minutes in the past, and we commentate on it so we can chat with the chat boxes. We obviously for the integrity of the game and what you're saying. There's a 20-minute delay. And if anybody's watching it and they've got friends watching on the table and want to relay any information, they obviously can do. It happens to the best of them, happens to the World Series, happens absolutely everywhere. You obviously saw the big controversy at the World Series last year. And they run on a 2-hour delay. Or is it 90 minutes or whatever it is? I know it's a long time. The delay is a long, long time for the World Series. Patrick with the ace jack. Ali with the king jack. Seniors must be on a break. There's a lot of people wandering down the stairs very slowly. So three-way action after initial race from Ali with the king jack, with the blind at 25. And flops best with the king 10-6 flop. Yeah, exactly that. Sidrus, exactly that. And the player on the feature table actually had an earpiece in as well, which is not allowed, but managed to sneak one in because he had a hoodie on. So they've changed the rules for this year for sure. So Patrick, 75 to call, gets out of the way. And Laurinus with bottom. And no draws with the spades. Deciding probably against it. And shows the 6 and fade gets it. Nice fold, was always behind. On to the final 67 minutes of this session. Down to 15 in the main event. Dave with the king 8, not doing anything with those. And 16, 17 bigs. Ali out of the way with the king 4. Seven minutes to go until the end of this session. George raising the 50. Just waiting on Alex. Nope, he does not make the call.
So just go and grab the waters for me and Tower.
Yep.
Just walking through, up the stairs, goes, is that Jay, to his mate, like that? And his mate goes, yeah, he calls me back. He's like, oh, you all right? He goes, I was on stream the other day. He goes, I had 4 or 5 off, and I bluffed it off, and you called me erratic, and he went, and I bloody loved it, like that. And I was like, shit, I thought he was going to say something like that. He's like, I love it, mate. Like,
is that the guy with the beard?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's the
yeah,
one. That's
yeah.
Steve. Is it Steve?
I think it's Steve, yeah.
Yeah. He goes, I bloody loved it. I thought he was going to give me a hard time, but he was just
It looks like he could do, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks like he'd give you a hard time. But then he goes, I loved it. So approaching the break. All the way round. So Lawrence, King Queen on the button. Clear as day open. Alex won't be tangling. Are we going to see a defender from Ian Simpson? No, we are not. And we're going to head over to an outer table because we have an all-in. It's Glenn who's at risk against the Grenade. Sinead, haven't seen much of Sinead today, but she's still going well.
Nice one.
So ace 9-8 board, top pair for Glenn. Sinead has him out-kicked.
And he's going to need a 3 to survive. Or Glenn is going out. And that is it. The Grenade. We've just lost Glenn. Out he goes. The Sinead. Look at these.
Wow, she is stacked as well.
Go on, Sinead.
How's that? Oh,
There's nearly a milli.
I'm intrigued in the hand history for that one, to how that's all got in. Sinead with the best of it, wins a nice one. Looks like she's up over a milli. Line here. I'm going to take one of these offsuit high-lows, put some pressure on Ali. 9-5 off, just going to get out of the way. Ian Simpson taking that one.
So in the final 2 minutes of the level, down to 14, the Grenade on fire.
Queen Jack suited for Lawrence. Opens the 50. Alex here in the cut-off. Linear's options over, but it's going to land on call.
In the bin.
Thomas going to do the same. Actually, no, he's going to defend here. I read this as king 3 offsuit. We're suited. Got to come in with the defend for one big blind more, even free weight.
So 3-way to the flop.
Last hand of the session.
Last hand of the sesh. Ace 5-4, 2 spades. Unbeknown to us what? Oh, sorry. Ace 5-4 already. It's 2 spades.
Lots of checking going on here for Laurinus. Alex calling on our direct left. Misconception a lot of people make. They see the ace high board, they think I need to c-bet it, but in reality we actually do a lot more checking, especially LP versus LP. Laurinus just comes out firing, but potentially preferred check here, free weight.
Alex out of the way. And Thomas.
Got to come along with his gut shot, backdoor flush draw. May even think about a little check raise here. Yeah, have that. Gonna check call. Getting his near 8-1 price. Sorry, 5.5 to 1 on the flop. And ace of clubs on the turn. So picks up the nut flush draw now to go alongside our will draw. Laurinus now surely got to start checking. Can be drawing dead to some ace-x holdings.
Nope. Sticking in a bet. Talking about 120.
I'm not the biggest fan of this. Like, you think about Thomas's calling range on the flop, he's going to have ace-x, going to have 5x, 4x, and then some straight draws. The straight draws we're already ahead of, even with queen high, unless it's specifically king deuce, king 3. And then we don't fold out the ace, we probably don't fold out the 5s, just targeting a 4 here specifically to fold of the hands that we are beating. And when Thomas defends freeway, he's not defending king 4 off down to 4 deuce off, so he only actually has suited 4x, and once again he's not going to defend like 9-4 suited, 10-4 suited, so doesn't actually have too many combos of 4x that we're targeting to fold out. The ace-x and 5x probably going to be continuing, or ace-x definitely continuing, 5x probably, and 10 of hearts on the river here. Now, as Laurinus, what's the play with our queen jack of spades? I feel like the flop's a bit of a misstep anyway.
I'm going to try and bomb it.
I feel like we've got to do a lot of checking to Alex, and then once we get to the turn, at least think about Thomas's range and what we're trying to target and fold out. And there's only actually a few combos of 4x that we get to fold out on the turn. There are obviously some hands like 8-6 and 7-8 that we fold out as well, but we're already ahead of those. But he is going to go for it all and gets the king high to fold. So fair play to Laurinus. Unorthodox line, but it works a treat.
Indeed, indeed. We'll see you in 13 minutes time, 12 minutes time, with resumption of the final day here in Newcastle.
9 for Mammon in the window. Ace on the turn.
Spade, anyone?
But spade
for the double redraw. That's a very good flop for the ace-6 of diamonds.
Well, I'll tell you what, Deravianko has also got a flush draw here.
This is why we got the dealer change. Look at this. Something for everyone.
I mean, not just something, like pretty chunky something for everybody here.
Everyone's excited, aren't they?
Yeah, Piras is like, okay,
I mean, if you'd have offered me that, I'd have taken it. Bosco can't believe his luck, and Derevianco's like, well, I was in the big blind, so a flush draw.
Yeah, but I'm rooting for chaos.
Yeah, but
tonight.
this is rather chaotic.
Saturday
as it
night,
stands.
Nick. I need violence.
Let's not use it all at once. But let's see what the turn brings. There are a lot of interesting turns that Piras will not like, that the other two would enjoy more. Oh dear, that is the card in the deck.
That's sick.
Card.
That's absolutely sick.
It's the Queen of Diamonds.
Get this dealer a raise. Let's face it, pretty horrible beat. Flush over flush in Hold'em is always a horrible beat.
This is such a sick spot. Oh, Piras needs to slow down here. Okay, there are two players in this hand, both of which can easily have flushes.
But can you imagine being Bosco? This never happened, right? You're sitting there, you go, oh my God, I hit my flush. That's awesome. That never happens. And then the first player bets, and then the second player calls. You're like, this never happened.
Great composure from Bosco just to call here. I wouldn't have blamed him for raising because I think Derevianco has a flush a lot in this spot, and you don't want to necessarily see the river kill your action.
Such a bad card for Bosco.
As the 5 of diamonds does. Bosco did the right thing by calling, but as we know, if he had raised the turn, Derevianco probably would have lost his whole stack. Now both players will check, and Bosco has to choose a price that will get paid by what he can only assume is probably some sort of ace and a 10 high flush-ish.
6,000.
I mean, honestly, that's like, I wouldn't even mind it.
Maybe like 30,000 or something.
As long as you don't shove. Something very... No, I don't like this.
No, relax.
You need to get called. You have to remember, you need to get called.
Relax. His other problem is that his hand is kind of sort of crazy for face up.
Derevianco doesn't know it, and he's fairly annoyed, but he doesn't know that his tournament's just been saved.
Well, not yet, it hasn't. I keep warning you about this. Okay, now it has.
Don't worry, Nick. I'm okay with this. If Piras calls here, I don't really...
He's not going to call. He's just sad. This is the number one thing you see in live poker, which is sadness.
Nick. Stop predicting things.
He's sad.
He is very sad. He's not as sad as...
It's like, I had 2 pair. I had 2 pair. I remember it. It was just moments ago. I'm sad. Look at him. Sad.
Well, he still does have 2 pair.
Yeah, but it's a sad 2 pair. It's a sad 2 pair of tears. Told you, it's sadness.
Yeah. Big blind now is Stevic with jacks.
Oh, look out. Strap yourselves in. I told you, it's a new table. It's a new dawn for this stream. Action wall-to-wall for the next 3 hours. That's what we're going to get.
I strapped myself in when I sat down, so...
All in a cool classic race, except for our odds on screen take account of folded cards, so we know that Stevic is a significant favourite here, but the players don't. It's 50-50. Derevianco needs to win this. He's the all-in player.
Ace Queen.
This is the pause for dramatic effect. You're not supposed to be talking. Boom!
Ooh.
Jack on the flop.
There's no club in Derevianco. Oh, the stand-up.
Stand-up, yeah. Now, he should have done it slightly earlier, but he has done it. He needs to put his coat on quickly, I think, here, for it to work. It's probably not going to work now. I don't know what I'd do. Sit down, fall down, or just leave. Unlucky Derevianco. He basically got smashed him out by the deck there. Flush over flush is hard to survive. And then loses a big flip.
And Bosco on the button picks up jacks. Cresting that $500,000 mark.
Yeah, I didn't realise he was over $500,000. That's pretty sweet. Whatever that is.
Ooh. Waris wakes up in the big blind with aces.
Wowris, more like.
Here comes 3-bet. If you are Bosco, I mean, now we will lose Piras. If you are Bosco, the alarm bells will be ringing because out of the big blind.
So talk us through what you do, though. So your alarm bells are ringing.
Yeah.
But you've got pocket jacks. It doesn't look like you've got pocket jacks. You could have anything. You just isolated a limper.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking about how to play this?
Well, we call in position and hate our lives and continue with extreme caution. Specifically from the big blind. We got an all-in from Bosco. And a hold.
He'd quite like it to hold.
Yeah, he wouldn't mind holding. Only spades working for Bosco.
Let's see if it holds. Huge pot. Clean flop.
Yeah, hearts covered by Waris as well, so only a jack, which there are 2 remaining of.
This is the biggest pot we've seen on stream, Nick. Nearly $500,000.
Yeah, 477,000 in there. Big, big moment for both these players. Waris on the line. Turn card. Oh!
Oh, that's gross.
The jack of clubs is a dagger to Waris, and now only 1 remaining ace would save him from elimination.
Absolutely brutal stuff.
Bosco.
Pain in the chat, pain on the table. Waris has done the full bottle, bag and coat manoeuvre.
Hammer blow for Warris as the 5 of spades sees the end, and he is not happy.
And Bedell's lucky that he has missed ace king. By the way, Bedell's only been dealt premiums basically.
Yeah, he has, but
now there could be some trouble. See, we asked for action. We got a lot of action.
We can barely finish talking about the previous action before we're at it again. Check on the turn. Bedell finds check back. King on the river. How are you ever losing here? Check again from Bosco. 3 checks. Bedell's going to bet. He should bet large. He's going to believe he has the best hand almost all the time. Bosco's found the sneak attack. Triple check raise with a set.
The only problem for him here is when he raises, it's never a bluff. I mean, Bedell's so strong that he's probably going to have to call, but he knows immediately. You can see from his reaction, he knows immediately there's probably not a bluff, and he also probably has to call. It's so sick.
Wow.
That's such a sick spot. I want to come back. I want to die and come back as Bosco, but just with my hair.
Ooh, aces again. Red aces for Perez Docio. Mammon, though, might fall foul.
This is tricksy.
What an awful spot.
Yeah, horrible. Because obviously he's ahead of range, and he does put his money in. You can't blame him. He doesn't know he's running into aces. Just sucks.
And as you'll be able to see on the screen here, Mammon's only got 14%. Now that's a product of our folded cards that have already been dealt, which means that there aren't 2 9s left in this deck. Probably only has 1 9 available, and
or
then
some running
spades.
cards or spades.
Yeah. Oh, the last 9!
Wow, what a shot from Mammon.
The last 9.
Aces all in has not worked out well on this stream, has it?
Oh. 9 for Mammon in the window. Ace on the turn.
Spade, anyone?
But spade
for the double redraw.
For the double re-get there. Only a spade for Mammon now. There are no 9s left in the deck. As you can see there, grayed out 9 of hearts. A roller coaster of emotions as the river is dealt. And it's
black, but not a spade.
So crazy.
And Mammon goes through the ringer.
Well, he leaves with a story, doesn't he? He leaves with a story.
Top pair for Ian. No backdoors available. It has to be running 6s or running 5s, or Ian's the champion of 888 Live Madrid.
Ian Simpson picks up the aces under the gun.
Not again. Surely not.
Penn has ability to read Ian, and when he has a good hand or a bad hand, is amazing.
This is actually ridiculous. Tenchata has 3-bet Ian 3 times.
3 premium pairs.
And he's had queens, kings, and aces.
Yeah.
Oh
hello.
my God.
Hello. This is going to be huge. There's already 750,000 in the middle. What does Sarah do?
Well, he 4-bets. He just 4-bets. What about sizing? Is it just all in? Is Ian about to be absolutely gifted chip lead here?
He's going to make it 800.
Wow. I mean, wow.
Ian is in the situation that tournament poker players dream of. He's opened the action. He's got a 3-bet and a 4-bet back to him.
And Ian doesn't need to dream of it because...
Just going to check he's got the 9-8.
It happens to him every other level. So what does he do? Does he continue with call or does he just bang it in? Yeah, just all in.
All in he goes.
Now this might...
There is a chance he folds.
I think that Sarah should fold.
What would you do, chat? Fold or call? You're at the final table. You 4-bet. Ian Simpson has just shoved all in.
Think of the positions though as well.
I'm saying.
Under the gun.
Yeah.
First under gun 1. 4-bet from big blind. The most underdone spot ever.
Yeah.
And
so
then
you have shown a lot of strength.
Yes. And nobody cares, it seems.
Yeah.
So why don't they care?
Why don't they care?
Well, let me tell you why. Ian's got aces.
What's he done?
Great fold.
He's folded. Wow. Highlight reel stuff.
This has got to be some sort of record.
Wait, let's just read. What's he had? He's had
kings twice, aces twice, queens once in
That's
about
right.
in probably 40 hands.
Yeah. Yeah, 40, 50 hands. If you tuned in as an Ian Simpson fan, this has turned into a not safe for work video.
I mean,
Wall to wall pleasure.
This has easily got to be one of the biggest heaters I've ever seen towards the end of a tournament.
And he's got action every time. Does he get action this time? Let's see.
700,000 from the small blind. And Diaz barely skips a beat
Doesn't
before
skip a
calling.
beat. A nice slot for kings.
Yeah, another safe-looking board for
He's
Ian.
actually a little bit unlucky here that Diaz hasn't connected with this in some way, because...
Yeah, I mean, it's going to go c-bet fold, I imagine.
450 maybe? 350, even smaller.
Looks good to me. Diaz has a fold here, I believe. It's just too hard to navigate this situation.
It's exactly the same concept, isn't it? What are you hoping for on the turn? Unless he's going to make a move here.
And there's no way.
He is going to make. He is going to make a move. He is going to make a move. Is this a click raise? Nick Eastwood has his head in his hands in the booth. Bit more than the click raise. Makes it $1 million. He's got 1.7 back. What does Ian do here?
He shoves.
Shove, yeah.
Because he won't believe there's many bluffs in this line.
This is why you have an aggressive image, right? Is that people will play back at you. And as you were saying earlier, this is the kind of spot... What?
Oh my god.
What?
Ian's folded.
What?
Ian's just folded.
So he didn't have kings. So he didn't have kings.
Either he didn't have kings,
No
which he did.
no chance he had kings.
No, I think he did, and I think he thinks that nobody is ever bluffing in a million years in that spot. Because they shouldn't be, because at this stage of the tournament, it's the most tragically underbluffed spot in the world, and you have to find someone randomly clicking something like that in order to be ahead.
I should be celebrating the fact that we're playing 50-100,000, which is the spectator and commentator viewer friendly level. Easy to work out your big blinds, and Sarah here with a what feels like a no-brainer spot, but these players can always surprise you.
As you said.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Ali, chip leader. Sinead, look at Sinead over 1.3 milli. Come on, Sinead. Ian Simpson over a milli. Laurinus over a milli. Next session is upon us. Very nice. Thomas is in. And just before the break, Jack 8 for Dave Ash. And a Jack on the flop for Dave against Liam McMurray.
Has picked up some straight draws, so sixes working now, and an ace would also do the trick.
Oh, Dave! Liam McMurray counting the stacks, but it looks like I don't know what happened to Dave Stacky. We left the table with about 400,000, and Dave Stack is down to fumes. So I don't know what happened to Dave Stack, but it looks like he's got him. All the chips are moving across. He has him. Lost one. And that is our very good friend, Mr. Dave Ash. Well played, David. Well played to David, but busting out Means we're down to 13th. Dave busting out 14th. Queen 9, top for Ian. Laurinus with bottom, checks it over to Ian. Has top pair here. Bet of 100. Just north of quarter. Laurinus, no backdoor flush draw here with our bottom pair, getting nearly 5 to 1, but dicing one here and now. Like even the times we turned some 2 pairs, like Ian still has King Jack and range and reverse implied odds there, and I think I really like that fold. Just choosing to fold here and now, even getting that price. Recognises even on some good turns for us, could still have the worst of it. So on 13, however many, 13 down to 9 is the next objective. Will it be this session? That's the big question. We might not be on a final table at 7 PM at night. Ali, I doubt he's going to do anything with King Deuce. Does get out of the way. Thomas ace-8 suited in the cut-off here. Only 16 to work with though, and facing gun probably going to be getting out of the way too. And does. Laurinus will defend. No, doesn't defend the 10-8.
Surprising.
Very surprising the way he's played.
When we cover as well.
Yeah, definitely expecting that to be a call. 71 runners in the big shot. Still a small overlay at this moment in time of £2,500. If you're close by, there's a bit of value to be out.
And at half 5, going to go to another keyword, guys. Still got 6 more tickets to give away today. So at 5:30, we'll do the next one.
Balls.
Ace 4 for Ali. Does have the chips, but going to have better ace-X that we want to open. Let's let it go. However, Thomas here. Prime attempt to still candidate here. King, queen off. Nice one to try and nick the blinds. He just jammed a lot.
He said, I'm all in. King Queen's been a weird hand this week. We've seen 4 or 5 jams with King Queen this week.
I guess we fold out some ace-X as one of the positives. We do fold out some ace-high stuff that's in front of us, but like in general, from +1 here, just a perfect hand to just make 2 bigs. Like Ian might defend the King 4 there, get Ian to put some chips in out of position, draw into 3 outs. Thomas with a hefty old jam.
$13 out of 344 in the mix. The final table is 9 players. Good afternoon, Magico Braga. When's going to be the next stream? Well, after this, the next stream for
us
is Luton, which is the back end of April, the 30th of April. So a 3-week break for the Cardroom Direct team. Luton GUKPT will be the next stop for us, and then 3 events in May. 2 events in June, break for the World Series, 2 events in July, that includes the Goliath.
Lawrence pops the flush draw here with the King 5 suited. Deciding to check this one back on the Queen Jack board.
Paired Jacks, paired Queens, both hearts and downs. Better 55. Laurenus. 55 to call with a flush draw, but guess away. Ali betting and doing it with the 6-3 off.
Got moves, says Ali.
He has indeed. Good to watch. Good to watch.
King 10 suited for George. Nice one to open from gun.
Nope. $10-3 for Ali. This one's not going in, this one's not calling, surely.
Can't do anything from the small.
No.
Even from the big would have to fold, but...
Stick him in the bin, Ali. Thomas can defend. So we do, off to the flop. Jack, ace flop. Well, these jacks being shuffled. Two flops on the trot with the jack of diamonds and the jack of hearts on.
Either way, hand over. Small continue from George against big blind. Thomas having to fold.
End to end.
Seven for Patrick. That's a go. RNS does the same. Alex should be following suit in the hijack. Ian out of the way, Ali 6-7 of hearts on the button. From the 7-3 over to George. Ace 10 of spades here. So pretty deep here, 40 effective, not going to be comfortable 3-bet calling this off. So first question you'd ask yourself. So that's probably just going to leave us to land on call. And land on call he does. Nice, because Ali should open any ace, he should open king 10, he should open down to like 10-7. So a lot of hands in there we dominate. We kind of under rep from the big blind here.
Queen 3 deuce, 2 spades, George blocking the nut flush draw. Ali with nada.
Nada's going to bet 7 high. Always folding out better hands when we get the folds here. So it would be continuing as Ali. Don't need to go too big on the Queen deuce 3. 60k-ish, you reckon, about third. Who's even smaller? Shy a quarter. 40k continue. George ace 10 of spades here. Just choosing to call.
Yes.
No need to raise this one. We beat enough tower. When it's a button opening range and they're going to open like 10-9, they're going to open Jack 10, they're going to open like he has 6-7 suited. We're just ahead of enough stuff with Ace 10 higher to start trying to raise this one. Like, we don't dislodge many better hands in the form of a check raise. So just better to call, take some turns, still can have the best hand versus this button opening range.
Check, check. River, the ace, cements it.
And George will find check here for sure tower. He will just recognise it's a card that Ali will connect with himself, and when he doesn't, he will bluff. So George, just aware of ranges, understands it's a great opportunity to check to Ali because he's going to try and represent this card the times that he doesn't have it, and we get this little extra bit of value on the end tower.
Beautiful.
Some players would see the ace roll off, they think I need to bet now, but just understanding how it's a card that Ali will get after it on, and we get this little extra 105k that we wouldn't have got if we elected to lead. And not only that, we get to see Ali's hand.
Indeed. So it says call. Shows the 6-7. It shows the hand that he's betting with.
That's the George I know. Not check calling King 4 on Ace 9-3 against one big. It's a well played hand. Well played from both actually. I like Ali driven bluff as well. When we got 7 high, we can't check it back. Gotta try and dislodge.
Still on 13. Not to the final table at 20 past 5. We were halfway through pack up in Glasgow.
Yep, we were. I was on my second set on the karaoke
Yeah,
this
you
time
were.
in Glasgow. Ace Queen for Ian, potential bother for him. Ali's been active and he now finds a hand.
Great when you're active and you get an actual hand. We will do, Paul. Keep you updated on the outer table. Gave you the chip counts at the start of this level from all 16 players that were in. Well, 14 as he was.
Yeah, when this gets back to Ian, do expect him just to play cool here, Tower. When we are, what are we, 40 plus to start the hand at 43, 44. Like, are we really wanting to 4-bet here, get crammed on and call off? We never want to, right? So I feel like it just leaves us with the call option here as Ian with the ace queen. Like 4-bet jam feels like way too much at this stage of the table, and like 4-bet not all in, I'm not really sure what that's going to achieve. We don't fold out better, do we? Ace King's always coming along, so I feel like this is the only avenue we have to take in this given spot.
So Ian does call. 10-9-3 flop. Nice looking board for Ali. Just going to get to continue here. Some worries, 10s and 9s, obviously sets that Ian can have. I think the 10s though are maybe one at 40, hijack versus cut-off, that could be more incentivized to do some jamming pre out of position. Even still, happily c-bet with our overpair here. 120 into 405, so 30% size choice from Ali. And I'd still be calling once here as Ian. Ace Queen high, like if Ali's going to find some bluffs late position, some King Queen, some King Jack, some Ace 5, Ace 4 suited we're ahead of. Even if he's going for like the King 8, King 7 suited, still enough hands in there that we're ahead of, so got to call once as Ian. Off to the turn. Well, it's a King, will that slow Ali down?
Not the best card to see for Ali. Good that we have obviously queens blocking the King Queen, but should just be the suited variety that Ian peels out of position pre. So King Queen of clubs, King Queen, excuse me, King Queen of clubs and King Queen of hearts are both a thing. Queen Jack suited is there in 2 combos, so 2 combos King Queen suited, 2 combos Queen Jack suited. Other than that, we're not really worried about too much else. King Jack suited 3 combos. That's still going to be a lot of ace high calls for Ian against that size on the flop. Ace Jack, Ace Queen going to be in there. Ace Jack suited though, probably the one for Ian. And now Ian gets to the river with the prime bluff combo tower. We have the Ace of Spades. We hold the Queen in our hand, blocking the Queen Jack. And turn has gone check, check. So you never expect Ali to check turn with 2 pair plus, so I feel like he is going to be capped at 1 pair. I thought if anyone could find the overbet there as a bluff with this combo, it would be Ian Simpson. But he decides to check it, and Ali probably feels like he's not getting called by worse. Ace 10 suited going to have a tough time calling now on this run out in a 3-bet coup, so he may just be happy to take his showdown with the ladies.
Still in the tank is Ali. And checks back. A delayed check. And the check mark for queens for Ali. They're a nice pot off Mr. Ian Simpson, who bins them. The Phoenix is eating in the background. Is that one of them great big steak sandwiches, Mr. Phoenix? I can see you eating on the stream in the back. People say they're great. Not had one.
King 3 suited for Ali with the chip lead. Would definitely open the suited King from LP. Thomas here against Ali, clean as you like jam. seen some of the nonsense he's been opening from the LP. I think 5-3 off was in there one hand, so pocket fives here. I'm going to be fist pumping this one versus this opponent. Looks like Thomas agrees. In they go. There's no scenario in which Ali can call here.
So still on 13 players, not on the final table yet. 5:30 p.m. and we're going to a keyword very shortly. Folding round to George, folding round to the button, Patrick. Small blind, big blind. And the walk.
I don't mind walks. As Alex.
Absolutely. Keyword time. You know the rules. You need to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch to get involved with the $22 tickets. If you want to stay where you are on other platforms, you can, but you just can't win the $22 tickets. Basically, Jay's going to shout a word out. You're going to type it in the chat, and somebody is going to randomly pull out 2 names out of there, and you'll get yourself a $22 ticket if your name gets pulled out. Simple as that. And it normally lasts about 4 minutes.
Alright, man.
What? Is that it?
Yeah, that's the word. I don't know how you spell it.
Spell that. Why?
That's not the word. That's not the word. The word is, the next keyword is Sinead.
Oh, Sinead. Made it. Sinead is a keyword. Into the Twitch chats. Let's go, go, go. Well done, everybody. Sinead. And make sure you spell it right. It is spelled something. It is spell sensitive. Spell it correctly.
Diamonds on the turn. Alex still best with the king 9 after check, check, flop, blind on blind. At 17 effective, there is going to be some aggression with some ace-x from Ian pre-flop. Like, still will have some checks with a few, but will flush out a few ace-x holdings in his range when he decides to check at this stack depth pre. Number 8 of hearts on the river. So the king 9 for Alex gets the check mark. What are we trying to get called here by Alex? Literally got to target a river day, maybe a queen high hero call.
So quickly over to the outer table. We have Dave Collins with King 9 against Ace 6 of Liam Murray. Dave's at risk. It's 5 on the turn. Dave needing a king or a 9 to survive.
Looking like losing Dave. But not on the 9 river, we're not.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Dave Collins.
So the stacks are going to be counted, and that's going to leave Liam with about 200k. Wowzers.
Slightly less than that.
So Sinead is the keyword. 1 minute left for Sinead.
What? Did Laurenus just fold ace 9 off for 5? Hijack jam?
Laurenus, what is happening today?
I am surprised at that, and Ian's got a call. We got a call. What's going on? Am I missing something in this hand? Oh, Ian's not in the big. Sorry, I thought Ian was in the big. He's still got Thomas behind.
Ian?
Yeah. I thought, honestly, I thought he was in the big blind last to act, so he's still got Thomas behind, so he might actually ISO this himself to try and get the ace heads up. No, he's going to let it go. No one wants to bust Patrick, and Thomas can't call 6-3, but
he cannot.
5 big blind jams, 6-handed, ace 9 off folds, ace 6 off fold. The ace 6 off in the small I can understand, but ace 9.
Yep. And straight back over to the outer table, because the very next hand Liam has got 8-7 suited. He is called by Lewis Parks with the ace 2 of diamonds, so the diamonds are covered, and an ace on the flop. How do we get out of this one? We don't. Liam is out. Liam McMurray out in 13th for £1,790.
Patrick, ace king, going to get to jam again, this time for 8. Here we go.
Here we go with the Sinead. If you've not wrote Sinead into the chat, do it now.
Four, 3, 2, 1, and the winner is Poker Utopia.
Again? That's 2 this week.
There should be one more coming up. Oh my god, I've just looked up and we got an all-in and a call. Ace king for Patrick, so the 8 bigs, he said that he was shoving. Laurenus found ace 10 on his direct left, so doesn't call ace 9 for 5, but calls ace 10 for 8 when it's a gun shove. Interesting stuff. Sees the bad news up against the ace king here. Going to need to find a 3-outer to bust out Patrick.
So here we go.
Congratulations, Poker_UA. Well done.
Very nice. Ace king. Still good so far against Laurenus. Fading 10s. Not anymore. Fading jacks. And it's not, it's a 3, so we get a full double for Patrick. It's a 5-5-5, and Laurenus on 6 100.
No good, Gully, as always. I'm thinking about setting up a is it a GoFundMe they call them? Where you set up a page, everyone donates a bit of money, just a Towers treble fund. Because it's getting expensive. He always picks a 7, 8, 9 to 1 shot, so does that not mean it's meant to come in every 7, 8 or 9 times? 7 years later, it's come in twice. 2018, when it started, 2025, we do one every Saturday on stream, and it's come in twice, for me at least. The King 9 suited from Ian in the cut-off here. And George just going to jam the ace jack. That will be the end of Patrick. Ian will be folding 2.
Hey up, Gully. 1 out of 3. We're winning 2 draws, that was it. Really tough, very tough. I did say Rotherham United were massive price yesterday though at 2 to 1 at home against Blackpool, and they won. Thomas with the ace 7. Opens the cut-off. Lines up next hand.
Potential for George. What's Thomas opened off of here? We'd have to make this like 130, and it's a fairly low frequency one, but like suited king, cut-off versus barn, can be taken once in a while, but as I say, only going to be at a really small frequency. Thomas going to get a look from Lawrence here.
Ten to 10. 10, 10, 2 is the flop. 2 spades, not full straw for Thomas.
And does he want to check this one back or start betting here and now? And Lawrence has actually got a delicious one to go for a check raise here. Once again, I know we can see it's not going to work, but really try and take the whole cards out of perspective on this stream. Just pretend they're not even there. But I'd really like to see a little check raise here as Lawrence Tower. A little 120. We don't even need to go big here. Yeah, love it. Love it, love it, love it. Really nice find. Like when we get to this stack depth, like we don't want to start check raising like our 4 or 5 of spades and then get jammed on. So we start sort of derive our bluffs around stuff like this. Overcard to the board, wrapped around that 10, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. And against like a range that's going to have a lot of ace high, king high, queen high stuff, going to be folding out a decent proportion of those. But Thomas just sends it back in his face, and that's okay. Love the play from Laurinus, love the combo choice, love the size. I think everything there was really nice. And this is a great example of why we choose hands like this to raise rather than like a 4-5 of spades, a 6 high flush draw there. Because when we get 3-bet crammed on, our hands like that are likely to be just letting them go.
There is a free roll tonight, all in River, at 8 PM British summer time, so 2 hours yet. And we'll give you the password about 6:30.
This is the thing, man, of straw. Like, I think it's a very good play from Laurinus. That's why I think our stream's very different to pretty much any other one in the world. I'm telling my man to raise jack high into a hand that's going to jam on him, but this is the thing. You sometimes got subconscious bias with the whole cards there, but really try and take them out of account. Try and just play our hand in terms of the combo and the spot.
Excuse me. So, 12 players left after we lost Liam McMoney. 1,790.
Ace jack suited Patrick, clean one for 12 in the cut-off. Ace queen suited, I might raise call, but ace jack suited, in it goes. Well, there we go. Much ado. Simple fold for Alex now with 4s. If he could see the cards, he'd definitely get it in. No dramas, please.
Absolutely. Ace jack against ace jack. 3 red cards, please.
2 red, 1 black. At least a little. Give someone that little 4%.
No dramas, please, you said.
Well, not on the river. I don't mind dramas on the turn.
Wow.
Just make sure it's a split pot by the river. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Oh, here we go. King 5-7, 2 clubs, 3 rolls.
Well, now put the spade on the turn, because then put the spade on the turn, and then it's fair.
Well, that'd be fun. Excuse me, that would be fun.
Oh,
no! Laurinus, feeling for you, man.
No one likes to exit.
Oh, that is grim.
In that manner.
Ouch.
Laurinus Jakutas, good run from him. We saw him max late reg yesterday. He span it up to chunks, and unfortunately, the ace jack against the ace jack.
Wowzers. How do you get there like that? Oh, man. That was a rough one.
Is this mine?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Well, that's mine.
I think that's been sat there for...
No.
Okay.
Definitely yours. Your water, not mine. come from. But it's gone now, I can tell.
Ace king for George. Any defence from Thomas, not with the Doyle.
So we're down to 11. Still not on the FT, but we're getting closer and closer.
Interesting one here for George. I jammed the offsuit A7 for sure at 15. This one might actually check. We do like some checks with middling offsuit ace-x just to have some ace-high coverage on the ace-high boards. It looks like George is just going to take the suited variety and still elect to jam. Thomas out there with a 10-9.
George Wyatt, 43 bigs, 1.7 mil. 11 players left.
If he wins it, you're going to go, George Wyatt, man. I don't think George is actually from Newcastle.
No.
He's, I've seen him at a few of the southern stops. $10-9 for Ian in the cut-off. Ace-4 for Thomas on the button, sends it in for 16. 15 and a half will be working. We're going to get this one through.
Gorgeous George. What a great film that is. £34,800, first place. We're on 11. King 10 raise for Ian. And that will do. Raise and take for Ian Simpson. 11 players left. Did we get the guarantee?
Yes, we did in the big shot.
Beautiful. Well done, everybody who turned out for the big shot. Thought it was going to be a good one, and it's turned out to be exactly that. Good one.
Richie Whitmore's still in the seniors.
Oi, oi.
Piano Cat still in the seniors.
Oi, oi.
Go on, the Cat. 2 tables left in that one. Ace-3 suited for George. Absolutely on the assault here. And Thomas, going to have to fold Ace-10 off, unfortunately, sir. Can't call off here. George just power poker. He just realises now the effective stack's actually got to a point where 22's effective, so we can actually just start doing this tower. I'm all in. Put the maximum pressure on. 2 off the final.
Love it. As a 78-year-old champ still in? No, he's not. Dave Ash finished 14th. He had a great run, but he was short stack when he was all in. He was all in for about 150k. Yeah, definitely good game. Definitely good game.
Ace King suited for Patrick, opens to 80. Can't defend this stage as Thomas Bagley with the 8-3 suited. ICM is real. Last 3-4% of the field now, with 2 off that final table. Patrick takes it down with the Ace King. Now Piano Cat's playing the seniors, guys.
She is.
I'm not talking about she's in the Twitch chat.
No.
She sat behind us.
Cat's playing the seniors.
With 2 tables left.
Boom.
Playing the seniors. That's why she's not in the Twitch chat. Probably just walk George here as Thomas. I'd defend 10-7 off, fold 10-5, and George has just been hyper aggro in these spots, so I might just save myself a small blind here and give him a walk, because I feel like he's going to pound on us at a very high frequency when we complete. We'll put the seniors on after this.
Yeah, we will. And then the big shot.
Annoying for Alex, but he's got to fold this one, I think, and does quickly fold it. Hasn't really had many hands to get involved with on the feature. I'm sure he's had plenty of hands though throughout the week. 2 trophies already.
Yeah.
A deep main event run. Jam from Thomas on the button with the A6, hoping to get this one through. 13.5 BBs, and it will be working.
Rough counts on other tables, can't get them yet. Unfortunately, Paul, we'll only have a full chip count next at 9 players when we get there. If we get to the next break and we're still on 11, then we'll get the full chip counts from all the remaining 11 players. May jam here as George. Maybe open actually, because Patrick's actually got, I think, north of 20 now. After free roll in Laurinus. But just north of 20, yeah. If this was ace-4 suited, I'd jam as George, but the offsuit, feel like one that happy to just still. We're going to get some resistance from Alex in the big blind. 8-9 of clubs should be defended. Eight, 9 deuce. Top 2 for Alex.
Yeah, not a spade in our hand here as George, so may do exactly that. Check back. Don't need to see bet every board. It just gets better for Alex. Turns the boat now. I'd start betting here. I know we can see that George is probably just going to fold to a lead, but I feel like George is going to have a lot of hands that can call a turn lead when this 8 pairs. Like even his ace highs, a lot of his ace highs are going to have to call once, so I'd start betting ourselves here now as Alex, even with a boat, get the better lead ourselves, set up a comfortable river jam. And we can still get like some value from some ace high stuff here. Like we expect George to see bet like the Jack 10, Queen 10, Queen Jack type stuff. So he's going to be weighted towards a lot of ace high hands, and when this 8 pairs, when we're going to have like 10-7, 6-7, 5-6, Jack 10, Queen Jack, as Alex in our ranges, our bluffs, ace high, can potentially stick around for a street. Now Queen of Spades on the river, just get to unload as Alex. And not a river that George would ever be heroing on. Did he check?
Yeah, Alex has. Alex has checked the river.
Yeah. We have to jam tower. Like, we just... George just knuckles back like 7s through 3s, even like some Queen Jack, Queen 10 now. I'm really shocked that Alex went for check there. Against George's actual hand, it's great because George is never calling a bet, and we need him to bluff. So against his actual holding, it's a really good check, but I just think there's not much in there that's going to want a value bet now after flop goes check, check. Like even the Queen 10, Queen Jack, probably going to knuckle back once it's a flush completer. Either way, same result. Wouldn't have got any extra. We move on.
We move on. Still with 11. Still on 11.
And Thomas 5-handed here, so effective hijack, like we'd never jam this if we're full ring, 9-handed, 8-handed from gun, but we are effective hijack here, so sends it in for 16 and is picking up a few blinds and antes.
So we continue with 11. Great week here in Newcastle for the 888. Patrick with the 10s raises to 100 now, the blinds are 40. no action from anywhere on the board. George probably won't defend the Jack 7. On to the next.
One person gets to keep it, the rest of us have trash.
So, raise and take. Ace 4 for Alex, not too much we can do. Ian on 680. About 17. Thomas on 18. George, chip leader on the table. The pink banana case has been and gone.
So George here thinking what option to take, whether to complete jam, whether to raise call. All open with 8s, and does just go with the jam for 22. Just applying maximum pressure with the big stack. 1.7 million. Sitting pretty now. Average for 6 players left.
And the rest, 22 bigs or less.
And we have got some outer table action to see what's occurring. We're going to head on outer, and it's a huge pot here, Tower. Biggest pot of the tournament so far, guys. It's all in pre. It's 1.6, 1.7 milli in the middle. It is queens against aces.
Lewis Parks with the queens and all in.
Sinead with the aces.
And hits the queen.
We got backdoor hearts there, backdoor Jack 10, or just an ace.
8 of diamonds leaving us with an ace to hit, or Lewis will double. And it's not, so Lewis gonna double against Sinead. That's unlucky. What does that leave Sinead?
About to find out.
There's a red one in the middle.
So she's got about 150, 160k to work with as we jump back to the featured table. Patrick setting Alex in blind on blind, and Alex Rizvi wakes up with the ace queen, snaps it off, and has got Patrick in horrible shape.
So off we go. Alex. 6, Jack, Jack. Alex needs to fade a king.
Looking good.
And does. So Alex up to 1.3 milli and Patrick down to 6 big blinds. Give a shout out to Charlie and Lewis, please. Young boys asking a million questions while watching the live stream. Hello, boys, Charlie and Lewis. Charlie could be good. How are we doing, Charlie and Lewis? Watching young lads, watching and sat asking a million questions with Dad. Dad, what they doing? Dad, what's all them chips?
Dad, who's that bloke that sounds like John Virgo?
Nice to have you watching Paul with the boys.
27 points for me, and I've got no more left to play. No Newcastle players, unfortunately. Don't. I'm absolutely steaming. You missed as well. Porro, he gets to the byline. Not Porro, sorry. DJ Spence gets to the byline. He cuts back in. He's got Bergbound. I call him DJ. I know it's Jed. I call him DJ. But he's got Slanky and Bergbound the 6-yard box. What's he going to do? He shoots. Yeah. Of course he shoots. But enough of FPL. We should be at an F. We should be at a final soon. To lose. You're not in the big shot. I thought you was playing the big shot.
No, I was gonna play it, but I just decided to eat Lebanese food instead.
Oh, nice.
Oh, lovely.
It's very good.
Where was that?
Just down the court. It's literally just there.
Lovely.
Yeah, it's nice.
Sinead lost with aces.
Yeah. Chipley pot
against Lewis Parks.
The thing is, people don't know what we go through as Spurs fans our whole life. You've all had it easy.
Oh. Big John watching the stream. My old Ross Bennett. Couldn't make it today. Well, there were 2 events on, and they've both done really well, the seniors and the big shot. Free-roll password on its way in 10 minutes. Stay tuned in. It's on at 8 o'clock British summertime, 7 o'clock GMT. So an hour and 40 minutes until the free-roll. We'll still be here, but will we be on the final table? It's not looking like so. Still on 11.
Obviously, we had Glasgow 888 a couple of weeks ago. That was an 888 live. Last one of these. UKPL in Portsmouth had just under 100 runners less, and we finished at 11 p.m. So this one,
great,
second biggest ever UKPL main event we've ever had. So,
and the biggest finished at 1:30.
Not going to be anything like Glasgow, unfortunately, but we get to enjoy it. The rest of the day. Eastie's had some Lebanese food. We might get him in next session. He can talk you through how he got unlucky today.
In with this Queen 7 on an Ace 7-10 flop. We checked it. Ian bets 50,000 on the 2 of hearts turn.
A bit of value here from Ian. He gets some.
And the spade draw for Tom Bagley. Gets there.
And Ian does have this queen of spades in hand, but do expect him to just check. He might even go for the old one big as a block with the intention of a free bet as a bluff with the queen of spades. Does take this approach, goes with check. Now it's Thomas just down to size that we want to choose here. Goes for 1-4-5. 2/3 pot. And now Ian in a tough spot with the queen 7. How often does he feel like Thomas is going to be checking back some flush draws here? Lots of questions we've got to ask ourselves, but that's definitely one of them. Do we expect him to just bet his flush draws on the flop? Well, he hasn't even taken too long before making the call. Sees the bad news up against the Jack 4 of spades.
Down to 9 big blinds. Off to the outer table again. Sinead's all in. The short stack of 150,000 is in the middle. 10-9 against pocket 7s. 9. Very nice indeed. Needs to fade a 7, and Sinead will get back up to over 300,000. And does. No diamonds in play. Sinead doubles. Getting close to being back in the game. There we go. Off Mr. Ali. There we go. So 40 minutes take us up to the next break. Lines up. How can you hear that from here? All the way around in the barn area. Somebody's on the feature.
And big blind at 50k now, which means for the first time all tournament, the average has dropped below 20, and that should sort of give you an idea.
We should be
where we're at on schedule.
On the final table, we should be. They're not.
Usually looking nice LP between 30 and 40 big blind average on these structures.
There's 3 for Ian. In they go. George is going to be strangling Ian Simpson. Ace Queen for George, Ace 3 for Ian.
You got to remember it was the Ace 3 suited, which Ian was all in and at risk on the outer table against Gary earlier. When Gary had queens and Ian spiked that ace on the turn with the Ace 3 of clubs. He's going to need help.
Yep, can't spike an ace this time. Ian Simpson at risk. Who's rooting for Ian? Well, that's not much good. There's not much help there.
Give us a 4.
A 4, okay. Right, a 3 of hearts. Oh, good shout, son, good shout.
I'll do it.
Good shout.
Keep it down with that seniors in.
A 2 and a 3 needed. Oh, and he hits the 3 on the river. Whoa, the 4 for the sweat, the 3 for the pot.
Can someone get the Ian Simpson command in the chat, please?
Hey dear.
Ian finds it on the river, and what a swing, because George would have 2.3 million, which would be good for over a fifth of the chips in play if he could just hold there. But you're up against Ian Simpson on the featured table. You got no chance. I'm sorry you haven't. Unless he's got literally a couple of spanners under there, you got no chance. Ian, ace-3 suited, does it again for him. And we stay on 11. But that's it, Tao. 2 hands. Like, this is what I mean. Like, sometimes the tournament goes like that. If Sinead's aces hold, if George's ace-queen hold, we're on the final table.
Correct. Absolutely correct.
That's how it goes sometimes.
And the Ian command is right there. And we'll give out the password after this hand. That's what we'll do. So you can get yourself registered for the game that starts in 90 minutes.
I'll take it. Surprised I got that one.
King 10 for Ian opens to 100. And Alex now finds boots in the big blind. And against gun open here, when we free bet from the big blind, probably one of the most underbluff spots pre. So he's literally going to do exactly this. Just flats the boots. I love this. Just at 20, like if we free bet not all in at 20 from the big blind, it looks hella strong. So Ian, with the continuing, if we are playing this hand in this manner tower, I assume we just play cool as Alex. We want to keep ace highs in, king highs, queen highs, all this type of stuff. Very nice from Alex. Not panicking, just recognises Ian's going to have a very slim equity in this spot on this board.
3 of spades on the turn. Alex with a check mark.
No lead for Alex, so just got to check it over to Ian again. And the decision point fear for Ian, is he really going to try and rep this over pair, try and say he's got 9 through aces, or is he going to take a free one here? Got to think about what we're trying to fold out of Alex. Could start folding out some 7x perhaps. Going to take a freebie. definitely bet now as Alex. It's kind of annoying because we have 2 aces and we're kind of targeting ace high to get called by it. It's actually kind of interesting. Do like aces maybe we check and kings we bet because we block the ace high stuff? I'm actually not sure, but we... Like, Ian looks like he has ace high here. If Ian's got an overpair, he's never checking turn, in my opinion. So it just looks a lot like ace high, king high here. So maybe, like, because we have 2 aces, do we check sometimes to try and get king high, queen high to bluff? I'm really not sure on this one, as Alex, what to do or what's going to be the best option for us. But like maybe kings bet, aces check perhaps because we block the calls.
Snap fold after about 300,000. Password time. Password time. Password time. For the free roll that's going on in 9 minutes time on 888 Poker. Get yourselves in. A little free money to be had for you guys out there. Thanks once again for all 888 that have thrown at us this week. It has been a lot of money. What's the password, young man?
Don't ask me. You're the one that's releasing it.
I have no idea what it is.
You just said that you'll give the password
you
out.
Say it.
You just said.
I'll get Jay to give the password out.
Lime said Tower's got it. You can't just give all this spiel and then not give the password out yourself. You can't just throw it over to me.
Over to you, Jay.
The password.
What for?
For the final free roll.
When?
Today.
What time?
I've got to get this right. Is it GMT? Are we in at the moment, Tower? 7 p.m. GMT?
Yes, that's correct.
That's right. 7 p.m. GMT.
Which is what?
8 o'clock our time.
8 o'clock BST.
So the password for the final free roll of the festival for us guys is Newcastle FT. Newcastle FT.
Newcastle FT.
Yeah, Lime says that's not true. I'm winding Tower up. He was like so confident and ready to give out the password. I was like, he don't even know it. So let's see how stumped he is in a minute.
That is absolutely true. Did not know it.
So blind on blind. Alex with 9-7 flops 2 pair.
Still on 11. Blinds are shrinking. The big blinds are shrinking around the room.
So 30 minutes to go until the next break. I honestly thought we'd get to an FT this session.
Me too.
Not looking likely.
Let's go, Rizvi, says Cammy. He's having a superb season. Here's Alex.
Thomas Jack 10 in the big blind. Should be calling here. Blind on blind versus Ian. Ian attacking with a 6-7. Just jammed? Wow, that is a power play. Not sure it's the combo we want, but fair play. Applying maximum.
Alex Chip lead on 33 bigs on the table. 11 players left. 5 on our table, 6 on the other. Newcastle FT. The final password of the week.
Ace 9 suited for Alex, opens to 100k. Ian with the King Jack on the button.
Says I'm all in.
This is a grim one for Alex. I think theory-wise we call against someone that's shoving correctly, which Ian probably will be. Like Ian's going to shove worse, Ace-X. Maybe some King 9 suited that we dominate. A lot of this like King Queen, King Jack, Queen Jack, Jack 10 that we got like 55-60% equity against. Like Ace 10 we're already in. It's a real sucky one, but I feel like theoretically it just gets in, but then if our opponent's not shoving correctly and we think they're not going to take these hands as bluffs that we now dominate, and the reason we're more incentivized to call. So Alex just going to choose to let the Ace 9 suited go, and was a real grim one. Didn't take too long before making his decision.
Still on 11. Can we get to the FT this session? It's not looking likely. But you never know in this game.
Well, here we go. Another all in and the call, and George is in rough shape, sets Patrick in for his crumbs, and Patrick finds a monster. Well, that's a sweat. Sevens, deuces, working now, as well as the fours.
And it's an 8, Sir Patrick, doubles to
Once
200.
again, I think that's got to be maybe 7, maybe 8 in the last hour since we lost Laurinus. Just always the short stack doubling last hour or so.
Up to 4 big blinds. Hanging on. 4 bigs. Oh, Josh has woke up. There's Mr. Manley.
He went for Lebanese with Eastie.
Oh, did he?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
For breakfast.
I'm not sure. Oh wow, and now Patrick, very next hand,
Look at this.
gets ladies here. Can he find the complete?
No.
It goes for jam.
Goes for his 4 bigs. In they go. And Alex says, just I'm calling. Any 2?
I didn't actually.
Didn't look.
I didn't realise how short Patrick was.
Yeah, he had 75k.
He just doubled Tower, he just doubled up.
He had 75k and 1.5 big blinds.
I don't think Alex has to call 10-4 here, Tower. It's not an any 2. Like, we can still fold out the bottom end. Like, for 2.5, 3, yeah, maybe becomes closer to deck, but for just north of 4.
Yep, and this is it. That's just about done. Don't want to see a 5. Well, I don't want to see a 5 now because we'll be out the door. And we don't.
I'm assuming Stack was right because he just doubled up, so 2-10, 4 bigs. I still feel like Alex doesn't necessarily need to call 10-4 there. For 3, yeah, it's kind of like whatever. Such fine margins this game that we play. 1 big blind making a difference. Ace 10-4 toss. Being open from gun. That's open to 100. Rounds Ian Simpson in the big. We're going to be going on break in 18 minutes time, guys, and that will mean we will come back about 20 past 7 and still not even be at the final table yet.
Well, it's true.
Jack for Ian in the small. This may be in 14. I would be jamming. Ian gonna go for the raise call. Spicy. $7-5 off of Thomas. Going to get out of the way.
So still on the 11.
King Queen for Ian on the button, 16 bigs. Will be V-pipping, just a decision whether to open or whether to jam. Is it 2 bigs? Defend King 7 as George against a button open. Ian's going to open some like Queen Jack, Queen 10, 10 9, stuff like 7 8 suited. Whoa, George has come to play today.
All in with the King 7.
King 7 off, rifled into the middle here, and Ian surely had his mind made up previously if he's going to raise call here with the King Queen, because I'm not sure. Ray's folding it on the button for 16 tower. I know it's heavy ICM, 10 left, 2 tables of 5, but are we really going to raise fold the King Queen? Yes, we are at 16.
Very nice indeed. Ian's still on 15 bigs. Pat Begley on 9 bigs now. He was on 1.5 big blinds.
What a power jam from George. Not sure it's the hand I'd use, but aggression prevailing.
So the numbers moved down to 10, which means we're hand for the final table. Didn't get the action.
Yeah, got hand for hand, do we? Not.
No, not hand for hand, sorry, we're just on 10. Stuart Costa busting out 11th. Sorry for not getting the action on the outer table, but summer end. There's Matt. Still rooting for Sinead, who's doubled up to 320 after having the aces cracked by queens. We're playing the big shot. Will Matt Davenport, the 10k, 15k guarantee. They hit the guarantee, so great numbers in the big shot.
This is a massive jam from Thomas, 21 on the button, and usually when you see a jam of this magnitude from the button, it is what it is. Deuces, threes, fours, fives. These sort of hands that just want to get the blinds out of there. Always having to contend with overs if we go post.
Suited for Ian.
Yeah. Not the biggest fan of this one from Mr. Simpson. Under the gun. We are 5-handed, yes, so effective hijack, but like when you're 10-handed, you're one spot off this FT. A lot of ICM there. And Patrick sitting there fairly short. Like once again, much better to choose hands with removal and ace of king. That looks like it will be well timed as always from Ian, because Jack 6 off of Alex can't defend.
In the bin.
Oh no, GG for Cat in the seniors.
No way. How many keywords have we got left? 2?
Yeah, 2 keywords, 4 tickets, 2 keywords.
If we all just head upstairs to table 10, it should be set up with the trophy on.
That's all the seniors want to hear when they've just made a final table. If we all just head upstairs, guys, for the...
Upstairs?
Upstairs?
Yeah, we're down here.
Where's the lift? So we're going to spin on over to the outer table, and we saw Sinead before. She was short. She's managed to spin, and once again she's playing a chip lead pot, and she's up against the flush draw here of Ali fading a diamond.
And who does? That is huge. That is an enormous pot. We have got them in, the smiles there.
Over 2 milli. Going to be going Sinead's way.
Yep.
Was down to 150 after getting unlucky. Aces versus queens, but has span it right back up. And she has taken the chip lead. Just let the dealer do it.
I know.
It tilts me so much. Let the dealer do it. Just
What
let
he's
him.
there for.
Let him take your chips and count your chips for you.
So, chip lead pot for Sinead after losing aces against queens. Thought she was down and out, but no. Boom, boom, boom. And now chip leader.
Yeah, and Ian, A6 suited, blind on blind for 14, going to shove into Thomas. Ace 10 of hearts, here we go. And Thomas has to call this off.
And does.
And at least, unless we see Ian come from behind for a 4th time,
at least,
we are going to be at the final table. We've definitely seen 3 where he's needed to get lucky. He needs to get lucky again here.
Get the command ready.
He can't get there again. He can't keep getting it in bad, and not. He's due one. He's due one to lose. There we go.
Wow, how dry is that?
Nothing going here for Ian Simpson. Not much he can do. It's a fair jam. A6 suited, blind on blind, just running into it. Needs that 6. Well, how about a different avenue? 9 or a deuce to save Ian Simpson.
A 9 or a deuce to chop.
Not the 6!
Oh, the 6 of hearts on the river. Get the command ready. Get it on repeat.
He's just unreal. He's not human.
Wow.
He's not human.
Wow, wow, wow.
How does he do it?
4 times today on the feature table.
One was on the pan, one was on the pan. The ace-3 of clubs versus queens.
Oh, yes,
he hit the ace on the turn, didn't he? But finding 3 outers for fun today is Ian Simpson. Gets there yet again, and he's looking for another title, fresh off of his Madrid win about 4 weeks ago.
Ian is proof that luck exists.
That's my man as well, Thomas Bagley. Why you had to do it to my man? He was my pick.
Surprised it took till December 2022 to say it.
Always talk about it. Kev says ridiculous. I thought it was only like that online. It's live variance, guys. I say this all the time, and people don't understand variance in live poker. Online's completely different. You can play 100 tournaments a day if you want to. Live, you're lucky if you play 100 a year. So in a lifetime, in 30 years, people are going to be luckier than other people. It's as simple as that. But the problem we've got, Ian, he's playing well, but he's running well. So not only is he making money in EV in the short term, he's running hot as well, so he's just an unstoppable force. It's so hard to beat when you're playing against a player that's making plays that are going to make them EV in the long run, but then when they get it in bad, they just get there more often than other people, and this is live poker, this is how it goes. You'll see people win over a 2-3 year period that are making wrong plays, but they're winning over 2-3 years, but they're actually torching it over infinite. And then you'll see the other way. You'll see people that are losing over 2-3 years that are making loads of EV in the long run, but they're just running awful in the live variance trade. And this is how it goes. In the live scene, you're going to have people luckier than other people. It's as simple as that. You've not got long enough to realise expectation at a live poker table. Online's a completely different ball game because you can get the volume in and you can hammer it out.
Cammy Williamson says, "Excuse me, Tower." He says, "Does that mean you can start calling me Cammy again and not Jammy?" Well, it doesn't rhyme. Whatever we can try and find that rhymes with Ian Simpson, then we'll try and sort it out. Good to see you again this week, Cammy. Not the week you wanted, but always good to see you, and good luck wherever you play next.
And now he's got chips, and he's a phenom when he's got the chips. Not going to open H3 off here, though. King 5 suited. All in for Thomas. Going to get through George. Yeah, he had ace-3 versus ace-queen on the feature, didn't he? And it come a 3 on the river. He had the ace-3 versus queens on the outer for tournament life, and it come an ace on the turn. But that one was big. That 6 on the river, 1.5 milli, which is good for like a 7th of the chips in play. Huge river card for Ian Simpson there. It's just a literal glitch in the system, guys. Thomas Clack's pictures on Thomas Bagley.
Yeah.
For some reason, sometimes when there's an all-in and a call, and then in next hand gets pressed, a random Thomas from the database will get assigned to the Thomas at the table. Not just Thomas, it works with everyone's names. Like if George was all in, then a random George could get assigned to George's name as his picture. It's just a glitch in the system. It happens all the time. But we're going on break in 2 minutes' time, so it will be rectified when we return. Patrick here in the small blind decides that his A7 is good enough to go with. So here we go. We may not need the break. Are we going to be on the final table here and now? Can Thomas Bagley find a king or a jack to bust Patrick, or will we play on?
Patrick, 1.5 big blinds. With the blinds at 50k, he had 75. Sometimes it's about patience, this game. Ace-7, look at that. Doesn't really make a difference.
No, it don't.
King on a jack needed for Thomas. Fading a king and a jack, and Patrick gets up to 600,000.
This will be the last hand before we go on break. So unless we see an offsuit king or a jack, we will continue 10-handed when we come back. 2 tables of 5 and it's the 6 of spades on the river. But hold your horses, Tower, because we're spinning over to the outer table because Thomas Clack has shoved 7-4 blind on blind for 5 bigs and called by the King Jack of Dave Collins, who is at risk. So looking good for Dave, but there is a wheel draw there. 4s, 5s and 7s.
No, not that way.
Really good river for Thomas Clack. So we are going to hit the final table before break. We lose Dave Collins, the final hand of the session.
Dave Collins, Team Dob. What an absolute superstar he is. Old Team Dob, can't believe it.
So we are going to be back in 25 minutes time, guys. 25-minute break was what the players wanted. So we're going to take 25, so we will see you at 7:25 with the final table.
Unlucky Dave. You know it's never easy.
Just a little deuce.
You know it's
just a little deuce in the window.
And we're going to have a quick move over to see what is occurring there on the outer table, guys, because we do have
look at this.
Our first all-in and call on the bubble. So it's Tom Hall and Wilco. Wilco has Tom covered. This is our first all-in and call on the bubble.
Not much to do, man. Nothing ace king against ace king.
Boring.
Off we go. No dramas, please. A dealer.
Wilco suited.
No dramas, that'll do nicely.
4% free roll goes Wilco's way.
No dramas, dealer. No dramas, dealer.
It's never easy.
Oh man, no dramas, we said.
Oh,
no way, man.
Did that just happen?
Oh, Tom Hall. Feeling for you, buddy.
That is an absolute filthy one for Tom Hall to bust on the bubble. Ace King versus Ace King.
Look at Wilco.
Sorry, I just rock up to Jack.
Oh, wow.
3-betting the aces. All right, Jack.
Wilco with a nut low.
Suited nut low.
That is true.
And he's thinking about something here.
No way!
All right.
Oh my word!
Let's just give Jack a
What
double,
is
shall
Jack?
we?
Look at Jack's face! What's happening here?
All right, yeah. Was that the limp jam with 3 deuce
Dave
suited?
Dawkins is saying I'm not expecting them 2 cards.
Wow. Okay.
80% of the time he's up to 1.2 million at 30 big blinds.
40 big blinds in the middle.
You know it's never easy.
Just a little deuce.
You know it's
just a
never
little deuce
easy.
in the window.
You just know it's never easy.
Hold your breath, Jack. Oh, the dealer just puts the triangle over Jack's cards there. Yeah.
The dealer must have thought the 3 deuce was in. Oh no way! Are you serious?
Oh my! 6, 8 or ace for Jack. 6, 8 or ace.
Oh!
Final table of a high roller.
3-2
for 40 big blinds.
Oh, Cammy. And 13 could just be in.
Yep.
Probably should be.
Couldn't agree more, Tower. We're the outright short stack, want to be playing closer to chips, and Cammy
is at risk again, and he's going to get the bad news.
And don't get me wrong, I believe Cammy has taken every reshove spot correctly and shoved the hands he's supposed to, but can you recall one when he's not been drawing to 3 outs or needing
When
to
he's
hit?
in front.
I actually can't recall one where he's been in front, but take nothing away from the shoves. They're good shoves, they're winning shoves in the long run. He just keeps getting cold decked. But he seems to have an art of coming from behind this final table so far. Any jacks about?
No.
There may just be 1 3 outer too far for Cammy.
Is it 1 too many? David sitting, looking like he could be commanding chip leader.
Well, how about a chop?
We're gonna chop it up if a 4 or a queen.
Oh my word!
The jack and sit back down again.
Why have a chop when you can have it all?
Wow!
Cammy Williamson is on some heat this FT. Queen 9 suited for Maljen. There's the triangle into the 2 short stacks. A lot of time for this. Effective stack is Cammy, who has 15 bigs, and here we go. David Doherty with the 10s.
Yeah, loving this. He is loving this. 4 players left. If we get outdrawn, it's 9,000. No, 9 ace jack.
There's some runners, queens and 9s fading at the moment for David. Well,
whoa, that's just made it 10 outs.
All the sweats, a diamond, 10, a 9.
Oh, and it's a diamond. Oh no, runner. When will it end for the Doherty?
This will qualify.
Jack Queen for Cammy and 11.
Have I moaned it in for him?
Indigo. Oh no.
Yeah. Of course. Of course he has. Why wouldn't he have aces again?
Just the 7th time, just turn round, I've got aces, boys.
Do you know what?
All like, and?
Of course, he could win the tournament with aces. Why wouldn't he win the tournament with aces? 6th time on the final table to be dealt the boot. 7th according to Tower.
Of course he did.
Basically,
drawing dead.
Flops Cammy to runners.
Runners, and that is it. Aces, live poker, ladies and gentlemen, full on ring.
4
and that's it.
spades on the turn.
We've got a champ, and it just had to be aces as the winning hand. Look at this! That's what it means. Maljen, fantastic. Whether it's aces or whether it's not, that was just absolutely super. Oh!
Alberto with the King Queen. Bad timing. And this is going to be really interesting for Dale here. Because Bernie has been one of the few that has been active. We saw a squeeze a couple of times as a bluff. We saw a cold 4. And there you go. Dale shoves the ace queen here for what is 70 effective. But once we're this under rep with ace queen and we just call Bernie's open from low jack, don't mind it from now. Just because we run into top end doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad play. Bernie can ISO so much wider than top end. So here we go. What a spot for Bernie. 3-way all in. I was just saying out, you don't usually get much carnage these first sessions.
Here we go. King high flop as well. So Bernie. He's going to be taking Alberto's out, but that's a stack not to be worried about.
Well, Alberto can still draw live. It's Dale that is drawing dead.
He is indeed. Dale will be down to less than 10k.
Just another king for good measure. Bernie up to 43.4. Sarah
when I wake up
with the King Queen opens to 700. What is Bogdan up to here with the 9-5 of diamonds? Like at this stack depth, yes, we get to like 9-7 suited would actually be fine here. Like 9-5 suited is a bit overdoing it. 100 deep, we can free bet, middling, gapped, middling, connected, suited. But the 9-5 diamonds does seem slightly too wide. Well, don't think it's ever going to be in there for Bogdan. But like 9-7 suited, I'm pretty confident we'll be in the free bet range here. Low jack versus cut off.
Jack 9-5, 2 clubs, bottom 2 for Bogdan. Got Sean overs for Sarah.
Yeah, it's pure check here for Sarah Tower. Shouldn't have any leads. Jack 9-5 as the caller of the free bet, meant to play 100% check, and that is just to do with our opponent still having the bigger overpairs, still has jacks and 9s. Yes, we have 5s and our opponent does not, but they still have a huge advantage in terms of range on this board. So that just means we don't get to lead as Sarah. She has gone for lead for 2.5k, 40%, and now Bogdan with his 2 pair. Is he going to spring it straight away? And looks like he's going to do exactly that. Makes it 80k, and now it's kind of annoying for Sarah to have. We check, probably met by a small bet. We just get to call and realise our equity are 2 overs and a gut shot. But now
and then we get to see it too.
We're in a pretty rough spot here. Bogdan makes it 8k, and Sarah sticking around with the overs and the gutty.
Oh! Ping, ping, ping.
What a ridiculous turn card this is. So Bogdan now turns a flush draw. Oh my word, that is the most ridiculous run out you are going to see today.
Wow.
Sarah turns the nut straight.
All in and a snap call to see the 9-5 and the bad news.
Bogdan rivers the boat. That is some sick run out for Sarah.
Whoa.
Well, here we go. How are we going to flip here with the ladies? Because now, as Eastie, we're going to be in a big flip situation for a lot of big blinds here.
He's going to put in the cold 4, is he?
Has to, yeah. No cold calling going on here.
There he goes.
Size is pretty nice as well. Like
yeah.
And then just going to be a jam from Roderick. There's the fold. And now, as Roderick knows, no fold equity, but we got ace, king, sir, and we start the hand at 35 effective. There's the jam, there's the call.
Used
the
to expect
classic.
to see aces here, I think, but...
Same thing, aces, kings. We lose the flips anyway, according to Eastie, so might as well be aces or kings we're up against. Look, he's already like
he's
beaten.
He's already lost, yeah.
He's just a beaten man already.
It's a good flop, though.
The 4-5 would have had some fun.
Oh, there it is.
Well, just seal it on the turn, Eastie. Never wins a flip. Yeah, all right, mate. All right.
Just top boat. There we go.
Up to 96k, 3 stacks for Eastie.
Wow, 96k already, okay.
And he's actually having a good session on the feature table for once.
Table chip leader too.
This one raising to 3.2. And now the triangle is in for David with pocket jacks. Dave Camera with the jacks. Szechuan says call with the ace 10 of diamonds. David Camera, pocket jacks. King 9-6, no good at the minute. Two on the turn. Needing to fade an ace. Oh, one of the 2 aces in the deck. Oh, that is grim. The fist pump.
Queen Jack of Spades on the button for James. Love to see jam here, Tower. Would really love to see jam. Zexwan's got about 20. Mel's got? Yeah, it's a really nice one to just say the words, I'm all in. What is it, 20 effective, I think. I could be wrong. Yeah, I might have just said the words, I'm all in here as James at 20 effective, 2 to get through.
Yeah, the one gappers are definitely seeing a flop. Man in race.
Nah, just cool. With the 8-6 of clubs, pretty standard. Yeah, when the effective stack's 20 bigs behind us in the button, I feel like this is one that does like to do some jamming.
Oh, what is that for a flop? How does this not go in?
2 against the flop flush with the redraw to the straight flush here. And there's a continue for 2k for James. X1 with the fake club check. Have I got a club? You got 2, sir.
What a flop.
They're going to raise straight off the bat.
Oh. Now I think we're going to be the bare 8 of clubs, the bare king of clubs.
It's just a call from James, like it. Glad he didn't just rifle this in here, just recognising our opponent repping straights and flushes.
Ace of spades, no difference.
Oh, now. Imagine a check here now, Tower, from Zexwan, because you think about James' calling range on the flop, like he's going to continue his King X, right? So we're not going to get to jam for 120% pot, so I guess maybe there's some checking going on here. Just the times James has a king, he's going to be firing it. 9,500 he goes for. trying to get it over 2 streets. And now James with the Queen Jack suited, awful turn card, even some bluffs getting there now. The perhaps
and he's
King
made
X.
the call, and he's like, cool. Any Queen of Hearts about, he's thinking, oh, the Queen of Diamonds. Oh, how has he pulled that out?
Well, he loves it as well. He sits up in his
my.
chair as the X1 less than half pot back and wants the value from the King X. So I guess he just jams, but he's going to have some bad news. James going to be beating him into the pot here. There's the jam, and there James says call straight away.
Shows in the flush, and before he's even showed in the flush, he's flooding the house. Oh.
What a river card.
We still need a 9. Vivi looks down as she's got the boots. The aces, the best 2 cards in the deck, together.
Oh my word! Wow, this isn't fair. Getting closer and closer to the money, and you find the Cowboys, and you are crushed by the boots here. And this always has to get in. 21 effective. Can't really see a world where this doesn't get in pre. Assume Vivi just always jams here. But haven't really got the room to click. My click to 37 is essentially saying that we're committed against the effective stack size, so I guess we just play jam.
In they go, straight call, over go the aces, over go the kings. 7, 8, 4, 4.
Final total has registered for the Omaha Family Event is being rated to 21 in the bar area.
Told him. 9 on the river on the turn. We need a king, or we will be losing a belt. And it's a 2. So Vivi up to 326,000.
And we got some out of table action, guys.
Here we go. Let's have a quick look at this with Steve Barnes in the hand.
Yeah, so big old pot here, guys. The board reads A7 210 with 3 clubs out there, and Paul McCauley is all in for his last 180k, and Steve Barnes is in the tank.
Like a tough spot. Tough spot, Steve. You are 360,000 starting day 2.
What is Paul McCauley working with here? So it looks like Steve's in the big blind, so he's obviously defended. Paul's the opener, so we're going to have some of this ace-king, ace-queen type stuff. Maybe like a king-queen with a club as a bluff tower.
Barnes has just said he's got ace-4.
Ace-4?
That's what he's just told him.
Tough spot with ace-4. Can't let it go.
Yeah, it shows him. And it shows him jacks.
Wow.
Oh, Paul McCauley.
Jacks, no clubs. Turns it into a bluff and gets the ace-x to fold. Paul McCauley with the move. Nod of approval from his table mate as well.
Oh my God. What do? We fold, don't we? Jay?
I'm thinking.
Jay is here, guys. He just doesn't know what to do.
I am thinking.
Are we going to use the time bank here? Yeah, we are.
What a ridiculous.
What on earth do we do here? We just mark, don't we? God, this is like...
Well, now 2 off the money. It's actually grim. It's actually filthy here for Josh. I may still send here.
Oh my goodness me, don't send.
I may send here, I'll be honest with you, Nick.
I mean, to be fair, he's not one to shy away from a spot. He is all in. Oh God, good luck, my son. Do not wake up with something, guys. I'm sorry, I can't watch these cards get peeled. Vivi, snap fold, thank you.
Looking good.
Ace 3 off, that's fine. Just need, oh, he's grabbed chips.
No! Oh, no!
I can't believe it.
So sick. It's actually so sick. I think jam is the only option we have.
Oh, he's gutted and I'm gutted.
Like we definitely jam 10, so like not. It's grim. How's he get this spot? Any 9s, please, dealer?
We don't have hearts covered either. Oh my god, that is the most Matt Davenport thing I've ever seen in my life. Josh, we need a 9, man. It has to be a 9 or Josh Manley's 52nd. The river. It's a deuce.
Oh, good run from Josh. And Maljen, the man that had aces 7 times on the final table in the high roller. Oh, would you look at that? Aces against queens.
I mean, this guy must be like the best he's ever run in his life.
He had aces 7 times on the final table of the high roller, and he won with aces heads up.
No, anytime there's a winner pick with aces in it, you know what's happening.
So, is he fading? Oh, okay. Backdoor spades?
I mean, he can't hang on again. They could have got this done half an hour ago, these two. But there was a river. Oh
my word. Could you imagine? Could you just imagine it?
Timer, queen, 7 of spades. And that is it. And that's the bubble bursting. And he's not happy about it. Twice hit back. It's the same player. Not really that likely. Steve Barnes in the money, which means East is in the money.
Ryan with the jack 8 and the cut-off. 18 bigs.
Fold, final table bubble.
Oh, all of it with jack 8.
Jack 8 all in for 18? Wow. How often do we see it though, Tower? Back end of the day, it's always like the last session. People just get tired and like you just see these crazy moves. It's probably going to be working because we just got to get through the big plan now, but what a mad moment.
Wow.
Jack 8 suited for 18 bigs, rifled in from the cut-off. I'm not sure what Martin's dwelling up for here, but... Oh no.
Oh, ace king for Harry.
Ace king suited for Harry. And Brian, once he gets snapped, is going to be happy with what he sees. We've got 2 live cards. That's still 38% here for a huge pot.
Ace king for Harry. Brian. Well, we need a 9.
And he got shots about.
We need a 9. We still need a 9.
So is it going to be done for the day, or will we continue? Brian needs a 9.
It is not, and Brian has been eliminated, and that is it.
Yeah.
The FT.
Brian
tomorrow.
Taylor.
You know it's never easy.
Just a little deuce.
You know it's
just a little deuce
easy.
in the window.
And we're going to have a quick move over to see what is occurring there on the outer table, guys, because we do have
look at this.
our first
What's happening here?
all-in and call on the bubble. So it's Tom Hall and Wilco. Wilco has Tom covered. This is our first all-in and call on the bubble.
Not much to do about nothing. Ace king against ace king.
Boring.
Off we go. No dramas, please. A dealer.
Wilco suited.
No dramas, that'll do nicely.
4% free roll goes Wilco's way.
No dramas, dealer. No dramas, dealer.
It's never easy.
Oh man, no dramas, we said.
Oh,
no way, man.
Did that just happen?
Oh, Tom Hall. Feeling for you, buddy.
That is an absolute filthy one for Tom Hall to bust on the bubble. Ace King versus Ace King.
Look at Wilco.
Sorry, I just rock up to Jack.
Oh, wow.
3-betting the aces. All right, Jack.
Wilco with a nut low.
Suited nut low.
That is true.
And he's thinking about something here.
No way.
All right.
Oh my
Let's
word.
Let's just give Jack a
What
double up,
is
shall
Jack?
we?
Look at Jack's face. What's happening here?
All right, yeah. Was that the limp jam with 3 deuce
Dave
suited?
Doherty's saying I'm not expecting them 2 cards.
Wow, okay.
80% of the time he's up to 1.2 million at 30 big blinds.
40 big blinds in the middle.
You know it's never easy.
Just a little deuce.
You know it's
Just a
never
little deuce
easy.
in the window.
You just know it's never easy.
Hold your breath, Jack. Oh, the dealer just puts the triangle over Jack's cards there, yeah.
The dealer must have thought the 3 deuce was in. Oh, no way. Are you serious?
Oh my, 6, 8 or ace for Jack. 6, 8 or ace.
Oh,
final table of a high roller.
3-2
for 40 big blinds.
Uh-oh, Cammy. And 13 could just be in.
Yep.
Probably should be.
Couldn't agree more, Tower. With the outright short stack, want to be playing closer to chips, and Cammy
is at risk again, and he's going to get the bad news.
And don't get me wrong, I believe Cammy has taken every reshove spot correctly and shoved the hands he's supposed to, but can you recall one when he's not been drawing to 3 outs or needing
When
to
he's
hit?
in front.
I actually can't recall one where he's been in front, but take nothing away from the shoves. They're good shoves, they're winning shoves in the long run. He just keeps getting cold decked. But he seems to have an art of coming from behind this final table so far. Any jacks about?
No.
There may just be 1 3 outer too far for Cammy.
Is it 1 too many? David sitting, looking like he could be commanding chip leader.
Well, how about a chop?
We're gonna chop it up if a 4 or a queen.
Oh my word!
The jack and sit back down again.
Why have a chop when you can have it all?
Wow!
Cammy Williamson is on some heat this FT. Queen 9 suited for Marjan. There's the triangle into the 2 short stacks. A lot of time for this. Effective stack is Cammy, who has 15 bigs, and here we go. David Doherty with the 10s.
Yeah, loving this. He is loving this. 4 players left. If we get outdrawn, it's 9,000. No, 9 ace jack.
There's some runners, queens and 9s fading at the moment for David. Well,
whoa, that's just made it 10 outs.
All the sweats, a diamond, 10, a 9.
Oh, and it's a diamond. Oh no, runner. When will it end for the Doherty?
This will qualify.
Jack Queen for Cammy and 11.
Have I moaned it in for him?
Indigo. Oh no.
Yeah. Of course.
He's got aces.
Of course he has. Why wouldn't he have aces again?
Just the 7th time, just turn round, I've got aces, boys.
Do you know
They're
what?
all like, and?
Of course,
Cammy.
he could win the tournament with aces. Why wouldn't he win the tournament with aces? 6th time on the final table to be dealt the boot. 7th according to Tower.
Of course he did.
Basically,
drawing dead.
Flops Cammy to runners.
Runners, and that is it. Aces, live poker, ladies and gentlemen, full on ring.
4
And that's it.
spades on the turn.
We've got a champ, and it just had to be aces as the winning hand. Look at this! That's what it means. Maujen, fantastic. Whether it's aces or whether it's not, that was just absolutely super. Oh!
Alberto with the King Queen. Bad timing. And this is going to be really interesting for Dale here. Because Bernie has been one of the few that has been active. We saw a squeeze a couple of times as a bluff. We saw a cold 4. And there you go. Dale shoves the ace-queen here for what is 70 effective, but once we're this under rep with ace-queen and we just call Bernie's open from low jack, don't mind it from now. Just because we run into top end doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad play. Bernie can ISO so much wider than top end. So here we go. What a spot for Bernie. Three-way all in. I was just saying out, you don't usually get much carnage these first sessions.
Here we go. King high flop as well. So Bernie. He's going to be taking Alberto's out, but that's a stack not to be worried about.
Well, Alberto can still draw live. It's Dale that is drawing dead.
He is indeed. Dale will be down to less than 10k.
Just another king for good measure. Bernie up to 43.4. Sarah
when I wake up
with the king queen opens to 700. And what is Bogdan up to here with the 9-5 of diamonds? Like at this stack depth, yes, we get to like 9-7 suited would actually be fine here. Like 9-5 suited is a bit overdoing it. 100 deep, we can free bet middle in, gapped, middle in, connected, suited. But the 9-5 diamonds does seem slightly too wide. Well, don't think it's ever going to be in there for Bogdan. But like 9-7 suited, I'm pretty confident we'll be in the free bet range here. Low jack versus cut off.
Jack 9-5, 2 clubs, bottom 2 for Bogdan. Got Sean overs for Sarah.
Yeah, it's pure check here for Sarah Tower. Shouldn't have any leads. Jack 9-5 as the caller of the free bet, meant to play 100% check, and that is just to do with our opponent still having the bigger overpairs, still has jacks and nines. Yes, we have fives and our opponent does not, but they still have a huge advantage in terms of range on this board. So that just means we don't get to lead as Sarah. She has gone for lead for 2.5k, 40%, and now Bogdan.
Okay guys, welcome to the final table. You have each been given an all-in triangle. Please do be careful while playing with these, as these are solely to declare your intent to go all in. You have each been given 2 extra time bank cards. These will be the last you receive throughout the remainder of the tournament. We are going to be on a 40-minute clock until we reach 5-handed, at which point the clock will shorten to a 30-minute clock. Can I get on the board, please? Yes. Yeah. Your button has been redrawn to seat number 3. Your blinds are going to continue at 30,000, 60,000 with a 60,000.
Oh! Final.
The final table.
That's not Jay.
No, it isn't.
Well done.
Cheers.
Congratulations.
Mate, I did honestly thought it might be my time, honestly.
Congratulations. You got the double,
Yeah.
And then what was the actual hand?
I got the double, then I got the double, then I gave some back, then I got the double, and then I knocked someone out, and I was like, this is unbelievable. And then within 5 minutes I was bloody out again. So tilting, man. I don't know how people do this. The actual hand, some old fella, nice lad, opens the button. He made it a bit more than 2x. He'd been making it 2x all day. All day. He'd opened like 3 hands. This is the first time he'd gone 2.5.
Yeah.
And I was in a big line with ace-jack of hearts, and I was scared out of my life, to be honest with you. I was like, why have you made it that? And something was just telling me that something was wrong. So I just called when I have a pretty clear shove for 22 bigs. And it's ace-jack 3 with all spades. So I flop top 2. I check, 70k in there, and he just 3x jams the flop. I don't lose to anything, obviously, so I call. He's got kings with a spade, turns me dead. So, unfortunate, but what can you do?
Turns me dead.
Not dead, actually. I had outs, but I mean,
yeah.
It's not in this storyline.
More or less.
The script writers are not that generous.
It could have been one of them days where everything went right.
I could be there, but I do not run as well as Ian Simpson. To be fair, that's very, very, very hard.
And that is true.
Yeah.
That is true. So welcome to the final. We've got Easty for the full session. If you'd like to stick around.
Yeah.
Hope you do too, because we've got the free roll at 8 o'clock. We've got a keyword at round about 7:45 as well. In 10 minutes time we've got a keyword, so we'll do that and get them 2 out of the way while we concentrate on the final. So we'll do the first keyword in 10 minutes of the final table here in Newcastle. We have a chip leader. Look at that. And Sinead was down to 100k.
Yeah, I was there when she was down to 100k.
Yeah.
She faced like thunder.
Yes.
And then I came over a little bit later on and she was chirpy as anything. So, yeah, good luck to her.
Yep. Not nice losing aces against queens, but it happens.
It's in the past now. She's got to lock in, obviously, and she will. 2.5 million, which is a million more than anyone else, by the way. Nobody's got 30 big blinds, and she's got 42.
Yeah.
So, she is currently favourite, you'd have to say.
Yes. Yeah.
Although we have some rather competent players at the table.
What's Alex doing with his hoodie?
He is locking the F in, as they say in the business.
Ali's now put a hat on top of a hoodie on top of a hat.
Yeah.
What is this? You fancy dress this? What is this final table? What's happening? What's Alex doing that for?
I mean, Alex is having a hell of a week, I think.
Oh, superb. And not just that, the first 4 months of the year.
Yeah. I mean, he's just
fantastic.
He's just extremely good and
Yeah.
absolutely horrible. I've played against him in pretty much everything. I played against him day 1 of the main. I played against him day 2 in the main.
Yeah.
And he is an absolute nightmare to play against. It's probably the most uncomfortable someone's made me feel on the circuit, I would say.
Yeah.
Just really good and doesn't care at all. So there we go. He's going to defend ace jack. He's not going to pile this in versus +2. He's just going to call, which makes a lot of sense. Ace jack off. He's going to be dominating some hands that open here, and flop misses both. Thomas won't be too upset to see this, and will mostly be c-betting, I would imagine. Although you can conceive of check back here, not wanting to waste those backdoor spades and overcards versus maybe a check raise, especially from an opponent like Alex, who absolutely loves check raise. 8 on the turn. And after Alex, I imagine checks again. This turn card almost certainly, I would say, takes us to a river, but we never know. In some way, shape or form, we're going to get to a river, I hope. Easy on comms to see Ian take another one down. Don't put that on me. I can't do another one. I can't bring another one home for him. Do you know what I tried earlier? I was on the rail when he was all in with the ace-3. Yeah. One of his ace-3s.
One of the ace-3s.
And I was calling in his cards because I thought if I call them in, they might not come because everything I want doesn't happen. But no, 3 on the river.
Unbelievable. 34,800, first place. Hiya, Barry. Barry Clack says, you have 2 Thomases on the table and they must be twins because they both look like Thomas Clack.
There's only one Thomas Clack.
And Barry, guessing related. Brother, dad.
I mean, you're probably in the ballpark.
Thank you.
Can't be far off.
No, don't think I am. Don't think I am. Thomas also having a good week. Plays ever so well, this Thomas.
He generally has lots of good weeks. Ali, less chips than his peak, obviously, was around 2 mil at one point.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
And a little bit of an awkward one here under the gun.
What's the big one against Sinead?
He's got 2 caps and a hoodie. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, obviously, Alex has taken criticism for having a hoodie. There are 3 more headwear items on the head. And Thomas, this is not Thomas Clack, this is Thomas Bagley, is going to fold the ace-10 off versus gun. ICM considerations well and truly in play, Tower. Yes, like I said, there's some serious players here, by the way. On this FT. It wouldn't surprise me anyone winning this one. Like, really, really impressive stuff from a lot of these guys. But there are a couple, sadly for them, at the moment, that are cut adrift. and need some help. 6 and 7 big blinds for our shortest. So that will force a certain dynamic from the table where the middling stacks kind of have to wait for those stacks to take their stand before they do anything themselves, and the big stacks have an opportunity to put the middling stacks in tough spots while they wait for money to increase. Obviously the ladders now are significant. Could you share those ladders with us one more time, Tower? Sorry. So I can just look at the sorry.
What we're looking at, what would you like?
I'd like the payouts. Just want to have a look at the. Yeah, perfect. Cheers, mate. Yeah, so we're seeing £600 next. For what you can assume would just be folding for a middling stack.
Yeah.
Which is quite a lot of money to just throw your cards back to the dealer. So we may see a bunch of that from those around 1 million stacks, and then obviously Thomas, Bagley, and Lewis, I believe it was, looking for not Lewis. Apologies, I can't remember who the other short stack's name, what the other short stack's name is, but they're both looking for an all-in tower. It's one of those.
Patrick in seat number 7.
Ace Jack of Hearts.
With the shorter stack.
For Riz, 2 trophies already this week.
Unbelievable.
Took the hoodie down because he heard Tower's criticism.
Wasn't a criticism.
You weren't happy, Tower?
He just never done it before. Something new on me.
And this could be Patrick's final stand. 440,000 and King Queen off versus button open from a player like Riz. And this has got to be sent in. Oh, wow. It's not being sent in. I mean, he's dodged a bullet, but I believe we should be all in. And now Ali with the 4s can't really be aggressive in a spot where, for chips, you're looking at this potentially being a shove. We're just going to be able to call here because Lewis, like we said, Lewis and Thomas still short. We can't punt this in. It would be problematic. Although it may well work because Riz has to believe in the same things as well. We're going by the same principles. It is just going to be caught, and we're off to a flop position for Riz. Lead for Ali, and some cards missing, I think, for Alex to hit.
7-9 flop, 7-5 deuce.
Yeah, pretty rubbish one for Alex, and fairly reasonable for Ali, who's got some backdoor potential and a pair, obviously, still. And should check on this board, and does.
Everybody's walking around with you, honey. That's not a stand to lean on, sir. That's part of the rig.
That's going to come down, isn't it?
I'm not sure with size on him. Sorry, one of words east it.
What makes you think I've got any? I'm not very threatening. I don't have much gravitas. 9 of clubs on turn, Ali with the only club. And he's going to start betting, and I think on this particular turn, Riz is probably going to have to let this one go versus 150k. It kind of hurts because you're pretty excited to see Ace-Jack here, and if we had seen shove, which I believe we should have seen, from the King Queen, then
yes,
Riz would have been 1 card away from being up.
But the way Patrick's played, he blinded himself down and got down to a spot where he had 1.5 big blinds and didn't really just lose a massive pot. He just didn't play a hand.
I think
lost a couple of pots, but then just like blinded out.
Well, that makes sense. I think that one's
doubled.
a slam dunk.
Yeah,
but
it did then double and then double again. So it's a patient game for Patrick. And the item in front of Ian Simpson is a banana protector.
Correct.
It's a pink banana protector. He puts his banana inside it so they don't get bruised.
Yeah, and this is not a euphemism. He just likes to have his fruit intact. There's not many things the guy can eat, so he wants his bananas pristine.
Yeah, that's true. Evening, evening, Ben. Newcastle FT for the free roll that starts in 15 minutes, and we're going to go to a keyword. And I'm not too sure if we've got the chat box open there. Let's have a look. Yes, we've got the keyword. Lime. Thank you very much. We have got the keyword, and it's coming up in straight after this hand.
Lewis with 120k from +3. With probably close to bottom here. King Jack off. Maybe bottom. All the way through to Thomas Clacken the big. As Ali will not be playing 8 deuce. And Thomas will also fold, and a nice little pickup to bring Lewis over a mil.
Yep. So keyword time. Keyword time. Guess who won it yesterday?
Gedemonis.
Well, that was one of them.
Right. So have I won?
Lime.
Really? Well, she can't win.
So we told her she could keep the ticket because
No.
she's boss.
Nonsense.
So we went to a vote.
Get it away.
We had the vote for 5 minutes on people voting whether Lime should keep it or not. 93% said keep it.
If you had told me that a vote was going on, I would have made 100 different accounts and voted no on all of them.
So, keyword time. If you are on 888 Poker TV, it's time and you get yourself a chance of winning one of 2 $22 tickets to play on 888 Poker. If you're on the other platforms, you can stay there, but you can't win the tokens. So if you do want to get in with a chance of winning, get yourself over to Twitch on 888 with a chance of winning. But the keyword, it is not Fulham, the keyword. No, it is not. So we want to keep the lad for 2 hours, not send him into a twirl.
The guys want to have dinner. You want to cost them their dinner break?
Exactly. So, the next keyword, we have 2 left. The first keyword is filthy. F-I-L-T-H-Y, filthy. And that's how Ian Simpson's been playing today.
That is literally his mantra.
Yes.
Team filthy, because he always blood there. Always.
He does. Ian Simpson. The word is filthy. Get yourself in there. I think I'm just drinking too much tea.
You got a bit of a tickle or not? What?
No, not at all. I just don't know what it is.
It's been a long stint, hasn't it, though?
Every now and again, I'll just go, ugh. No, I think it's too much tea, I must admit.
Have you tried stopping drinking tea?
I am doing this. Is my last cup of tea today.
Okay. How much tea have you drunk?
About 8 cups.
Oh.
And I've had about 8 gallons. I probably had about 4 gallons of water.
You're doing all right then?
I'm doing fine.
Mm.
Maybe I'm just drinking too much.
Are you going to get through a session without needing to go to the toilet?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Bladder will steal me.
What a machine. 7 duck for Ian. Going to have to let it go. George going to pick one up. George, another outrageously competent player that we seem to have found ourselves with on this final table.
Yeah, George is good. Got unlucky a couple of times and watched everybody else doubling up on all around him.
I mean, well, he got it in against Ian as a 70% favourite, which means basically you're mostly going to lose. So it's his fault, really, for getting it in good against Mr. Filthy.
Yep. The password for the free roll, Mr. Sean Mann, is Newcastle FT. And Dennis is now on the Guinness. Good on Kenny. Go on, Dennis. So a couple of minutes more for the keyword.
A bit tepid so far, Tower.
Yes.
Everyone's sort of feeling each other out.
And that's the way it should be on an FT.
Yeah, folding is good. Fold is good. This is what I think if I actually ever made a final table, I'd be really good at it. Because I am excellent at folding.
Brass Monkey says, Tower, get yourself your way down to Gravediggers for pint. Brass Monkey, make yourself known at the Irish Open, the old Brass Monkey. You can take me. 100% guaranteed. We'll be at Gravediggers while we're in Dublin. And I'm there for 13 days. You have no excuse.
What a surprise. Tower's up for a drink. Colour me shocked.
What do you mean? Gravediggers apparently has the finest pint of Guinness in the whole of Ireland.
That is some call.
It is.
Ian is going to... Oh, yeah, he's going to put him in with the Jack-6 off for Thomas. Thomas hasn't insta-folded. He doesn't look very pleased, Tower. What does he have? He's got 8-6 off. It's pretty much as bad as it can get, especially against Ian's hand.
Yeah.
So he is going to have to let it go. Thomas now having to relinquish his big blind and big blind ante down to just 240 now.
4 big blinds. 1 more minute for the keyword. Filthy is the word. So the brass monkey, the deal is on. The deal is struck. I'll be flying into the Irish Open Wednesday afternoon. Go and see the boys at the RDS Wednesday evening. Got Wednesday off, Wednesday night off, and then start work. Apparently it's not work. Apparently it's just walking around and chatting to your mates with your microphone in your hand.
I've never been.
That's what I've been told. That's my job.
You sound like you'd be good at that.
I'm doing floor videos with all the people, getting a bit of atmosphere from the Irish Open.
Yeah,
I'll be
decent.
there. So Jay just says it's chatting to your mates and getting paid for it.
I mean, I can't think of a man more suited to the job.
Thank you very much. So, Gravediggers it will be. Smiter says, I'm back home watching the stream with a bottle of wine. Please, festival went well and hopefully back next year. I'd be very surprised if it's not a stop of some kind.
It's been great.
It's been excellent, really has.
The last 2 brand new stops we've done, Glasgow and Newcastle, have smashed it.
Yeah.
So
they have indeed. F&B have been superb, which is what you want as a poker player. Eat and drink when you want to, especially the food side of it. If it's available all the time, such a good thing for all the poker players.
Nice unlimited waters.
Yes.
Pepsi.
Yep. Put on
Tea.
by the casino.
That's why Tower's at 8.
Yeah, the bottled waters is put on by the casino, so that's a nice touch.
Thomas, ace, deuce of clubs, and only Sinead in the big blind can do anything about Tom winning this one. It's pretty cuspy. She's chip leader, and she can, if she'd like.
So here we go with the
do some
countdown
stuff.
as Sinead gets out of the way. Countdown is on for the tickets. Yes, Portsmouth was really good as well, and we're there for the summer series. There's a summer festival in June. We're going to be there streaming.
I won't be there.
You'll
That's
be in
not one of
Vegas.
ours, is it?
No, you can be there though.
Yeah, but I go to enough already. Like I'm already.
No, oh something.
Yeah.
Smudge.
I didn't type
03. Congratulations. I think we've had Smudge there this week as well. And the Texas chick. Texas chick 46.
There you go, easy as that.
Congratulations on your winning tickets.
Back to the action. We're looking for something to get us going, Tower.
We are.
Because once you lose one of the short stacks, the other one probably is all in shortly after that, because they've got nothing left to wait for.
That is true.
And then we're anyone's game from that point on. So let's see what we can make happen. Cut off with Ian, Jack deuce off. Not going to play that. Now Thomas with just 4 bigs on button has found 9-4 offsuit. Well, I say found 9-4 offsuit. He's not what you're looking for. And he is going to let it go. He thinks it's quite funny as well. He's a good lad. I played with him pretty much all the end of day one, and he was dominating everybody. Not just me, dominating everybody. So it made me feel less bad about how dominated I got. But yeah, he was playing very, very well and getting some hot cards, but that's just how it is.
Lewis should be calling this, at least.
Oh yeah.
Just a small blind, big blind cool. We could even ship this.
I don't think he'll be doing
Sweet
that
pig.
with the blinds out there as they are. One thing.
Thomas 2 to his right is very short, so
Yeah,
just call.
No shotty shoves. And also this hand can dominate quite a lot of Sinead's openings from this situation. So he actually doesn't mind at all, even if it was a different situation ICM-wise. He wouldn't mind just taking flop in position here, and that's what he does. But Sinead does take the lead with a pair of 3s on 8-3-5. Lewis, though, with backdoor flush draw and 2 overcards. Sinead could go either way with this one.
This flop could just easily hit these both these, couldn't it? And in the blinds.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, like, especially blind on blind, this is kind of like what you expect. A little janky bottom pair, maybe some overcards, a backdoor flush draw here and there. You don't generally get to smack the deck too often, and Lewis goes for check back, controlling the size of this one, going to realise his equity with 2 overs and that backdoor flush draw.
Yep.
Sam shows us the 6 of clubs, which is a great card for Sinead as she turns a straight draw as well. Still a very reasonable situation to continue checking, but wouldn't mind seeing Bet either. And Bet would end this one. There's no way that Lewis hangs on here with King 10, so this should do it. No flush draw realised. Just the 2 overs.
Makes it 120.
I think this is just 1/3, just a little bit too big for her to hang on.
And the way it evolves.
So Sinead extends the lead that she already had up to 44 bigs, and Thomas needs some air.
He needs help.
Anything will do. I mean, he's not fussy. Like, this guy's not hanging around, but he's getting 9 for offsuit. So what do you want the geezer to do?
Exactly. Exactly. So the free roll starts in 4 minutes. The password is Newcastle FT. Get yourself in, make sure you play, and enjoy the free roll. Newcastle FT. Thanks to 888 for giving us all the tokens this week. Really good of you. $10, $22 tickets every day, plus four free rolls as well.
What more do you want?
Exactly.
Some final table blood, maybe. See if we can supply it. Ace King for Alex. Under the gun-ish. Yep, under the gun, exactly. It's going to open things up. Let me tell you something. Mr. Riz does not care that there are 2 short stacks when he's got Ace King.
Absolutely not.
Not in the slightest. So while it is unfortunate if he has to play for this, he will play for it. Let's see if anyone behind wants to as well. So this is interesting. 2 medium stacks with 2 shorties around them, both with Ace King. This should be 3-bet. Riz will probably jam. Neither will be happy, and then they'll probably chop.
Yes. I know you want blood, but you don't want to see Ace King beat Ace King, do you?
I kind of do. I'm not going to lie, Tower. I'm that guy. If you didn't know, that's me. 3 bets. Chunky, by the way. 4-something, 435. Massive 3-bet from Ali, basically saying, I'm not folding Riz. And I think it's designed to do exactly that, Tower, because he knows that Riz doesn't care. He'll 4-bet shove like dust, because he's just that kind of guy. He's not bothered. So, like, when he makes it 435, Ali's basically saying to Riz, don't shove, because I'm calling.
Yeah, exactly right. So, back now to Alex.
He'll shove anyway, though, because he's got Ace King. And then we'll be off to what I assume is a chop, but there are eventualities that don't chop. In fact, Alex has a small... Well, actually, Ali, considering our whole folded cards, has a slight advantage.
It is a chunky 3-better.
It's massive. All in.
All of it.
And look, listen, Ali is not happy because he knows he's made it bigger here.
Yeah.
He is not expecting to see bluff 4-bet shove, which we know this isn't. But you cannot make it 435 with Ace King and fold. You cannot. No. You just have to accept that this is the situation when you've got Ace King. It's not the nice one. You hope to see something like exactly what Alex has.
Count, please.
He wants to count, but this probably he can see exactly how much this is, and he knows it's mostly for his tournament life. But when you ask for that count, you do get that clock stopped.
That's part of the game where that if you realise that happens, that it's your advantage.
Yeah.
That he knows his stack's more or less the same. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, Sam counts it pretty damn quick as well. 10 seconds left on the clock for Ali, who cannot do anything but call. It's the sighest of calls, Tower.
Yeah, it was, actually, it was. And he's going to see the good news that they're going to be chopping this. I predict a chop.
Well, that is a very brave prediction, Tower.
Thank you. I'm in the chopping mould.
I'm going for 4 diamonds. Sam, what you got for us, lad? Is it another chop, or have we got anything to sweat? Here comes the flop. Ooh, no hearts for anybody, so this one will be done. Don't worry about this one, Tower.
Chop it up. Don't you know we'll chop it up?
Both players would have taken that if you'd offered it to them before it went in.
You're absolutely right.
So Riz still around 19, Ali around the same, and they'll be hoping they don't have to do that again because we know that Thomas, by the way, was sitting there thinking, go on then.
Go on the 4
Three
diamonds.
bigs.
Go on the 4 diamonds, he was saying. Go on the 4 diamonds. So good luck in the free roll, it's just started. Enjoy, and fingers crossed that you all cash.
It's not possible, Tower, sadly.
No, it's not really.
You've really oversold that one. Exclamation mark unfair, guys, if you're wondering. Ian, quiet so far, as he should be, as the stack depth he has. I mean, he is second in chips, but Sinead to his left can do some stuff and some things. Now, what I will say is that if there's one person that cares less than Riz, it's probably Ian. Ian likes sparkly metal trophies. And that's probably his priority, I would say. Yes, he considers ICM wherever he wants, but trophies. He's in the business of trophies at this stage of his career, at the late stage of his career.
Mr. Bagley's in with King 9.
Yeah, he's pretty happy to be in with
In
King
the
9.
hijack, Sinead will get out of the way.
Thing is, obviously it's not a very good hand tower, but when you've got a king and the big lines forced to call, which they are, then usually you're going to be ahead as long as everyone else folds. George isn't going to fold. George is going to go all in.
He is indeed.
I mean, there is a small chance that George just calls to allow Riz to be Riz.
I don't think he will. If he's got kings or aces, he calls, or queens maybe.
He will be shoving.
Ace, kings in.
Maybe aces, he could do something else, but yeah. Now,
just to try and make Riz look down, but he got out of the way with the queen 3. So ace, king for George, king 9 off for Thomas Bagley.
And 15% tower, which means that bad things have happened to some of our 9s.
So we need to hit a 9, clubs, diamonds.
10 jack, queen will not help, by the way.
Nope.
It will have to be other avenues. So jack no good, but running diamonds are okay.
Running diamonds.
There's only 1 9.
Ouch.
That's rubbish for Thomas, who's played so well for so long.
Diamond on the turn, anybody?
No.
No.
And now 3%. And I don't even know why. It looks like it's over. It is over.
Could have been the 9.
Well, yeah, but
that was
3%. 3% for 1 9. That seems so high.
Well, that's what it was.
No, it's too high.
It was a 9. That's all he could have hit.
Yes, I know. There's 1 9 left, but 9 is like 3% to hit 1 9.
Well, there you go.
That feels too high for me.
Thomas, £3,430 first out on the FT. Well played, sir.
So no 9 on the river, because it's not possible, Tower, as I've already told you. There's one left, so he can't hit it. 4K for next out now. And that should be, I'm hesitant to commit, it should mean that Patrick finds a way into the pot somewhere now.
Patrick, every single chip in front of Patrick is a prisoner.
Well,
he's not putting them in light,
well,
let me tell you.
Well, let me tell you, Tower, Sam's just taken quite a few of them without him having to see his cards, because that's the game. Pocket 8's the best hand in the game for Ian Simpson, who's been doing a lot of damage with hands a lot worse than this, by the way.
Was you there at Madrid when he won the Madrid big one?
Tower, if I told you that I swapped with him most main events, and this one I did your job. I commentated for 4 days. I finished at 5:30 in the morning, and he bloody won, and I had to commentate the whole thing without a piece.
5:30 in the morning?
Yeah, on the Sunday.
That's hilarious.
And then what? Tower? I had 2 hours sleep, and I fell asleep at the terminal.
Was this the terminal missed the flight?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So look, it was
Ian's fault?
It was a very bad beat, yeah. And then he took me for dinner, which was at a vegan restaurant, as if I want to do that. King 5 off for Patrick.
That beat's all over.
Yeah, it was a pretty shocking ending to the trip, but I had a great time.
That beat's all over. So 4,000, fell asleep at the terminal. When we've got more time and we're not on a fight, that's a good. In fact, would you like to tell the terminal story?
No.
It's actually quite funny.
I know it is, but
it is.
It makes me look like such an idiot.
It makes you think. it makes you think that when you're at the terminal and you're the only two people there.
Don't get me started on
that's
that.
not got on the plane. They should go. Excuse me.
They also know.
Is this your plane?
They also have
Mary?
all the information there to say, oh, we've got 2 people not on the plane, and there's 2 people in the 4th row asleep, and they're just like, yep, fine,
off you go,
send it away. Unbelievable.
Just sat there like that.
Yeah, literally.
The plane's going.
Yeah.
Like, woo, up it goes.
It's almost like it was like made their day.
There's 2 people asleep. Do you think that's their plane? Yeah, we'll just leave them.
Yeah, it's an absolute joke. I mean, obviously it's kind of
funny now
on me, but
it's funny now.
Yeah. Patrick, put it in. Come on, there it goes. So George can't fold. We're going to be off to the racing. I told you there'd be one after another, didn't I? There's a jack dead for that Ali's just folded. So Patrick could be somewhat back in the mix.
Yeah,
he just had to fold his big, but get his blinds back at
All
least.
he needs to do yet again is survive. He's done it 3 times so far.
So here we go. Queen Jack for George, who's got 43%. Ace-6 off for Patrick, who's decided to take his stand. $750,000 in the pot. Can Patrick hold?
Can he find the hold?
The flop has got an ace on it.
Beautiful. But now we need to fade kings.
There are 4 available kings that would end Patrick's tournament. The turn card is a deuce, and now it's just the 4 kings. 12% for George, or Patrick will have $750,000. And it's a 4.
And does.
So that is a great run out for Patrick, who can settle back into his chair and practice his folding motion.
One more time, but this time with 13 big blinds,
Yeah,
which is
big.
as many as he's had in the last 3 hours.
Yeah, I mean, that's big. I mean, look, I told you already, these players aren't going to wait around. None of these, like Riz is not going to sit on 16 big blinds waiting for Patrick to get it in again. I promise you. So we're definitely going to see everyone now. Probably everyone is going to have to start saying, look, those 2 short stacks no longer there.
Yeah.
Nothing below 10 bigs. We're all in here to win this. It's time to go. We should see something of that description. If we don't, Tower, look, it's on me. I'm not happy with 3% for one. It just seems too high. Do you know what I mean? Who's ever hit one out before? I did it actually on the turn in Edinburgh.
Does pretty well.
I did. I had one out at a turn, didn't I? Yeah. Sorry about that. Everyone was like, "You're so lucky," and I was like, "I literally laddered for 10 extra quid. Like, just let me have one."
Brilliant.
Ace Queen of clubs for Alex. Too strong to shove from cut off. 2 big blinds incoming. And he makes it exactly that. 120 from the big man, and he is a very big man.
That is so true. Ali looks down. The ace 4. And a bit
just
small.
A little bit too weak, Tower.
But he's the kind of guy that could see a flop.
No, not from the small blind. He's too solid for that. I mean, shoving wouldn't be out of the question considering we know Alex is fairly active, but I think it would just be a little bit too loose. Ace-4 suited, sure. I can imagine that going straight in.
Yeah.
Thomas Slack in the big blind, who's been quiet so far, other than nicking one. 5-4 offsuit, could defend. Out of position against Riz is not ideal, but needs must with the unsuited connector. I mean, he could choose to avoid it if he so wishes. I wouldn't blame him. He certainly seems to be considering that. He's going to let it go.
Yeah.
And Riz would have hoped for something there because, you know, he's near the bottom of the pack. It's a really good hand. You don't get him often. Up to 1.1 though, which is where he started.
Sinead chip leader, 44 bigs. Ian Simpson second.
Yeah.
Ali Ahmed third in chips on 20 bigs.
Absolutely. Sinead biding her time. She's nicked a couple, which is what you got to do. Obviously, as chip leader, it's your prerogative. It's your right to take a few away that maybe not be yours in other situations. But she's not really had much going on, to be fair. Like, fairly card dead. Ace 7 of spades for Lewis. And he is going to open it up to 125.
125 indeed.
Riz has not folded yet. Ace 10 off. He'll be looking at every spot, trying to maximise edge here. It's probably a little bit too borderline, this one. Ace 10 suited, sure. Ace jack off, maybe. Ace 10 off. Probably just a little bit too weak. Patrick looks at his cards, but let's be honest. He's out of the way with jack 4. And, like I said, Patrick could easily find himself 5th or 6th within the next 10 minutes because of the players we have. And Ian Simpson's in the big blind, and it will all fold to him because Thomas has got 6-3 off. Bit of posturing.
And now we'll wait.
Come on, Thomas, we can see what you have. Surely not. I mean...
No, definitely not.
Well, that's what I thought, but we took 20 seconds, so... Ian folds as well. And Lewis picks one up, which he'll be utterly delighted to do with Ace 7 of spades. So Patrick's still shortest, but not short, really. Not desperately short anymore.
Big blind on Sinead. Good luck if you're playing the free roll that started at 8 o'clock our time, BST. The password is Newcastle FT. Get yourself in. Good luck if you are playing it. We'll have a roll call in about an hour.
So we're nearly at the first blind level raise of the final table, which
we go to 80,000.
We'll speed things up a little. Ace King for George.
Raises.
It's not really, apart from the Ace King on Ace King, not really too much coolering going on to get people all in. And Thomas with King Queen of clubs. God, this is an interesting one.
This is he's definitely going to see a flop. Might raise it up anyway.
No, I think he probably flats. I think shoving would be a little bit... I mean, he certainly could shove. I'm expecting call. I don't... Obviously, he's not going to fold.
Whoa,
wow.
That is a big, big fold.
Okay, so...
King, Queen of clubs.
I thought it was obviously wasn't going to fold because it's just a really good hand.
Yeah.
But the situation on the final table is one that he'll understand a lot better than I will. And I'm sure he had reasons that were very reasonable.
Nobody's short to be not seeing a flop.
I think we could probably see if he has dodged one, by the way, there.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
It was a great fold. But folding the King, Queen of clubs there was a little bit of a surprise.
I mean, I would have thought that wasn't stalling. I mean, he probably generally was thinking about doing something with King, Queen of clubs there. I can't imagine he just would have snap folded otherwise. Do you know how hopeless I feel with my last chance of making money at this trip being Josh Manley Poker in the big shot? Do you know how?
Still in?
Yeah. Do you know how depressing and useless that feels?
Did you take him for a Lebanese breakfast?
No, I offered him to go for breakfast, but he couldn't get out of bed.
Oh.
I went with Callum instead,
Oh,
who's much better company. He's out, by the way. Well, yeah, there we go. So it's over. He hasn't told me he's out. He didn't even put it on his story.
He's out.
Well, apparently.
What? Well, so you're making zero money out of Josh?
I mean, what is new? Did you know that since we started swapping, the cash game player, apparently useless at live tournaments, have cashed 7 times, and he's cashed twice. But because he cashed the high roll and I had chunks of it, he's like, oh yeah, but what's the higher value? But what about the consistency, Tower? Put some value on the consistency. Riz counting something out here, by the way. And we are up in blinds, so around 10 bigs. For all those 13 to 16 big blinds, they've all gone down by a couple. Yeah, I've cashed multiple.
Alex with the 10s raises to 160.
This is my fourth. Oh my god.
For Alex.
No, this could be it for Alex. I don't think you can ever fold 10s in this situation, and 2 kings for Ali.
Well, they're going to be 3-betting.
He may shove.
How big does he go?
He may shove. He said, like at the last level, it was more reasonable to 3-bet non-all-in, because I mean, he's only got about, what, 14 bigs? Something like that? I mean, my maths is awful, but looks about 15 bigs. Yeah, 15. So it's certainly completely reasonable to just go all in here. I think that's probably what he'll do. Here it comes, he's all in. I can't see Riz folding this, but he is a bit sick, so I mean, I don't think he's going to be happy. I wonder if he snaps. I mean, I don't know. Sinead with 9s will just fold.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the first good hand she's had, so it's probably like, oh, come on. I've actually finally got something. But I think she just has to fold here. Like, it's early position versus reshove. Like, everyone's still playing quite tight. There's no way 9s is going to perform very well here. Unless they both got ace-king, of course. She's going to have a think, though.
Yeah, no, I don't think we're in a position ever to be calling after a race from Alex as well. The 9s, is there ace, queen, ace, king out there? Do we want to flip?
I don't know. Well, we can't guarantee we're flipping.
I'm thinking 9s as a fold, I'm thinking 10s as a call.
Well, I still think I'd fold 10s as Sinead here. She might be thinking, well, what if Riz has got like ace-10 off and Ali's got ace-king? Then they're sharing outs and I might be able to flip and get a massive chip lead. That's probably what the thought process she's taking, but I think she will just fold in the end. Yeah. I can't imagine her putting this in.
Has a decision with pocket 9s. I think they'll go in the bin.
I'd be very surprised if we see anything but fold. But I can understand the thought process that gets us to all in. I just don't think we'll be there this time. She does fold. That's a good decision.
Lewis says no decision.
Riz hasn't snapped, and I thought that might be the case. He's so unhappy. He knows this is a big spot. He knows he could be stone dead, pretty much like this. Like he is here. He's only got 13%, by the way, Tower, which means we've lost to 10.
Uh-oh.
So Riz, can he get away from this one? This would be a pretty sick fold. He doesn't want to get away from it. He calls it off.
Not. 10s. Against ace-king. Sorry, against kings.
He wishes it was ace-king.
He really does wish it was ace-king.
Well, this is for another ladder,
Alex
pretty
with
much.
The kings.
Yeah, and Alex is at risk here. He's at risk.
He's at risk. Well, the chip counts look exactly the same.
Yeah, Ali's got a tad
so
more.
we're definitely going to be checking. We're definitely going to be checking the stacks after this hand.
Well, we think... Oh, well, that's going to not help very much for Riz.
That is pretty
we need... We got 3% Tower, so it's impossible. See, look.
The 3% means 0. Is that
oi,
oi, oi.
No, surely not. And there's no more 10s. We know there's no more 10s. Isn't that right? Yeah, it had to be running straight. I think it's over. We can't see the outs, but I don't think there was any more 10s left.
Alex Rizvik busting out with 10s. It's a set, but no good, because Ali had already flopped it.
Unbelievable week
Shame
for Riz.
For Alex, but wow, what a week.
Yeah, incredible.
Well played. Top of the MPL, top of the leaderboard. 3 great cashes this week. Well done, Riz.
Well, the outs.
£4,000.
The outs were shown at the start of the hand. I didn't ruin anything. We knew there was only 110 left.
Ben knows.
He knows.
Ben's winding.
Yeah, but everyone else would be like, yeah, Easty, and then Jack mate is telling me to be muted, even though we're sharing the same mic. It's just not very nice, is it, guys? It's not necessary. GG Riz, another good cash.
Down to 7. Down to 7.
And unfortunately, one of them's Ian Simpson poker. Can we get this guy out of here, please, dealer? So, a little bit more room for everyone as well. Look, everyone's spacing themselves out.
I like it.
A bit more comfort in this
Yes.
final table. Most comfortable of all is Sinead, but let's not forget, we've obviously lost Riz, but Ali, around 2.2 now.
He is up there.
I did not swap with Ian. Ian played like way before I would even got here, so it just didn't happen. By the time I'd seen his first story, he'd already tripled up or something stupid. So I couldn't get there in time. He's also just not very nice, so tends not to.
Has Patrick said all of it?
I think Patrick is limped.
No.
So he's limped under the gun here. Wants to see if he can see one.
Interesting that we're trying to see a flop.
Well, he just
out to 9 bigs.
He doesn't want to shove because he thinks if he gets called, he might be dominated. But he does want to see the flop because he's got King 10 suited. So limp seems like a reasonable option.
But if you only just call, surely any two from the big blind could just outflop him.
Yeah, but then you could cooler the big blind. I was actually speaking to Steve Barnes yesterday or today, and he was saying that he had a spot today under the gun with sevens, and the solver was doing a little bit of limping off 12 bigs. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm not good enough to categorically say this is bad. I have a feeling that Patrick probably doesn't know the solver limps here, but I could be wrong. I could easily be wrong. But queens for Sinead.
Here we go. This is not getting to a limped flop. That is for sure.
No, we're going to be ISOing here. Non all in, just making it like 3x.
We're talking about 230. 220,000.
Whoa, George with sixes. What a rough spot. Does he have much fold equity? Probably thinks he does. It's so cuspy. Probably going with eights. I don't know about sevens. Maybe sixes is the line. Just below the line. Probably just lets this one go, and he does.
I think he's also got to let it go because Patrick... Whoa, Patrick!
Patrick bangs it in with the King 10 suited.
He's tried the old limp jam.
Well, he didn't have any fold equity, but clearly Patrick wanted to see this flop, and this was the only way.
So Sinead has got the queens. King 10 for Patrick.
Look, he's nowhere near dead, Tower. 26% by the way. King 10 suited doing not bad against red queens.
Patrick Begley.
Can he find a king or some clovers? He cannot.
No.
Decidedly cannot. There's 1.7 in here, by the way, Tower.
Yeah.
Anything on the turn for Patrick? No. Absolute dust.
We need a 10.
No, we need a king, Tower.
We're
both having a hard time here today.
We don't need a 10. We need a king. And it's not Patrick Begley. Unfortunately, busting out. Strange line to take. But the Queen's beneficiary for Sinead. Look at this. 3.4 million and chip leader.
Yeah, that's a big.
6 left.
It's pretty monstrous, and another ladder for everybody up to about 5 bags now or something like that.
5,800.
Well, that's so much. That's so much money. Imagine what a life. The only good thing about me not making that much money here is that I didn't have to give 10% of it to Josh Manley. So, Sinead bumping the chip lead back up to a reasonable lead after Ali, the previous hand, had closed the gap. Ian's been fairly quiet, as he's had to have been, because honestly not much going on for him in terms of holdings. Did shove a Jack-6 off for good measure, but apart from that... Sixes for Lewis. This is going to be probably, almost certainly, very, very different to the last hand. This is going to have to go in. Still got fold equity, which is super important. Sinead going to be opening a bunch of hands that she does have to fold, exactly like this one. So Lewis going to wager it here. I would wager that he'll wager.
They're just less than 10.
And is that a time bank or an all-in? It is a time bank, but I don't think he'll need much longer to figure out this one just has to go. Versus cut off from the chip leader. How many? I mean, it's about 10. Is she oh God. Maybe it is close. He's going to muck.
He's binned them.
Fair enough.
Binned the sixes.
Sevens, maybe the line again.
Yeah, as the short stack as well. He binned the sixes. Could have taken the line.
It is so close. I mean, it's never great. Like, and there's a lot of hands that, yeah, while you're probably flipping against them, they kind of just have to side call it off, and then you're just at risk, which is just rubbish because it's only 10 bigs. It's less than 10 bigs. So maybe Sinead just ends up having to call a lot of hands that have chunks of equity. So maybe that's why he's let it go. Ali's going to defend, by the way. So the two big chip stacks who are disincentivized to play against each other are going to play against each other, and Sinead best of it again with middle pair.
Queen 10-3 flop. Is the password all caps? I think it's Newcastle, capital F, capital T.
Capital F?
Final two.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying there was an F in Newcastle. I was like, you're right. It's been a long week, isn't it?
Newcastle, capital F, capital T, I think.
Well, I think after bet here, Ali kind of just has to fold. You don't want to play out of position at the best of times, and let me tell you, ace-9 off here is not the best of times. I mean, what do you want to see, Tower? You want to hit an ace? I don't know if you do. Well, we can see that he does, but we don't know that we do. So we just have to let this one go. Unless we want to get fruity, and no fruit will be occurring on this occasion, and I think that is prudent.
Cats on the rail on the final table after busting out the seniors.
So Lewis now down below 10, as we saw, and there's a few people that need some help. Thomas been quiet, Ian quiet as well. But we know quiet makes money. As they already have.
That's true.
As I said, I'd be so good at this. I'd be so class at this. That's me folding, by the way.
Fold, fold, fold. 6 players left.
9-3 off is terrible. George has got the button. He's got 925k. And he has got 2 cards. No, he doesn't. Queen 4 off for Ali, who may limp. I think we're still waiting.
Yeah, on Ali.
Could be considering raise, could be considering fold. But with Thomas's stack how it is, I imagine that pressure will be first and foremost.
You can fold. There's no rule saying you have to see every hand, especially with Queen 4.
Well, I've just been bigging up folding, haven't I? So
he's used a time bank with Queen 4. If we fold this and use a time bank.
No, I think he'll fold, but all the options are like fairly reasonable, to be honest.
He ain't folding.
No, he's going to raise. He's just going to use that high card to apply pressure to Thomas, who is one of the middle stacks and, you know, has 8-3 offsuit, so it's going to work.
Nice one, Mr. Ali. Ali Ahmed, 30 bigs, Sinead chip leader.
Yeah. Sinead with 46 bigs, which is pretty monstrous at this stage. And position on Ian, and Thomas, which is great. Obviously Lewis and George behind her with shorter stacks. So position on Ian's the key here, I would imagine. Obviously from the start of the table. Kind of just keep him where you want him, kind of thing.
Yes.
Keep your friends close.
Absolutely. And your enemies closer. Is that not the right thing?
I imagine they're both today. I'd like to see Ian get going, maybe punt a bit so I can rib him on stream. Ace-4 off, 2 weak under the gun. Probably just a little bit too weak again here for George. And we'll be blind on blind again. And Thomas has got King 6, very similar to sort of raggedy picture card that Ali had last hand and took some time and ended up taking it away. Ian's kind of tough to get to fold big blinds.
Yes.
What does he want to do with King 6 here?
Especially out of 12 as well. All of it.
All
The
in.
only real thing he could do for 12, and the Jack 5 gets out of the way. Sinead's from just outside Kent, near Ramsgate. She plays down at Broadstairs, or used to. Obviously now married and moved up north. But Sinead is from down the Kent way, just outside, I think. Mr. J's in the building. So we're going to grab Jay for the final hour of this session. He's going to still sit in. He might move over seats.
I will, because I don't actually get to decide where I sit. So. You're both very, very adamant where you sit.
We have lost 3 on the FT so far, so we'll pass over to Jay and to Easty for the last hour of this session. 6 left, final table.
Welcome back, Jay.
Good to be back. What's been happening? I see Sinead's got chunks in front of her.
Yeah, cards have been dealt to certain players. Some have lost all-ins, some have not. We have lost 3 players.
Thomas a short stack.
Yeah.
Not at the table anymore. Alex has gone.
Yeah, ran into 10s into kings. He kind of didn't want to put it in either. It was like 12 bigs and he kind of knew, but what can you do?
And you're going to have to help me on the other casualty. I can't think who it is.
It is Patrick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who did a lot of folding and then limp got it in
I
with
remember
King 10
the one. I remember
suited
the one,
against the queens of Sinead. So Ali, who knocked Riz off, has got now 2.5. The closest challenger to our chip leader, Sinead, who is in the big blind.
How's she been playing? Been aggressive, lots of opens, free bets, or just...
To be fair, she's not had the best distribution so far, but she's made it work. Won a blind on blind hand with a dusty little 7-3, and also won the queens against King 10 to knock off an opponent. But yeah, just steady, keeping herself afloat. Not much to speak of, to be honest.
No need to defend there. 8-6 off versus Ali, who's second in chips. This is a rare moment in the booth review. Spurs have won today, and Liverpool have lost.
Yeah, it was the first half was a calamity. I don't know what the hell was going on. But you know what I really did enjoy about the first half is when you came over telling me that Lucas Bergvall had scored for the second time this week, rubbing something in my face and then having it taken away. It's like poetic. It almost made up for...
Do you know what the worst thing was? It was like 7 minutes of VAR, and it didn't even look offside. Like, it was like a crumb. And it's not
How can you be offside by a crumb?
If it's not that clear,
Well, he's
it
eating a
shouldn't
hot cross
be.
bun on the line.
I don't know. It was a hair offside.
Yeah, we went 1-0 up and I was like, here we go, but you know, it's what it is. Queen Jack suited for Thomas back.
Cut off here. Is there any? Feels like a jam. I don't actually know all the other stacks, but 14 bigs.
People have been keeping it nice and case,
Okay.
to be honest, Jay.
Yeah,
Thomas folded, by the way, I actually wanted to ask you about this one. It went, I mean, he's going to shove this time. He folded versus low jack open with king, queen of clubs on button off of 19 bigs.
What? 19. What were the rest that was there?
Shortest stack was like 13 at the time.
Were they all like very 5 or 6 stacks between like 10 and, well, what was it, 13 and...
There was a few between 13 and 20, yeah.
Yeah, and opener was one of these stacks as well.
I think so, yeah.
King, queen of clubs seems kind of tight, but I'd probably fold king jack suited, so...
I mean, I didn't know. I just assumed he knows better than me, which he
and
does.
and Tom knows better than me, so...
I was just interested.
What did the opener have? Not that it matters.
Ace king. Bottom of the range. So we're not all in, but we're all in from Thomas. And Ian's got 6s. Another really close one with one of these pairs. Like everyone's had 6s today in like the hardest spots.
The thing is, at FTs, like Tom shouldn't be taking stuff like deuces through 5s here. That's like the key important thing. Like earlier on in the tournament, when there's going to be pairs in range, like these hands are going to be much clearer to get in for Ian. But now it's highly unlikely that we dominate anything, and then we're either flipping or got to find a 2-outer. Lewis with the ace-6. What's he got? Nah, not calling here as Lewis, I don't think.
He looks pained.
Probably peeled the ace first. I'd be pained if I peeled the ace first and saw that offsuit 6 next door.
What's the line here?
For R8, but Tom shoved for 14. I'll be honest, I don't even like ace 10. Like ace jack, yeah, whatever, but like ace 6 off, no chance I'd ever be going with this.
For 8 big. Oh, he's going with it.
Wow,
Jay.
he's going to go with it. Okay.
Good read, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
And we're off to a really wonky sort of semi-race.
Yeah. The thing is, like Tom shoving here for effective his 14 bigs. Yes, we've only got 8.5, but ace 8-6 off here. I'm really shocked, but he's in front.
We've got to deal with what we've got here.
He's in front. He's got 60% equity. He's made a great call.
He does. Thomas will be gutted to see call.
He will.
What about the flop though? 1.5 in there. Oh, that's so dusty.
That is.
Thomas nowhere near the 3-4 deuce 2 diamonds. Could be dead on turn sometimes. A lot, actually. Decent amount anyway.
Oh.
He is not at all Jack of Hearts.
So Tom drills it on the turn, and now Lewis needing to find an ace or 5. Oh no! What a ridiculous run out that is. Lewis 1 foot out the door. Tom gets their turn. Lewis gets their river.
Who would play this game, man?
Fun old run out.
Lewis gets there. The get there, as you said, ace 6 off. That was all sorts of wonky, that entire hand. He decided to take a stand, as he knows that Thomas is going to be shoving stuff like that as well. So now life support for Thomas Clack on 430. He can handle a 5 big blind stack though. There's not loads of manoeuvrability because a lot of your opponents are forced to do things you don't want them to do, but we'll see what he can make of it.
Yeah, they're frustrating them ones. Just got to keep your head. A jam you expect to get through. A hand calls us that we don't expect to call. Well, 8.5, a6 off facing what is a 14 big jam from Tom Light. I think we need at least ace 10 there, Nick. Right.
Yeah, I would. It seems that I would probably agree with you. I mean, I thought it was closer than you felt it was, but I mean, I am very wonky myself. Although I did spin 5 big blinds today a little bit. I had a little moment.
We was as shocked as you. Do you know what? I was actually expecting when I was walking into the casino at 12:10
Me
you
to be
to be
walking
walking out. I actually was.
No.
I thought it was about 50-50. That would happen today. When I walk in, you'd be passing me on the way out.
Well, you know when Tower does that thing where he sort of like has a premonition. He came over and he went, "Don't worry, Barry's going to give it you," and he gave it me.
Yeah, did it?
Yeah. Well, he didn't give it to me. I had kings and I had ace 3 offsuit. And I went, pointy please dealer, and there it was.
So Ian here, King Queen, just gonna open send, is this?
Wow, this is mental, isn't it?
For 17, with Sinead still behind us covering.
I believe this is called the Zcheng.
The Zcheng?
Yeah, because he shoved like 16 bigs with King Queen off in the high roll and ran into it, didn't he?
Yeah, okay. Interesting jam from Mr. Simpson. I'm not sure about that one either, Easty.
I mean, I think it's terrible. I think it's a bad show. I just want that to be true because I like it when Ian does things that make him look silly. Like 4-bet shoving ace-3 suited into queens when they've got no fold equity and just getting there anyway.
Yeah. Like, I understand it if we're covering stack, but when Sinead's chip leader there, like if she just wakes up with the goods, we just dust, right? Like if Sinead just wakes up with the goods there on our direct left.
I mean, I assume he considered that before he
Yeah,
shoved.
it's a very, very strange
Does he
jam.
think Sinead's calling too tight in that spot? Maybe.
Maybe that's it. Maybe he feels like Sinead's going to call tighter than she should. And
I mean, it's not like she still can't wake up with something that calls. She's not going to fold like ace-queen, is she?
Lots of risk.
Well, Tom's all in. And we wish him the best of luck.
Yes, we do.
Is it, just before we get there, is Ali forced with every hand?
No. Not for what's it, 5.5. No, Ali can still fold. Like you don't have to just double him up with 7 deuce off, 8-3 off, 9 deuce off. Like there was a hand earlier for 4.5 bigs, maybe just less, where someone called in the big one. I think it was Alex actually, Alex Risley, called 10-4 off, and I said I don't think we just need to double someone up here and call these rag cards for 4. For 3 it's different. I know it's only a big, but
I think it's
not necessarily any 2 here.
Well, this is like middling, isn't it?
Well, we don't. The good thing is, like Tom's not open jam. He's left himself a room if something carnage ensued. It hasn't. So now Ali can actually just call. He doesn't have to set Tom in because then we can potentially. There's not many boards. Very small percentage. I'm trying to think of one. Maybe like the.
He's just going to send it in.
King 8. Oh, he's going to send it in. Okay.
He couldn't be bothered.
I would have just called because although it's only minute percentage, I feel like there are still a few selected boards we could potentially fold, like maybe like the 2, 3, 4 all clubs, something like that, all spades. It does just throw it in with the Jack 9, and now Thomas got to fade these 2 in betweeners. 43% seems a hell of a lot after losing the last one.
Yeah, it's too high, isn't it? I think.
It is.
Jack or a 9. Or running hearts or something else, and an 8. Doesn't really change much about the dynamics of this one. Still running hearts available, a little bit of running straight, and also obviously the Jack and the 9, and there's a red one, and it's a heart.
Oh no.
Surely not like this. There's so many outs, 13 of them once for Ali to knock off Thomas, and he won't. 3 of diamonds pairs the board, and Tom's back in the game.
Yes, he is. 12 bigs for Tom. A little bit more room to manoeuvre.
Bowl of salt. I mean, I actually don't need a bowl of salt to be this salty. I am perennially upset when other people succeed in life. George now short.
You're not unhappy when someone succeeds when you got a cut of their success. Like you got a little piece or you're involved somehow, then you're happy.
I'm not involved in any way, shape or form other than commentating on everyone else winning loads of money.
You've got your 888 pro, Ian Simpson,
really think
sat right there.
Where do you think I want Ian to finish?
First, I'm hoping.
It is 6th.
If we had Swifty or Katie Nixon or Cal on this table, I'd want in my head for them to win. I may not portray it on stream, but they're the pro.
I can tell you with no doubt in my mind that I want Ian to come 6th, both outwardly and inwardly.
You are a nasty piece of work, aren't you?
Well,
just let him support him. Yeah, he's running good. But,
but what if I want Sinead to win, or what if I want George to win? I like George.
Okay, but you're saying 6th. You want him to go out next.
Yeah, that's
out of everyone here. You want him to go out next.
If I can pick someone, yes.
Okay, all right.
But I can't, Jay. That's not how it works. I'll watch him win.
Again!
Ali just going to set Tom in. 12.5 bigs.
Yeah.
And 7-8 of diamonds. Sucky one, but got to fold it.
That's why we shoved the Queen Jack. Don't let them realise with that 8-7 suits. Oh, look, it's getting a little bit desperate for Tom and George. Both could be at any moment at risk again. Bit sweaty for Tom in the last orbit. Unsuited folded from Sinead. Is that not tight? Jay?
I potentially would have opened Sinead there, yes. I didn't actually. I actually missed that. I was too busy. I was too busy.
You were asking me about Ian.
I was moaning about Nick. Anti-railing Ian. I don't think it's... Ian doesn't mind, obviously. He's that type of guy, but...
Yeah, but you know what? Like, earlier, I was like... I keep anti-sweating him. He keeps winning every hand. So I went
That's
over to the...
why. If you actually start supporting him,
I
he's
went to
gonna
the
run
feature,
bad.
and he had ace-3 off in against ace-queen for his tournament life, and I went 3! And it came in again! There's nothing I can do. He's immortal. Everyone's had enough, okay? Let somebody else win. Anyway, Ali with ace-queen. It's probably the best hands we've seen in a long time.
Maybe you need to invest in a banana case. Maybe that's the
You think
trick.
that's it?
Or just eat more bananas.
Actually, I eat very few bananas these. My banana percentage was actually a lot higher before. I'm much more of a grape man now. The odd clementine, perhaps.
So, waiting for Ian's hand to show. Queen 3 no diamonds. Going to defend here.
Yep. And we're looking for ace, queen, 3 dealer. And not a word. Oh, well, Ian's not going to win this one.
No chance, and Ali just gets to continue small. Tend to scale down at final tables, so could potentially go quarter, around 130.
That will do it as well.
He's gone fairly chunky here on the King 10-5.
Ian's always very sus of everything that happens, but when you've got queen 3 of diamonds on this board, it doesn't matter how sus you are, you just got to let it go.
Yeah, it weren't actually too chunky, 30%. Look bigger. There you go, Gary. I'm not sure yet, I'm not booked up. It'll be sometimes middle of June till middle of July. Be there for a month, 4 weeks again.
Well, 6-handed we remain. And Lewis, off of this stack depth, doesn't need to concern himself with ace-7 off. I mean, every time you let a hand go at the moment, somebody's perennially sort of at risk. So you could be making yourself 3k for pitching your cards in. Folds to Tom, who snap folds. And Ian's got queen 3 again.
But like, if we covered here, just going to fold here as Ian, like, potentially we covered. Probably need a king as well to go for one of these, like, polar, not all-in raises, but we'll see what Ian goes for. He still may take it.
Yeah, I don't think he was ever going to fold that, to be honest.
Okay. I guess if he feels like Sinead's not going to punish enough, then that Sinead should be continuing the 10-9 off with position against this size. 2.5 BBs, just north of.
Yeah, it's one of those where it's like, nah, but yeah, I'm there.
I've noticed that about Ian, though. He does love the blind-on-blind spots. He's very aggressive. He likes to take initiative.
I think he's just very confident in them. He's studied. He doesn't mind the battles, you know. And that's where you battle quite hard. He'll win this one.
Yep, of course he will. On the Jack 4-4. A little diamond in hand as well.
Yeah, he'll bet, and Sinead will have no option but to fold. Ooh, goes for check. I'm very interested to see that. Check, check, hoping to catch a 9 or 10.
Queen's a fun card.
It's so dead for Sinead. It's just like one of the worst possible hands you can have here, really. Maybe the worst. 9-8, 10-9.
No suits.
I wonder what Ian thinks like Sinead's ranges here, because when he opens off of this like 15 big blind stack depth, like Sinead should shove a decent proportion of a ace X, but does Ian think she's going to call more and have like some ace highs here that he's going to try and fold out? Like,
Ian's going to try and win this one, and Sinead hasn't snap folded, but I think it won't take long.
Yeah, we have no other option now. And Sinead
goes.
He's the best. Just finds the way. Some people covered that sitting. Well, he was sitting fourth in chips before the hand started. May just walk the chip lead up. Ian, queen 3 off, raises, finds a way to win the pot.
What a player. Thanks for those 4 3-outers earlier, Sam. No worries, lad. Ace King for George. Send?
Yeah, well, he might just make it 450, something like that, as a half stack thing. If we're going to do that with like a hand that we potentially fold, obviously never folding ace king, but can't just do it with our hands like the queen jack suited. And
Fancy not knowing there's going to be 400, honestly.
Sorry, mate. Same thing, same idea. But ace king's not one that we fold. It went all in, but there are some hands we do this with that if it went all in, we could potentially then get away. So can't just do it with like the ace 10, need to do it with our strong hands as well.
Stalling for the blinds again, I guess,
Yeah,
Thomas?
of course.
Use the bank.
Trying to get him up on George, who's sub 10, but he won't be after this hand, assuming no one wakes up with it.
Sinister tactics. Plays the game. Steve Barnes really trying to take our attention to the king-queen punt. Eyebrows raised from Mr. Barnes. Disaster if he busts. What a loser.
I said I didn't like it. It was Easty that come. He was the one that used the vocabulary that he did, the way he described the play, but I just said I didn't like it. Weren't sure about it. I brushed around the edges a little bit. You just got straight to the point, didn't you?
Yeah. The only thing that raised my eyebrows more was Stabarnes' 4 bullets in the bounty.
Just 4?
Yeah, just 4. And then he just moaned after everyone. Who are these people just moaning all the time?
Goes and makes an FT in a huge event a few weeks back and just... I forget. 1 minute you're on stage singing CeeLo Green and the next you're doing 4 bullets in the bounty. Comes at you fast.
It does.
I'm sorry, I've just realised, mate, he's wearing 2 hats.
He was wearing 2 hats and a hoodie in the middle earlier. He has since relieved himself of the hoodie.
The chat has drawn my attention to Ali. Any reason? Do we know why he's got 2 hats on?
He got given a hat for making the final table.
Okay.
And I think he likes his current hat, but didn't want to feel rude. So he also wore that hat as well.
Okay.
That's my read. He didn't tell me that. Ace King for Lewis. Any limpies?
Can he find a limp?
Actually, maybe suited raise calls. Maybe this one just jams.
There's Matt D.
He's going to go for raise call. It's so spicy with the offsuit. Takes a lot of heart. Got a bit big though, I think, over north of 3 at this stage. Yeah, went like this is committal size, and we need to go here like 260, something that can potentially still look like there's fold equity there for George. But I do love the fruitfulness from Lewis. Brave man to raise call the ace king there. It might even be a thing. I think the suited will.
Is that Josh Manley? No, I think it's the floor. I think Josh Manley's in bed with another kebab.
Joe Diego says he did basically bubble the high roller with aces all in pre, to be fair. Who did?
I'm laughing at Steban's giving it back. You had a great time, mate.
I was not here for the high roller joke. Is he talking about Ian, I'm guessing?
No, I think it's Steve bust. No, Ian absolutely launched it off in the high roller.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he completely punted it. It was four-handed, and he just decided that he was going to bet call 2 pair on a 3 flush 4 straight or whatever it was.
Okay.
And just dusted it, and then he made a little soppy post about how he loves the game, even though he completely punted off his stack. Absolute loser. Honestly.
Oh. I think you're a great guy, Ian, when you watch this back. Just to throw it
he
out
won't
there.
watch it back. There's Josh. Is that not Josh Mammoth? No, it might be a Josh dupe. Yeah, Stephen did.
Oh, it was about Steve, okay. Against Ravi, of course it was against Ravi.
Yeah. We had a nice walk along the river. I can't believe that. We even got emotional. You know, there was all sorts being spoken about on the way home. Went to a nice burger, got some cakes for the lads.
Did you manage food yesterday?
Did I manage food?
Well, as I was leaving the casino, you said you're going for food.
I went for a kebab.
You asked me if I wanted to come.
It was quite hard to get everyone out yesterday because obviously Riz was winning everything again, and you know, Steve was just, well, being Steve. So we couldn't get out of the building. So I eventually, about 2:30, I did get a kebab.
Okay.
And it was mid. Jacks for Lewis.
Yeah.
Which is above mid.
Yeah, just 2 BBs, way too good a hand to be open jamming. Need to induce some stuff behind.
Yeah. We're certainly getting it in if we have to. Ooh. Ace deuce, probably with no fold equity, need to let this go. We need fold equity.
Yeah. If we had like a big more, we might just have it, but I feel like Lewis is going to be calling off 2-1, and a lot of his open range may have some folds in there, but he may take it as George.
Nah.
He does not.
You don't want to duck when you're struggling for fold equity. The hats. Hat man. Mux. Clack man. Oh, we're off.
We are off.
What can you do?
Not much.
And by the way, 58% for Lewis means we're missing something for Thomas. And he's been on the other side twice, Thomas, and now he's on the wrong side, 42% with ace queen. It's going in. Here comes call. What do you mean, tank?
Yeah, what do you mean, tank? Now, there you go. He's just checking the things. He's got his sunnies on. He may not have seen Tom stack. He's just looking at the graphic. And we are off to the races. 2 million in the middle. Lewis covering Thomas Clack. Are we going to be down to 5 players in the main event?
This is huge, but with 2 million chips or basically crippled or out. The difference is massive. These spots, always a huge decider in who ends up at the business end. Tom looking for ace or queen or spades. Lewis with the jacks needs to hold. The flop is really unhelpful. Backdoor spades and 2 overs still available. We're missing the ace of diamonds, down to 24%. Jack still hold for Lewis. Turn card. A 5 of spades.
We like that.
Up to 13 outs now. All those spades popping up. Only one missing. Can he find any of them on the river? Oh, he can!
Through the back door for Thomas Clack.
The Clack door.
And Lewis back to where he was before he doubled up through Tom, just as I sat down about 20 minutes ago.
That
the
is...
Clack door.
Sorry, mate.
I thought Tower was on break.
Come on.
It was good. It was pretty
I've had a
good,
long day, man. I've been through the ringer. I've watched Callum Gordon eat about 4,000 calories. I'm usually the disgusting one. He ordered like a meal for 4, and he was like, "Yeah, that's fine." It was unbelievable. And then he had dessert. People like Clackdoor.
Yeah, it's quite good.
It's gone down well. I think the only person that didn't like it was PK. PK nearly walked out. But he can't. He's stuck to his chair. Lewis lays too soft now. Oh, it's a horrible river for Lewis. It was looking so good as well.
Yeah, it's actually, after seeing the flop in those spots, you feel good. Ooh, I don't even think we need to take this for 6. We're close to 6. Like, we've still got another, we've got 2 hands. Ace deuce off.
Look, Lewis likes a janky ace, and don't tell me otherwise. George ace 8 off. Is this not really close as well?
Depends how much ace X George thinks that he dominates. Like, I wouldn't think Lewis is going to shove like the offsuit will stuff like ace deuce, even maybe ace 6 off with still 2 free hands before he has to invest some blinds and ante.
What's it going to be in the big? Nothing.
Yeah, but fair play to Lewis. He gets it through. Maybe picks up an extra 2.5 bigs. Others wouldn't have.
He's not letting himself get cut adrift. He's taking stands. He almost had 2 mil. 2.5, sorry. How does Clack do it? Stephen's become a bit of a salty reg.
He's spending too much time with you. I've seen you and Steve Barnes together a lot this week, so he's probably just spending too much time with you.
I, for one, don't feel I've spent enough time with Steve Barnes.
You need to stop spending time with Eastie, Steve. I actually like you. Please don't make me dislike you in the future. I actually really like Steve.
Ace 10 off. Well, I imagine this is in as well. It's the comeback story. 8 bigs, ace 10 off. Happy? In it goes.
I'm happy 6 max.
You've not been happy
Effective
much
low jack.
so far.
I'm more than happy with this one.
Sinead with ace king.
Wow, I didn't actually realise last hand either. I thought we had 2 more hands before we had to put it. It was actually only 1 more hand, so it probably does actually make it a bit closer and not as bad as it first seemed. Lewis's original jam. But back to this hand. He was under the gun next hand. Sinead wakes up with a big slick. Lewis going to need to find a 3 outer.
32%. That's loads. I don't even think he can lose with that much. Any 10s about for Lewis, or can Sinead extend the lead? Queen high. Running hearts would actually work, even though Sinead's got the king. Ace out there for Lewis. Anything to keep any hope alive on the turn.
No.
7 of clubs is dead as anything. Now only 8%. 3 outs. Once. Has to be a 10.
Lewis find the 10. No, he cannot. It's a king on the river. Top pair, top kicker. Good for Sinead. She's up over 4 mil, but it's Lewis that's going to exit in 6th place. Decent run from him. We're going to take home 8,000 and is it 8,000? 5,800. I'm looking at 5th. £5,800. Lewis Parks, and we are down to 5. So when we come back after the break in 30 minutes time, plus break, clock will be shortened to 30.
Ooh.
Which may cause some carnage the next 2 hours.
I mean, I think there's been a fair amount of carnage, mostly sponsored by Lewis, who has decided that he's not here to come sick.
And he did. Which is kind of counterintuitive, really. He wanted to win.
It was just the A6 call, I think, Thomas. Like the ace deuce one, I actually thought he had 2 hands before he was gone. I didn't actually realise he was gone next hand, so I actually think it's a little bit closer. I still wouldn't take ace deuce off, but I think it was the A6 call.
I wanted him to win, to be honest, Lewis. He actually came up to me and said he liked my videos, which happens about once a year.
I'm not surprised. You come across as very endearing. Sinead, ace deuce off. I'd love her to attack here.
Ping it in.
Not seen it once from her. Just get after it. Ali's got to be so snug here. Like, he's second in chips. We've now got 2. Really, Thomas doubled to 2 million, didn't he? So it's just George that's really short now. But even still, it's a real good time for Sinead to potentially put Thomas in a bit of a spot. George has got sub 5 BBs here. The next ladder worth 2.2k.
Yep. But the patient game has worked so far. Just keeping it nice and solid can never be bad.
Something says he likes your videos too. He really appreciates when you post a winning video.
I just can't take anything he says seriously.
Ace 9 off, out the way for Thomas. So Sinead 9-6 suited here. Wouldn't be able to raise call of George, but we do get to put a lot of pressure on Ali.
How much does George even... She can't fold.
Oh, no, yeah, okay, yeah, okay. I thought George had more chips. My apologies. I'm waiting for the graphic. She wouldn't fold now.
What's he doing? He's all in? Pretty much.
It's just calling.
I thought he was just like, decided he didn't want to pay his small blind anymore. No, he's raised. Has he missed something?
I don't think he's realised Sinead's opened.
It might actually work out. Oh, yeah, he doesn't.
I don't think he realised that Sinead had opened.
Well, he's got king 3 off, so I can't imagine that he did.
Yeah. That's all that this can be here from George. But now Ali will get out of the way. And Sinead just can't do anything but put it in. And
this is a great spot.
It is a great spot.
This is an amazing spot.
He sees the 9-6 of spades, and Sinead's going to like what she sees as well.
I mean, is there any chance he meant this? Like, because he knows that Sinead's going to be opening much worse than King High.
But it's not about much worse than King High. Look at her equity with 9-6 of spades. As long as she's got 2 live cards, like what we got to win a 60% shot, and then when she can have us dominated. She can have ace highs.
Yeah, but he's got 4 beavers. Is
I
that
know.
enough?
Yeah, but we've got 4 hands.
We're off to a flop, Jay.
Okay, we're off to a flop, and it's looking good for George. So
it's still a bit sweaty though, isn't it? Back door, 9s or 6s.
Looks great now.
There's 2 dead 9s and 6s. Well, 2 of the outs are dead.
Well, there is a sweaty one.
This, George.
Backdoor spades available.
The creative shove, 1 million in there. Can Sinead knock him off? No. King 3 off. Takes it down and up to 1.1 for George, who's back in the game, Jay.
Yeah, but the only thing with 4.5 there, we can just fold, and then we got 3 hands free to look at. We can then shove, wait for something better than King 3. We may not get something better than King 3, but the problem is Sinead's always calling, and even if she's got the 5-6 suited, the 9-6 suited, these stuff, like we'd do well to have more than 60% there, and then she can still have the ace king, king 5 upwards.
George is back in it though, man.
He is back in it. He is back in it. But I'm not sure. Maybe he meant it. Maybe it was just a bit of ingenious, and he meant it, and he thought King High beats enough of our range. I'll take me a little 60%.
Yeah, I mean, he was cut adrift as well.
Yeah,
and there was a lot in there.
I guess.
It could have meant it. It might just be the best. I know he's very good. So
I think George is.
It's hard to miss the button open. I think he must have meant it. Looked like a misclip. It did. It was a bit weird, wasn't it?
But he put 250 in, didn't he? He put like 250 in, and the dealer said you got to make it 300.
Yeah, I recommend paying attention, but You know, he's got 1.1, so what does it matter? It's worked out very. Whatever happened, he's worked out brilliantly for him. Back in the game. 7 ducky for Ali, who will be passing.
Yeah, you imagine so.
Why has it always got to be so dramatic?
What, the fold was 7
Yeah.
deuce? I don't know.
It took about a year, and then just like...
Maybe he's thinking about raising.
Right, come on, let's get Ian out of here before I leave. 22 minutes to do it, dealer. He's actually quietly chipped down to about 30. He's one of the shorter stacks. I mean, this is up in the open, this one. Like, anyone can win this, easily. King 3 off, hand of the day. Not this time. I mean, George should easily make a run from here. He's now got his fold equity back.
Yep.
Off 11. Ace 7 off, Jay.
I probably wouldn't take this one as George. Like, we're backing in.
We're taking it.
He's going to take it, okay.
When you've got very weak players in the big blind as well. Important to take those edges.
Like suited ace-X, I feel like it would have to go when we got 12 from the cut-off, but some of these lower down offsuit stuff does work for him. We got the block up.
Go on, George.
Gets it through, and George just up to 14 like that.
I feel bad because he's the one I called the 3 in for Ian against. I went up to him later, so I didn't want it. I was just trying to feng shui something, get him out of there.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? He was all right. He's chilled.
It's a nice little turnaround for George in the last 10 minutes.
I'm going to ask him about the King 3.
Yeah, I had to. I think it's a misclick.
What a great mistake. You could win off that. You never know. I mean, I'm thinking about it. It's like, oh, here we go again, George. I mean, we're all in, aren't we?
I'd fold.
You'd fold?
I'd fold.
The way George has been playing...
I sound like such a nit, don't I?
Well, maybe you just are.
Just fold everything. Is good.
If it quacks like a duck and it walks like a duck...
The only good thing that's going from... We're 5-handed now, slightly less ICM. We're like 8 max here, and we're in like middle position. Like 5s we probably don't ever want to go in. But even still, we got 4 players to get through still. Like, obviously, in terms of chips, yes, fist, like, 5-handed, pocket 5s, 13.5 bigs. We're loving life, chip EV, but...
I think just George is, like, here for it, though. Like, sometimes you just want to win the tournament, and this is how...
Or maybe he's just said to himself, right, everyone's folded everything. I'm going to start... I've added on a little 10% of hands that I'm going to start shoving now, as well as what I originally shoved.
Yeah, but he's got to assume, though, that some players like Ian and Thomas, like, they're not just mucking all. They've got crap hands.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Like, Sinead's had mostly dust all day.
But he's not shoving dust. Like, he's shoving the hands that I think just missed the cut. Like, it's not like he's shoving 7-8 off or just like a King 4 suited. He's just like shoving hands that I feel like just missed the cut.
I just think he's going for the win.
Oh, he's going for the win. We don't know what's going on in our heads. We have our own opinions on the situation.
Come on, George, my son. I like all of these people except Ian. I don't mind who wins as long as it's not Ian. How many winners' photos do you think I would get in on this final table? Ironically, probably only one, which is Ian. But I'll be looking really upset. Ace King, by the way, for Sinead. 300 bags and 7 deuce off again for George, not going to get in any trouble. Thankfully for himself, he's bought himself another round with his previous 2 hands. What is it with you and Tower coughing every second?
I've been ill. I literally got ill. Spurs. I was watching Spurs Chelsea the other night.
It was
I
so
literally
bad.
felt sick. I had to go to the bathroom because I felt so sick. I walked out the casino. I went and watched the rest of Spurs in bed. I woke up the next day. I slept all day on my day off. I then come in here at about 11 to anti-rail you.
You literally did.
I then played some cards for about an hour, and then I went to bed. Woke up yesterday, I was feeling all right. Like, I was getting better. And I woke up this morning, it was like wave 2 just hit me. Like, it just got worsened. But we're nearly there. We've probably got 2 hours or so to go.
He was so sick he bought Bergval. 6s for Sinead. Couple of bigs. Was there any shoving available?
Yeah, I think this is one where probably we shove, but we only shove if we think that Ali knows what's going on. Because if Ali doesn't know what's going on and is just going to snap us off with 7s in the big blind, then it becomes a disaster. But now jump back to George's spot, and he is going to take it here. And he's been so active.
Mate, he is not missing anything.
Oh my word! And Ali, if Sinead did open rip for 21,
oh, imagine
it would have been disaster. She's found the perfect timing to make it 2 bigs, because now Ali, with the Cowboys in the big blind, I assume is just going to say the words, "I'm all in."
I mean, could he call? Could he call?
Do we want to call though and like let Sinead in like with something like she has to call like any ace-x suited then, and then they've still got like 30% against us. I think we just want to jam. I don't think there's any calling going on here when Sinead,
it's non all in. Well, it's basically an all in.
Or this, yeah, or maybe this 4-bet click's probably nicer actually. Now I think about it.
Well, Sinead has now an easy fold, and unfortunately for George, he's not got a lot of equity, and he has to run it. He's got too much in there. No, 500. Ooh. He has 1.5. No, can he fold?
Yeah, I think we probably have to, right?
He's got 1/3 of his stack in.
Because what is Ali's range here? This is never a bluff because it looks like George is committed. So I guess we've got 16 combos of ace king. It's just a disaster if we fold and we're up against ace king, isn't it?
Don't do it, Sinead. Thank you.
I
Get out of the way. She saved herself.
It's impossible to do this in my head without something like Flopzilla, but the range is going to be ace king, 16 combos. It's going to be jacks, 3 combos from George's perspective. Queens through aces at 18 combos combined, so you got 18 combos plus the jacks, so 21 combos of hands that have us absolutely crushed, and we got 16 combos of hands that we've got just under 40% against.
Live to die another day, George.
It's really difficult to do in my head.
It's so close though, isn't it?
Yeah. Might just be in. Do we have
thing is, Ali's just
we need,
only got nuts.
We need 33 versus range here, 33 versus range, and with them 16 combos of ace king, it is pretty close, but he does figure it out.
What a player, man. Dialed.
Does Ali ever have like scattered ace queen in there as well? You don't think so?
I think from his perspective, he assumes George probably doesn't fold.
Yeah.
That's what I would assume.
Yeah. Yeah, because like what is Ali supposed to have? Like, yes, he can have ace king, and it's so annoying. But
do you think Sinead goes with it?
What, the 6s?
Yeah.
I think she does, but more to do with how George has been playing the last 20 minutes, and the delay's not caught up, so she's probably not got any information. And it looks like he's just said to himself, right, everyone's playing pretty cagey, let's get halfway. We've seen the hands, they've been fairly close spots for him. But
she's probably fairly thankful that that spot didn't actually got that taken away from her, because it was not a nice one.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. No, yeah, but George keeping his tournament alive again, surviving.
Look how happy his picture is as well. He's beaming. Go on, George. Button. We don't know what George has. 9 big blinds, we do know, and a fold. So blind on blind for the first time in a little bit. 10-4 off, though. How long this time, Ali? There you go. See? He heard me, Jay.
Yep.
2 walks in a row, by the way, for Thomas Clack in the big. That's huge. And rare.
Especially when Ali covers, yes. He has just had bottom 5%, 2 hands in a row, and folded to him in the small, so.
Sam's done enough damage. Off he goes. I think this is the dealer I had earlier that was world class. Honestly, I won 3 all-ins with this.
Oh, world class, because the...
Mate, I won 3 all. Every time I asked him for something, he was like, yep, it was class. And then I got a new dealer, and I was out. Don't blame the dealers, guys. Thank the dealers.
Clack to clack walks, says Dire
Oh, here we go. D1 restraints. We love it. I should have got there first. I should have been there. I need to find another 13 minutes to find another one. I can do it. George.
He looks knackered. He's like labouring to look at his cards. Some really rubbish hands around.
We haven't seen hardly any primos, have we?
No, everything's been so close. Yeah. Everything's so close. Apart from Kings. Kings is not close. Were you going to Clackdoor? Were you there? Another walk, by the way. 2 in a row. For 2 shorts. Well, not shorts, but like 2 players that should be getting attacked. Mate, this is sweaty.
Yeah.
And you know there will be no deals while Ian Simpson sits here. I imagine Tom doesn't do them either. So
I can't recall Tom has ever having deal talks. It may be somewhere out there. He's been on so many final tables over the last couple of years, it's hard to remember all of them.
I know Ian doesn't deal.
Doesn't deal.
No, so you can forget it until he's gone. Well.
Oh, I just remembered we got some keywords to do. Did you and Tower do any?
We done that. We done the filthy.
Filthy. Okay, so we got one more for next session. Perfect. We're going on break in 11 minutes' time.
We'll get the Cough twins back in it.
Yep, the Cough twins. So nice you are, aren't you? Such a nice bloke. Do you know what? I love going home walking through. It was so nice to see Eastie. Such a lovely bloke.
Come on, mate. It'd be so boring otherwise.
I did nearly dig you the other day. I can't remember what it was, but I
want you to dig.
I can't remember what it was the other day. Oh, that was the nines am, wasn't it? When Matey, I said Matey wouldn't have got to see the turn with Queen 10. Yeah,
no, that was nonsense what you were saying.
It wasn't nonsense, and it was a different spot, but the way that bloke actually busted.
No, but it's completely different, fella. It's
the
completely
same
different.
player.
Anyway, sixes. We're close again. Do we just bang? No, we can't because Sinead's in the big, right?
We just open.
Yeah. I thought we might be for a second there on button, but clearly we're not because the button's not near him. Ian in the small with ace 10 off. This is gonna be all in and core. He's just grinding on the side, and he's all in.
Here we go.
And it's going to be called, and we're off to the races. So a double up then for Ian, who is now up to 2 million in chips.
Yeah, we're not folding. Cut off small blind against Ian Simpson sixes. Ian in this spot is one. He potentially will have smaller pairs now. It's a late position open. Could shove some smaller pairs. We dominate. A lot of stuff we flip against. 2 bigs already in there.
Yeah, real cooler for Ali here to have 0% pre-flop, but
I don't think we can fold once we make it 2.5 bigs, Ali.
He can't know.
This is a capable, and Ian's one that will find like maybe the ace fight, the ace will,
yeah.
like the
what do you mean?
ace.
Maybe he'll fight. He literally can't help himself.
Oh, okay.
Ever.
Oh yeah, we've seen the ace 3 of clubs already twice today. What am I talking about?
Do you know why he does it though? Because he always gets there. So yeah. Now Ian's a real danger now at 2.4 million, Jay.
He hasn't won the flip yet, mate.
What flip?
He's got to win a flip.
Yeah, it's over.
It's not over.
Have we not been paying attention?
We've got to see a board first.
All right. Well, we'll see a board that's got like 4 aces and a 10 on it, and then we'll go to the next hand.
You can't just jump the gun like that.
Gun jumped. See, this dealer knows. No messing about.
So boring. How do you know?
What do you mean? How do I know? What do you mean? How do I know?
Oh, still 6s to fade, but no runners.
One of the commentators is paying attention. The other clearly hasn't seen Ian win enough flips and 70-30s and whatever. And there we go. What a surprise, everybody. Ian's doubled up to 2.4. I've never seen anything like it in my life.
Right, you know cards have no memory, right? You know every new hand, it's the percentages that are set, they are the percentages. You know that's how it works, right?
Yeah, 100 and 0.
Yeah.
Set in stone.
No.
10 commandments.
Okay.
Ian wins all in pre. Shock.
See, I don't actually think Ian runs that good. I've seen people. I've seen people that run better than Ian for sure. Over like doing comms, he runs well, but I don't think he's like one
Jay,
of the true sun runners.
Jay, it's 9:30 on Sunday. Just leave it.
All right, I will.
It's not. Well, now Ian has got 2.5, and he's a problem at 2.5. He's lucky, but he's
Big
good.
problem.
So, you know, he's going to put them to work and hammer it home. I think he'll believe now that he'll win. He's going to win this, 100%. Ravi's hat being thrown in the mix for running better than Ian. I don't buy it.
Thomas in the cut-off, Jack 10 off, gonna open. Come on, Sinead, let's find one. Just make this like, you don't need to go big, 550. Tom can't play any flats, he has to play 4-bet or fold. Doesn't take the old offsuit ace-x in the blinds as the biggest stack.
Clearly a strategy. I mean, like, there is so much going on around her.
Yeah.
It's almost like she's just winning.
Just sitting there, yeah, exactly. Yeah. And this is why Tom's open, I think, is too loose. But this is probably why he's opened it. If like he feels like Sinead or Ian, well, Ian's probably going to attack, but he feels like Sinead's not going to take like the ace-x, suited king-x in the blinds and punish. Then we just get to get it through more often.
George is all in. He can't. There's nothing he can do.
No, there isn't much he can do.
He might shove. Like, does he just like stop and go here, or what's the deal? Talk to me, Jay.
I think stop and go would be fine. He's checked.
No. Oh, he did check.
Yeah, he did check.
All in and caught, and only another one of these between these two, by the way. 37% for George, who needs a spade or runners. 10 of spades, great card for Thomas, by the way, to have. Can he knock one off? George, in trouble and at risk. 37%, 7-6 of spades, needs a spade or runners. Queen of diamonds is entirely unhelpful, Jay, and we need to see a spade, or it's over for George. River. Oh, it's an 8, and he's out. And Thomas knocks one off, and 3 million in the pack at the top is consolidating, not consolidating. George is out. Four-handed. What a four-handed game you're going to have, by the way, when you get back.
This is going to be a good watch when we return. We've still got a couple of hands before we hit the break. 5 minutes in, but 5th place for George Wyatt. Great run for him, just north of £8,000. But we are down to 4 and just 12 big blinds separating top to bottom. Thomas Clack, Ian Simpson, Sinead Davenport and Ali all there looking for £34,800 and the UKPL Main Event title here in Newcastle. There's a lot of people that have backed up the Ravi claim. Yep, run like Ravi. Ravi's the best. Ravi is the luckiest player on the planet, says PLO1. That's a big shout. Luckiest player on the planet.
I've seen him be quite lucky. The thing is about Ravi, like, he puts himself in so many situations where he needs to be lucky that it's almost like people just remember the ones that he gets there in, because he's just getting it in bad all the time. He doesn't mind. He doesn't mind a bit of back and forth. Under the gun, Thomas Clack with King 9 of diamonds, but we are four-handed. There will be no dealing while Ian Simpson Poker is in the mix. I can promise you guys. And since he can't lose ever to anything, there will be no deal. And he'll probably win.
The Jack 10 suited here for Ali. What we got, 16. Just going to be cool, I expect.
Shove would work.
It would.
BT dubs. Certainly an option. Cool. There are some fun flops, by the way. 3 SPR. Probably last hand before break. I can't quite see it.
I think we've got one more. There's about 4 minutes on the clock. Maybe 3 more.
Well, this is not going to be cheap for Ali.
Yeah, going to have to call one straight. Lovely backdoors to go along with his middle pair.
He's wearing too many hats to see the flop.
Now Tom with his top pair.
300 bags. I like big bet. No, I like big bet on this board. Caught off first big blind. Very big fan of making this a 2-street hand. It's one of those hands that, you know, it's not going to get better really very often.
Jack 10 of clubs.
Well, you just got a call, haven't we? It's horrible, but we just do.
Only option, such a sucky sizing, but yeah, it's the only avenue we got, just to take one off and see a turn.
Take one off we do. We're missing a jack, so there's some creative backdoor availabilities for Ali. That could be considered one of them. Mainly check.
Yeah. Like Tom's not betting his hand. Like in terms of range, a card that maybe going to have some bets on. Obviously, ace queen, queen jack suited, ace jack, all in our range. Some suited ace x as well that probably want to check to have some ace x coverage. But king nine suited, this combo just never doing any betting. Doesn't really achieve anything. Only get continues from the high equity hands or hands that have us beat. We don't fold out better.
Oh. Ali gets there. Queen of clubs. How do we size it? Any traps? Probably not. Tom will hate the river, and maybe we see something desperate for a call, like a block or something like that here.
Yeah, Tom's hands like he's stone cold bottom range here. Like he's never heroing a king. I guess he beat some spades.
Oh, it's a big bet. It's chunky. 600k. Tom hates it.
Yeah, we beat some stuff, a few of the spade combos, but like even like the queen x of spades, king x of spades, this stuff don't bluff. It's literally got to be like the 7-5 of spades, 7-8 of spades, 4-3 of spades. Like a few of these spade combos out there that we beat, and then there's just catalogue of jack x from the big blind. Jack deuce suited up gets to defend. Jack 8 off plus gets to defend. I guess not calling flop, but still queen jack, jack 9.
Bluffs
10
for Ali,
jack,
6-5.
Jack 6 suited. Yeah, a 6 is a really nice one for Ali to bluff here.
Yeah, but does he have one after calling 2/3 on flop?
That's the other thing as well. It'd have to be like ace 6 off. Well, ace 6 off's 2 pair now, but yeah, he doesn't even have a 6, does he?
It'd have to be something like 9-7 of spades that he turns into a bluff here, obviously. I honestly can't see anything else.
Yeah.
It's going to have to be spades, and yeah, Tom figures it out.
Yeah, it's not much. It's just literally those spade combos that we beat, and then a lot of the jack x, jack 10, jack 6 suited, jack 9, queen jack, ace jack. Just a lot of hands we're losing to there, and we are on a 15-minute break, so we're going to take that. We will be back in 15 with Tower and myself. Big thank you to this man for giving us a break. I assume you're going to go and rail Ian live because you want to see him do well.
Yeah.
Okay, so we may see him on the pictures. We'll be back in 15. Me and Tower, we will see you then.
Hey guys, I'm Ian Simpson, and today I am super excited to announce that 80day Poker will now have a HUD or heads-up display built into our software. Whenever you're seated at the table, you'll be able to hover over your opponent's avatar or your own and get some vital statistics about them. You'll be able to see their VPIP, their PFR, their 3-bet, and where they're from. So how do we put this information to work? Let's say you've opened and the button 3-bets. Well, you can hover over your opponent's avatar and see their 3-bet statistic. And here we can see that it's only 4. Now that's actually really small. You can go ahead and safely fold your marginal hand, knowing that they're only 3-betting a very narrow range and they likely have a much better hand than yours. In this scenario, our opponent has a PFR, short for pre-flop raise, of just 10%. That means they're playing a very narrow selection of hands. That means we have to be a little more cautious when dealing with them, as we are likely facing a very strong hand. Jumping over to this spot on the final table of a tournament, we can hover our mouse over our opponent's avatar and see their tournament winnings. We can see this player only has $114 worth of winnings, whereas this player has $140,000 worth of tournament winnings. Now, this doesn't tell the whole picture, but it is indicative of how much experience our opponents have. And finally, in this scenario, we can see our opponent has a VPIP, which stands for voluntarily put in pot, of 40%. Now, that number is really high. Our opponent is playing far too many hands. So when we raise pre-flop, they call, and we get this flop, we can bluff a lot more liberally. That's because our opponent is going to have far too many weaker hands that are just going to have to automatically fold to our bet. As you can see, having access to this information can be a real game changer. It can be a big help when making the decisions you're going to have to make at the tables. Give it a try for yourself. Let me know what you think. Tell me which stack you think is the most helpful. Make sure you like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you don't miss out on any of our great content. Thanks for watching, and good luck at the tables.
I made many final tables in the last few years, and without these tips, I couldn't have done it. The mental game is really important for making deep runs, because if you are not well prepared mentally, you're gonna suffer a lot. At the first problem, you're gonna quit. So to be able to go through all the downswings, you need to understand that you're gonna lose more than you're gonna win, but in the long run, if you are good enough, you're gonna win. So, okay, you play bad one hand, you make one mistake, maybe you realize after that or think that could be a mistake. It's okay, everybody make mistakes. That's not what it matters. What it matters is what you do after that you made the mistake. You cannot have that hand there. Otherwise, you're gonna be on tilt because you knew what to do, but then you didn't do it for whatever reason. And then you're gonna become angry and upset at the same time, and then you're gonna be making wrong decisions, one follow to the other. So it's very important to be prepared and knowing that we all make mistakes. Reading opponents, if it's not the most important, is the second one, because the first important thing for me would be mentality, but then the second one, or at the same level, would be reading opponents, because you can get a lot of information from the players depending on the moment of the tournament, but I would say you can get the information from the start, and then you know how the person thinks, and then you can use it in moments that are very key moments, like bubble or close to the final table, because if they know experience, if they told you this, they don't play much, or if they told you that they're not gonna make another bullet if they bust. I mean, talking, even though if it's like things outside of poker, you can get a lot of information that you can use it in a crucial moments in the tournament. If you are a big stack on the bubble, for example, you can put a lot of pressure on the medium and short stacks, because the very short ones, they don't wanna bust, because it doesn't matter for them to double up that much. They're gonna have a very, very, very strong hand. So when they go all in, obviously, you need to call very, very tight, like just with the very good ones. Even though the medium stacks, they are in a good position to double up, they also need to have a very strong hand in order to do that. Otherwise, you're gonna be able to put a lot of pressure on them, because they have people shorter than them. In the opposite side, I remember once I was 7 blinds on the bubble, and I was gonna be big blind. It was no point for me to double up, because even though if I double up with 7 blinds, I'm not gonna do much more. For me, it was more important to make the money. So I ended up winning that tournament because I knew I didn't have to put on risk my tournament. I folded my big blind because I didn't have to call. And luckily, I went into the money and I won that one. It was the high roller for Portugal. Choosing the right game is very important in order to get deep runs. Because if you are playing a 10,000, let's say, tournament, and you are gonna be afraid to put your chips on risk, then that's gonna make you play bad, and you're not gonna have good results. The buy-in amount that it makes you feel comfortable to play like you think it has to be played a hand. If you have to bluff for all your chips, you have to do it, then do it. Don't think, oh, but the buy-in is 2,000 and I couldn't afford to pay again, and then I'm gonna be walking around with nothing to do, and I have to say to all my friends that I busted. I'm bluffing, you know. If you think about this, when you jump in a tournament, that's not your tournament. You should go down.
Do you often fire many bullets, or are you willing to?
No, I never willing to fire a lot of bullets, but if I have to, I do it. Every bullet is like you jump in a new tournament. Doesn't matter if it was 3 times the same one. You need to play as much as you can when you are in a festival in order to make it profitable. So if you're happy to play 1,000 tournament buy-in, that means that you are prepared to play the bullets that you need to. There is no magic formula to make a deep runs. I think every person needs their own path. And even though I tell you what to do, you need to do it yourself. So at the beginning, you're probably gonna get tilt or upset when you bust. But if you keep doing it, and if you are strong enough, mentally strong enough, and you resist, then it will get to the point that experience will matter in this. If this happened a few years before, there's no way I would deal with this situation like I'm dealing now. So I know my progress, and now I'm like surprised myself how good I take it. Sometimes I surprise myself. I'm like, wow, I don't feel what I felt when I started. It's a path, yeah. You cannot shortcut it. You have to go through that.
Have you ever wondered whether you should play poker tournaments or cash games? How do you decide which one is right for you? I'm Ian Simpson, and in this video, I'm going to share 5 things to consider that will help you decide which form of poker is right for you. Understand the differences. Cash games and tournaments may seem similar, but there are many subtle differences that can make them feel like entirely different games. Typically, cash games tend to offer a more consistent experience. Usually you're playing with around 100 big blinds, the blinds don't go up, and there is less variety of scenarios that you'll come across. On the other hand, tournaments are much more complex, with a ton of variables. Medium stacks, small stacks, bounties, and of course, ICM. Even playing a normal tournament versus a bounty tournament can feel like a completely different game. There is a lot to understand, and it can be overwhelming at times. Getting familiar with each type of game and understanding the differences between them will help you get a feel for which one suits you best. Pros and cons of tournaments. If you're leaning towards playing poker tournaments, be prepared for long sessions, limited breaks, and sticking to a predetermined schedule. You might be out first hand, or you could be grinding for hours. You never really know what you're going to get, and that's especially true of your results. On the other hand, tournaments are super exciting and come with a chance to win big prizes. You get to play against lots of different opponents, and if you're lucky, you may even get to experience the thrill of playing at a final table. Plus, with so many recreational players chasing a big score, the competition is often softer, which improves your return on investment. Pros and cons of cash games. When looking at the pros and cons of cash games, flexibility is one of the biggest perks. Because you can sit down or leave whenever you please, except when there's a waiting list, establishing a healthy routine is a lot easier. You can leave the table with your money whenever you want, which is a luxury you do not have in tournaments. Cash game strategy can often be a lot simpler too. You're not dealing with rising blinds, ICM, or worrying about busting on the bubble. But keep in mind, cash games aren't a walk in the park either. The competition is often tougher, and you'll find fewer recreational players at the table. They also require a higher skill level to consistently come out on top, and you won't get the types of huge scores you can get when you play tournaments. The swings in your bankroll, however, won't be as extreme as in tournaments. Handling variance. Understanding variance and your threshold for swings will help you determine whether to play cash games or tournaments. The variance in tournaments is very large, much more so than in cash. Usually it's only the top 15% of the field that gets paid, so it's not uncommon to walk away from a tournament empty-handed. However, when you do cash and get a deep run, you can sometimes win a prize 100 or even 1,000 times your buy-in. Cash games, on the other hand, offer more stability. While it may feel like a grind, honing your skills at the cash tables can result in more consistent, small profits. So ask yourself, can you weather the storm of tournament variance, or do you prefer the steadier path of cash games? Finding the fun factor beyond strategy. It is important to consider which type of poker you enjoy more. Tournaments bring excitement, unpredictability, and an adrenaline rush, especially if you make the final table. It's an incredible feeling to have a deep run, and it's what keeps so many players coming back to tournament poker. On the flip side, becoming a cash game player is more consistent. And while you won't be involved in situations that will yield 100 times your investment, you will clash with your opponents for chunky pots regularly. It's all about finding what brings you joy at the poker table. Try both and see which format gives you the most enjoyment. And there you have it. Cash games or tournaments? Which form of poker works best for your personality? Of course, the best way to find out is to spend time playing, study the game, and soon it will become obvious to you which game you like the most. Are you a tournament player or are you a cash game player? Let us know your favorite form of poker in the comments below.
You brought up earlier on, you brought up risk adverse, and I guess picking your spots. And there's a hand that's obviously, quite infamous this morning, the pocket queen.
Oh, yes.
And, well, I want you to talk us through that because, you hear all the time playing the main event, it's like, you got to kind of, you're tiptoeing through landmines. But how do you tiptoe through landmines? And I guess is folding the queens part of that?
I thought it was a good idea at the time. So there was a TV production break before the final table. So they did the redraw and 10, 15 minutes for TV. I went to the bathroom, came back. Dom was already there and said, okay, he said, here's the situation. Because I'm ICM aware, but I'm not very ICM studied. So Dom was...
Dom, we know Dom at 8 of 8 pretty well.
Yeah. So he just said, okay, he said, a lot of it said, basically he told me what my stack value was. And he said, the value of doubling up isn't very much. I think at the time, it's a blur. It's like, he said, your stack's worth like 2.1 million or 2 million. He said, doubling's worth 2.6 and busting gets you to 800,000. So it's like, it has to be very tight. At a lot of spots are kings.
That's just, it's like blows your mind. You're like, wait, if I double, then no, my chip value, then I double. No, that's not how it works.
And so he said, a lot of your spots are kings plus, and he gave me 3 examples. And I kind of forget what they were. So okay, but this, when I had the queens, that specific spot didn't come up as a kings plus spot. But I started thinking through my head already when the open happened. If this is already a kings plus spot, I hadn't looked at my cards yet. And then I said, yeah, this is too similar to the other spots he told me. I said, okay, I guess this is a kings plus spot because it's under the gun open and I'm 2 behind the open.
How is match for power?
Oh yeah, he doesn't need it. Thank you though. So Sinead, you have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Deal, you have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
$1 million.
$1 million?
Blue pot?
You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We are back, guys.
We're back.
Another 2 hours, 4 levels this session.
Is this it, Jurang?
Potentially. If it's not, it will be like, I reckon, half hour next session, and then done. Should be finishing up around 11:30.
It all depends if the all-ins survive or they don't. Thanks to Easty for his time. Anti-railing and everything still.
Unbelievable.
Never known anybody
I was like,
so
at some point, like, he jokes, I get that he jokes, but he was getting proper into it. I was like, whoa, he really doesn't want this guy to win.
So anyway, we're back down to the final 4.
We got 2 more tickets to give away, guys, so we're going to go to a keyword at 10 p.m. because you all remember what happened in Glasgow.
Oh,
you
yeah.
never know in a poker tournament, it can just quickly finish. It only takes 4 hands.
It does. If it only takes 4 hands, me and Jay will have them.
Or 3 hands. Yeah.
Lime's on her way back to Canada in less than a week. Counting down the days. So let's do this. Ian Simpson, Sinead Davenport, Ali Ahmed, Still got the two hats on. And Thomas Clack. How's Thomas played?
Well, as always.
I was expecting it to be, for him to be rather quiet. Don't know why.
Got a lot of time for Thomas's game. Got a lot of time for his singing actually as well after last event. But he's a very good poker player.
Yes, he is.
And he puts the work in as well. You don't see the time away from the tables, what people are up to.
39 points for winning this.
Yeah, that will propel him
39.
right
Thomas
up there.
will be up to like 165. Sinead probably move into the top 25. Need some good results. So
So now four-handed, guns effective cut-off. Sinead going to open the ace-8 off.
Oh, Polo 18. Good afternoon, good evening. Hello, Phil and Jay. Who's Phil?
Who's Phil? Wrong stream, mate. No Phil Hill. No Phil here. So funny moments in life like that when you got someone that you've known for years and years and they got a nickname and then like you go around like to a family thing with them and like their mum or dad calls them out, you're like, who's that? Been living a lie the last 3 years. Ian defends king 7. 10, 9, 5, 2 spades. Sinead's ace high out in front. Doesn't continue on this board. Prefer actually having a spade in our hand if we are going to see bet the 10, 9, 5. 4 of hearts turn. Have we got showdown in our sights against the big blind range of Ian? I feel like this is a 6 or a jack. Ian will potentially bluff at this 9 of spades. Less likely. It does look like Sinead has what she has. Ace high, king high. And Ian will be aware of that. He will know that right now in his head. She's very likely to have ace high, king high here. On this occasion, not trying to fold Sinead off of that holding.
Nods and says, yep, my ace high is good. Sinead 3.5 mil, 29 bigs. 29 bigs, 20 bigs, 19 bigs, 17 bigs. Well done to Lewis and to George. Yes. Well, I saw on my break something I've not seen before at the roulette wheel.
Treble 0.
No, that's in Vegas.
Oh, okay.
23, 23, 23, 23.
4 in a row?
4 on the trot.
Wow.
4 on the trot. I've never seen it. Well, I've seen 3 before. Never seen 4. They found something. Smith.
Love that from Sinead. Little covering stack. Really polar spots these when we choose not all in sizes. At 16 effective of Ian. So on our worst and best hands, the nut low, who certainly qualifies in the worst.
Happy Ray said he's seen 5 on the bounce once, but I did work in a casino for 20 years. Gary McGaffney, what's the verdict on your week in Newcastle, boys? Really, really enjoyed it. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Nice to see some of the old timers that don't know the tour anymore and just play the locals. Good for a local casino like Newcastle to have a big tournament again. Yeah, really enjoyed it. Staff have been great. F&B's been superb. Really enjoyed it. Jay?
Loved it.
Yep.
Location's been great, just echoing Tower's words. When come to a place, welcomed. Staff have been great, looking after us.
Yeah.
Makes our job a lot easier.
Portsmouth, Glasgow, Newcastle. Not been there either ever or for a long, long time. You like part of the family as soon as you walk through the door.
Yep.
At day one. Fantastic.
Literally.
Honestly, it's just superb.
Cheers, Dire Straits. Off to bed. Cheers for the stream.
Apparently
Says
it's
good luck,
D1
Ian.
restraints.
D1 restraints. Oh, okay.
Apparently.
I thought it was like a play on Dire Straits.
Yeah, me too.
Oh,
But apparently not. Anyway, he's off to bed. Thanks to the stream and good luck, Ian. Nice one, D1. And we'll catch you at the next 3.5 weeks' time for Cardroom Direct. We'll be in Luton.
Gun opens the 240. Thomas Clack defends the Jack 8.
What time? 5:09.
Bored that as the opener against Big Blind, we're going to play probably more checks than bet, but he put this ace of diamonds to work as Ian. Wouldn't shock me if he continued with this ace queen combo. Just a little count up of his stack.
Looks right down at his 8s and bins it.
Wow. The power of the big bet, 2/3.
Bins the 8.
Thought Tom would be calling once.
We're down to the final 4 in the main event. Start of the day at 12 o'clock and at 10 o'clock there are still 4. 45 players making the money. All come back today with a chance of winning £34,800. Where is Sinead from? Sinead's from down south east England, near Kent, just outside. I don't exactly know where, but there she's from down there, and she's a twin, and identical at that.
Suited for Thomas, blind on blind with Ian. Starts with a complete. Assume we're going to see check from Ian. Oh, Tower's been called out by Megan in the chat.
Sorry, Megan.
We're not identical.
What? You're having a laugh. You're the most identical I've ever seen.
To be fair, I saw Megan in Vegas when Spurs England were playing Holland. And I remember glancing over and thought, oh, that's Sinead. And then I realised it wasn't Sinead. But I did think it was Sinead, to be fair, the first time I saw Megan in Vegas. Ace of clubs on the turn. Thomas Clack with the bet, going to have more ace-x that potentially complete, and a 3 of spades on the river here. This could be a shift, dependent on what Ian's going to do, because I feel like Thomas Clack going to have to bluff this hand now. Once we get here, we have 7 high. Ian's check back flop, some of his ace-x going to raise, but decides against, and Ian loves to see that. Never going to value bet a 6 here, I don't think. And there's the check. Would have been a grim one for Ian. Would have loved to have seen Tom find a bluff there, because I feel like Ian would have been in the tank for a while with third pair. Tower is working in doubling, Gary. I will be playing.
Yeah, I'm not streaming. I'm going to be doing the floor videos and wandering around talking to my mates.
Oh, Tao, how you doing? Do you want to have a chat with me, mate? Come over here. Do you want a Guinness as well, Tao? Oh, yeah, I'll have a Guinness. It's unbelievable. That is literally all it's going to be. You're going to come across the odd stranger that wins a comp that you don't know, and you have to chat with them. But other than that, 90% mates, drinking Guinness, getting paid for it. Unbelievable stuff.
Customer relations at its finest.
Customer relations, yeah. letting everyone buy you a beer, yeah.
You got to do it, you know, it's just part of the job, you see. Just one of them things. Yeah, but it's going over it. I'm going over there, really looking forward to seeing all the team. We're flying over Wednesday afternoon. I'll be there looking at setup and getting ready and seeing the guys on the Wednesday, and then we start on the Thursday. Thomas Clack with ace 3. Oh, really with the ace. Good timing, because Ian's got 10s.
Yeah, huge hand. Four-handed on the button to find. Sinead can't do anything with 10-6 into the muck. Anything for Ali in the big blind. 94. Got a fold.
Sinead 27 bigs, Ian 24, Thomas Clack 20 and Ali Ahmed 15. Next event for the team, May the 7th, sorry, April 24th till May the 4th. May the 4th be with you! All that malarkey.
That seems ages away.
It does, 3.5 weeks. 3.5 weeks away for the team. Cardone Direct heading to UKPT Luton. We'll be there from the 30th of April to the 4th of May. And then Leeds for UKPT 2 weeks later. And the 8 deuce. Don't have to much with this 8 deuce. Just a pretty standard raise by Sinead, but you still can't do anything with 8 deuce. Thomas can. Thomas.
One that may jam now that we're four-handed, Tal. Like definitely continuing as Thomas here. What we got, 17, 18, facing the button open from chip leader. It wouldn't shock me if he sent this into the middle. Always continuing, it's just which avenue to take, whether to defend and take 3 or whether to say the words, I'm all in now that we're four-handed. But it's just going to go for the defend.
Ace on the flop here, 7-5. Thomas checking.
Check, small bet from Sinead, hand over.
Should it be?
One of these ace-X, once in a while, maybe you could check back, but maybe the ace-6 with the backdoor flush draw is a nice one in between the 7 and 5. Just going to be betting small. As Sinead, less than 30%. Tom going to take one off. Queen Jack High can still beat some of this button opening range of Sinead. We do have some nice backdoors as well.
Turn cards are 2. Check mark for Sinead for 2 pair.
This will be end of hand, not the turn. Thomas Clack was looking to continue on.
Like 600. And like you said, end of hand. Ali with 14, Thomas with 15. Ian with 24, Sinead 35 and chip leader. Your keyword time.
Yes, it will be. But I need to wait for a keyword first from Lime. I said 10:15, I think. So
yeah.
If I didn't, I'm saying 10:15 now.
10:15, I'll do it.
8 minutes.
Good night all. Early start tomorrow. Thanks for the commentary, lads. Cheers, Gary. Gary Danby, been watching all week. Thank you very much for your contribution in the chat. Really enjoyed it. Jack Hardcastle turns up 10:10 at night. Wow, an FT where I actually like some people. Go on, Jack. Go on, Jack.
So Sinead just going to be setting Ali in here. This will be chopped up by the time it's run out, we hope. Both do have a suit each. Red cards for Sinead, black for Ali, hoping for no dramas.
There we go. All in the call. Much ado about nothing.
Dramatic deal of this. No silliness this time.
Oh no, 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 no.
It was Ali that cracked Sinead's aces with queens a few hours back. Is he going to win this one?
Imagine.
Sinead fading the spade. Ali would love to see one.
Sinead the grenade, fading the spade. Phew, she says.
How you doing, DD? Dave Doherty tuning in as well. And Alex for his feet says, great work on the comms, gents. Nice to see you both in Newcastle. Great week for you, Alex. Well played, mate. Just catching up with the chat box. We'll see you in Dublin, Dave.
Cheers, Alex.
And Dave, if Tower comes up to you with a mic and he wants a chat, make him work for it. Ask him, use some big words that he might not understand or some poker terminology. Make him work for it. I don't just want to see him with a Guinness in hand, having a laugh, chatting with his mates. What is it? Customer relations? Did you call
Absolutely.
it? I want the best customer relations out there.
Absolutely.
I'm just going to be sat at a table, folding hand after hand. I'll see you having a great time and wish that was me. That's all.
I'm going to first question I'm going to ask Dave.
Yep.
Is where is Bonnie?
Oh.
Rewind if you don't know.
It's
a big night.
I don't even see why that was so funny. There's a place called Lossiemouth. If someone says to me I'm in Bonnie, Scotland, it just sounds like Bonnie's a place. It does.
Four players left. Ian Simpson on the left. Sinead Davenport. Ali Ahmed with the two hats on. And Thomas Clack. This is true, Dave. This is true. You've not changed at all. To me, there looks like there's 6 months difference. Would love to see that video again of you and your mum and dad down at the World Series. You and your mum and dad. It'd be great to see that video again somewhere.
What do suited for Sinead, blind on blind. Completes. And Ali got a nice one to just send in here. Ace deuce off. 13 bigs. I'm going to go for this option. Ray's not all in. Probably going to get the same result when we go the size north of 4 BBs. Chris Glanville says Thomas Clack made in Plymouth. Good luck, mate.
Nice one. Good to have you tuned in, Chris. The banana case is on the rail. Pink banana case. I want to know if there's a banana actually in it. Because if there's not, why is it there?
For show. To let everyone know he's got a banana case and we haven't.
Because he's had a curry for dinner. He's eaten a lot. He don't need the banana.
Richie Werner, evening gents, finally get to tune in today. Long day travelling down to Newquay and having a wander around.
Well, we have a fantastic time down in Newquay, let me tell you. Hope it's amazing. Love the place.
King 10 on the button here for Sinead, covering both. Goes for open and Ali should be shoving the 7s in now. We have 16 bigs, it's going to be a wide button open range from Sinead. She may even play some jams, but does just move in with the 7s.
King 10 off. Into the bin. Evening, Nate. Nate watching on Twitch. Ian and Sinead for heads up, he says. Hope things are good, Nate. I don't mind any of the 4 winning, to be fair. I think whoever may apply a bit more aggression, because the stacks are still, what, 28 bigs is big stack?
Yeah, I'm the same as Tower. I would like to see Sinead win one. She's been going at it hard the last sort of 18 months on the circuit.
Top 10 last year.
Yeah, I was just about to say that in the NPL last year. Had a great result, and then to get this main event trophy in an 888 and the second biggest ever field we've had in the UKPL main, by the way, as well. It's the second biggest we've ever had. I think a lot of people would like to see Sinead get over the line. But then again, I'd also love to see Ian win because it would tilt Eastie. Because Eastie doesn't want Ian to win that much that it actually makes me want Ian to win more, if that makes sense. So, but all great players.
Yeah, they are indeed. Spoke to Thomas earlier this week.
Couldn't understand. I couldn't see
Thomas was second in the high roller, wasn't he, Thomas? Voyager. In the Voyage on the Thursday, he was second.
I couldn't tell you.
Oh,
I couldn't tell you other than who won the high roller. Much about the high roller.
Adria won the high roller.
Cheers, Steve. Steve Barnes says, another fun festival, fellas. Great comms as always. Hopefully see you both in Ireland.
Indeed, you will.
I'll know exactly where our card is. Okay, he's going to be one of them. Sorry, I don't know.
Jerry Gianni second. Good to see Mikey Wharton as well. First time in a while, but he's going over to Ireland. Is that the countdown to get the?
Sorry. I always forget. See, I go off topic. I forget we're doing a keyword.
Yeah. And then we see the countdown and think, oh, guess what? It's keyword time.
So after this hand, guys, 100% after this hand. If it's not, you'll win a ticket.
You all win a ticket. 888, I'll be doing like 800 tickets.
It will 100% be after this hand. I'm going to make sure of it.
Shout out to the Liverpool Mini Fest this week. After this hand, we'll do just that.
No, we won't. We're not doing that after this hand. We're going to the keyword. We'll do the keyword, then we'll go to the Mini Fest. I'm not forgetting the keyword. Ali opens the ace deuce, makes it 250.
Thomas Clack with the 8-9.
Tom, we saw this when Eastie was in the booth with me, just basically tanking so that the blinds go up on the short stack.
Oh, but I'm premature because I thought Ian was going to be 4, but he might not be. Back in a minute.
King 10 for Sinead. Do expect her to defend.
Which she does. Ace Queen.
Oh my word.
Any flops about? Wow. Top pair. Heads up. Is a decent hand. You got just shy of 20.
Yeah, bet small here as Ali. Or maybe even check the ace deuce.
Bet small and a call. So 1 BB. call. If the turns are deuce, that'd just be ill.
Or even like a little breaker. It's going to be two streets that we're going to try and extract from Ali's perspective, and maybe a good way to do that is check back turn and then target some of Sinead's king queen, queen 10, jack 10, like the second and third pair holdings. Like, we don't want to potentially go bet here with the ace deuce, but he is going to fire again on the turn, so maybe with the inclination to check back river could be the idea here from Ali, because I don't think we're ever going to get to go bet with this hand and try and get 3 streets from a queen. And now with Sinead, it's kind of interesting, because now that Ali bets twice, like, going to see bet a lot on flop with most of his range, but like the king queen, jack 10, king jack, kings, 10s of his, now just probably check back turn. So does look like he's working with something.
Whoa.
And what a great river this is for Sinead. This is an unbelievable river card for us, because now Ali just probably goes for value with an ace, because we're going to be chopping with other ace X with the queen play, and Sinead can never have ace king or ace jack. They set us in pre, and there is the jam, and Sinead, we got a straight. We beat some value. Ace queen, ace jack, king 10 as well. I'm just going to take her time, but I can't see a world in which this is folded.
Exactly, she's made a call and turns over the Broadway. What a flop. Thought about the ace 6. What a flop. Easy game, said Bodway. Keyword time. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Are you going to be ready for keyword?
So the final keyword of the day, guys,
Yes.
2 $22 tickets. You need to be on Twitch 888 Poker TV. Is Bonnie.
Hey! You take the high road and I'll take the low road.
Did I spell it right?
And I'll be in Scotland for you. It's a song, by the way.
That can't be a song.
It's an actual song, let me tell you, and I nailed it.
Is it a song to try and get people to leave a building?
Nailed it, I did. I nailed it.
What
Bonnie's
was that-
the word.
What was that note you hit in my ear?
Bonnie's the word. Me, 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 me. So we're down to 3. Gav Patrick, you're right. It's a great tune. I like it. AC/DC played it at Glasgow. They were at Hampden Park about 15 years ago. And Angus Young managed to play it before they went straight into Highway to Hell. And it's the only time he ever plays it, is when he played in Scotland. And it's great.
Ian opens the button. Sinead 3 bets the ace queen. That will be that. Is it Bonnie spelled B-O-N-N-Y?
Well, Bonnie is normally IE, but for the purposes of our keyword, Lime has put it as Bonnie. Yeah, your mum's got it wrong. Does spelling affect entry? Yes, it does. So it's B-O-N-N-Y.
Thomas walking Ian. into it for Thomas Clack. This has to go. Not even close, this one. All in. I can do the old half stack just in case. There's 2 monsters in the blinds. Well, there's definitely 1 monster in the blind working with Ian Simpson.
The aces.
Feel like first time I've seen aces on the final table. And it's Ian. With the ISO, Sinead Jack 7 of spades can get out of there, and Thomas Clack gonna need a hell of a lot of help here.
So Thomas with the king 10, it's all in. He sees the bad news, and the face and the size says it all. Aces at the most perfect time for Ian Simpson. He has Thomas Clack all in. Well, we hit the king. King Jack 4, 10 or a king needed for Thomas Clack. Or we're heads up. King and a 10 needed. And it's not, it is a 5. Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers. Well played, Thomas.
Yeah, great run.
Superb effort for £17,900 in the back pocket. Delightful. So we'll just get rid of this keyword and then we'll go on here. I think it's a 10-minute break.
10-minute break for heads up.
So we'll just do this keyword right now. Count it down for us, Miss Lime. And Gav Patrick says we should be playing Donald Where's Your Trousers for Jay. Imagine. I just come down from the island sky. I'm no very big, but I'm awful shy. I don't know where's my trousers. It's actually a song, believe it or not. I think it was Andy Stewart that did it.
And the winners of the keyword
already.
are...
Da, 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 da.
Merciless 888.
Well done, Merciless.
And before we go on break, Pervers Yusuf.
Congratulations. You know what to do. Make sure your whispers are not set so you can't receive messages off Lime. She'll give you the tokens. We're back for Heads Up. Ian Simpson, 888 Ambassador, against Sinead Davenport. Back in 10.
9 for Mammon in the window. Ace on the turn.
Spade, anyone?
But spade's
Spade for the
available.
double redraw. That's a very good flop for the ace-6 of diamonds.
Well, I'll tell you what, Deravianco has also got a flush draw here.
This is why we got the dealer change. Look at this. Something for everyone.
I mean, not just something, like pretty chunky something for everybody here.
Everyone's excited, aren't they?
Yeah, Piras is like, okay, I mean, if you'd have offered me that, I'd have taken it. Bosco can't believe his luck, and Deravianco's like, well, I was in the big blind, so a flush draw.
Yeah, but I'm rooting for chaos.
Yeah, but this is rather chaotic
Saturday
as it
night,
stands.
Nick. I need violence.
Let's not use it all at once. But let's see what the turn brings. There are a lot of interesting turns that Piras will not like that the other two would enjoy more. Oh dear, that is the card in the deck. The card.
That's absolutely sick.
It's the Queen of Diamonds.
Get this dealer a raise. Let's face it, pretty horrible beat. Flush over flush in Hold'em is always a horrible beat.
This is such a sick spot. Piras needs to slow down here. Okay, there are 2 players in this hand, both of which can easily have flushes.
But can you imagine being Bosco? Just sit. This never happened, right? You're sitting there, you go, oh my god, I hit my flush. That's awesome. That never happens. And then the first player bets, and then the second player calls. You're like, this never happened.
Great composure from Bosco just to call here. I wouldn't have blamed him for raising because I think Deravianco has a flush a lot in this spot, and you don't want to necessarily see the river kill your action.
Such a bad card for Bosco.
As the 5 of diamonds does. Bosco did the right thing by calling, but as we know, if he had raised the turn, Deravianco probably would have lost his whole stack. Now both players will check, and Bosco has to choose a price that will get paid by what he can only assume is probably some sort of ace and a 10 high flush-ish.
6,000.
I mean, honestly, that's like I wouldn't even mind it.
Maybe like 30,000 or something.
As long as you don't shove. Something very... No, I don't like this.
No, relax.
You need to get called. You have to remember, you need to get called.
Relax. His other problem is that his hand is kind of sort of crazy for face up.
Derevyanko doesn't know it, and he's fairly annoyed, but he doesn't know that his tournament's just been saved.
Well, not yet, it hasn't. I keep warning you about this. Okay, now it has.
Don't worry, Nick. I'm okay with this. If Piras calls here, I don't really...
He's not going to call, he's just sad. This is the number one thing you see in live poker, which is sadness.
Nick. Stop predicting things.
He's sad.
He is very sad. He's not as sad as...
It's like I had two pair. I had two pair, I remember it. It was just moments ago. I'm sad. Look at him, sad.
Well, he still does have two pair.
Yeah, but it's a sad two pair. It's a sad two pair of tears. Told you, it's sadness.
Yeah. Big blind now is Stevic with jacks.
Oh, look out. Strap yourselves in. I told you, it's a new table. It's a new dawn for this stream. Action wall to wall for the next 3 hours. That's what we're going to get.
I strapped myself in when I sat down, so...
All in a cool classic race, except for our odds on screen take account of folded cards, so we know that Stevic is a significant favourite here, but the players don't. It's 50-50. Derevyanko needs to win this. He's the all-in player.
Ace Queen.
This is the pause for dramatic effect. You're not supposed to be talking. Boom!
Ooh.
Jack on the flop.
There's no club in Derevyanko. Oh, the stand-up.
Stand-up, yeah. Now, he should have done it slightly earlier, but he has done it. He needs to put his coat on quickly, I think, here, for it to work. It's probably not going to work now. I don't know what I'd do. Sit down, fall down, or just leave. Unlucky Derevyanko. He basically got smashed him out by the deck there. Flush over flush is hard to survive. And then loses a big flip.
And Bosco on the button picks up jacks. Cresting that $500,000 mark.
Yeah, I didn't realise he was over $500,000. That's pretty sweet. Whatever that is.
Ooh. Waris wakes up in the big blind with aces.
Wowris, more like.
Here comes 3-bet. If you are Bosco, I mean, now we will lose Piras. If you are Bosco, the alarm bells will be ringing because out of the big blind.
So talk us through what you do, though. So your alarm bells are ringing.
Yeah.
But you've got pocket jacks. It doesn't look like you've got pocket jacks. You could have anything. You just isolated a limper.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking about how to play this?
Well, we call in position and hate our lives and continue with extreme caution. Specifically from the big blind. We got an all-in from Bosco. And a hold.
He'd quite like it to hold.
Yeah, he wouldn't mind holding. Only spades working for Bosco.
Let's see if it holds. Huge pot. Clean flop.
Yeah, hearts covered by Waris as well, so only a jack, which there are two remaining of.
This is the biggest pot we've seen on stream, Nick. Nearly $500,000.
Yeah, 477,000 in there. Big moment for both these players. Waris on the line. Turn card. Oh!
Oh, that's gross.
The jack of clubs is a dagger to Waris, and now only one remaining ace would save him from elimination.
Absolutely brutal stuff.
Bosco.
Pain in the chat, pain on the table. Waris has done the full bottle, bag and coat manoeuvre.
Hammer blow for Waris as the 5 of spades sees the end, and he is not happy.
And Bedell's lucky that he has missed ace king. By the way, Bedell's only been dealt premiums, basically.
Yeah, he has, but...
now there could be some trouble. See, we asked for action. We got a lot of action.
We can barely finish talking about the previous action before we're at it again. Check on the turn. Bedell finds check back. King on the river. How are you ever losing here? Check again from Bosco. 3 checks. Bedell's going to bet. He should bet large. He's going to believe he has the best hand almost all the time. Bosco's found the sneak attack. Triple check raise with a set.
The only problem for him here is when he raises, it's never a bluff. I mean, Bedell's so strong that he's probably going to have to call, but he knows immediately. You can see from his reaction, he knows immediately there's probably not a bluff, and he also probably has to call. It's so sick.
Wow.
That's such a sick spot. I want to come back. I want to die and come back as Bosco, but just with my hair.
Ooh, aces again. Red aces for Perez Docio. Mammon, though, might fall foul. This
is tricksy.
What an awful spot.
Yeah, horrible. Because obviously he's ahead of range, and he does put his money in. You can't blame him. He doesn't know he's running into aces. Just Sucks.
And as you'll be able to see on the screen here, Mammon's only got 14%. Now that's a product of our folded cards that have already been dealt, which means that there aren't 2 9s left in this deck. Probably only has 1 9 available. And
Or
then
some running
spades.
cards or spades.
Yeah. Oh, the last 9!
Wow. What a shot from Mammon.
The last 9.
Aces all in has not worked out well on this stream, has it?
Oh. 9 for Mammon in the window. Ace on the turn.
Spade, anyone?
But spade's
Spade for the
available.
double redraw.
For the double re-get there. Only a spade for Mammon now. There are no 9s left in the deck. As you can see there, greyed out 9 of hearts. A roller coaster of emotions as the river is dealt. And it's
Oh,
not
it's
a
black,
spade.
but not a spade.
So crazy.
And Mammon goes
Mammon,
through the ringer.
Well, he leaves with a story, doesn't he? He leaves with a story.
Top pair for Ian. No backdoors available. It has to be running 6s or running 5s, or Ian's the champion of 888 Live Madrid.
Ian Simpson picks up the aces under the gun.
Not again. Surely not.
Ten has ability to read Ian, and when he has a good hand or a bad hand, is amazing.
This is actually ridiculous. Ten Carter has 3-bet Ian 3 times.
3 premium pairs.
And he's had queens, kings, and aces.
Yeah.
Oh
hello.
my God.
Hello. This is going to be huge. There's already 750,000 in the middle. What does Sarah do?
Well, he 4-bets. He just 4-bets. What about sizing? Is it just all in? Is Ian about to be absolutely gifted chip lead here?
He's going to make it 800.
Wow. I mean, wow.
Ian is in the situation that tournament poker players dream of. He's opened the action. He's got a 3-bet and a 4-bet back to him.
And Ian doesn't need to dream of it because
Just going to check he's got the 9-8.
it happens to him every other level. So what does he do? Does he continue with call or does he just bang it in?
And we're back, guys. Heads
We
up.
are back.
Ian Simpson on the left, Sinead Davenport on the right. Sinead with a slight chip lead to start things off. They both locked up a decent sum of money. Fairly shallow in terms of chips in play. Didn't expect this one to finish 120, 160 at the start of the day. But 25, 910 locked, 34, 800 up top. So essentially playing for £9,000 extra. Good luck to both. I feel like a
Indeed.
lot of people are looking forward to this one.
Should be a belter. Well done, one and all. We are off now. Heads up. Ian Simpson, Sinead Davenport. Makes it up. First hand.
And out flopping Sinead. Drops a pair of 5s.
Ian's option. Decides to check. Ace 3. He's had that a few times
Yes.
today, hasn't he? Was it Ace 3 that kept him in the tournament?
Yes, it was. Ace on the turn against Queens. I may stab this one as Sinead. We got a wheel draw, we got Jack high. We can fold out like better Jack highs, Jack 9, Jack 8, some Queen highs, and potentially some King highs. Ian's going to have to stick around for one though. With a pair heads up.
Gets the check mark as a king hits the river. So Sinead 37 bigs, Ian 28. If we have an all in the call, it will be Sinead who wins the title right now if she wins the hand. She's chip leader. So blind's 160,000.
Queen 3 opens to 325. 9 do suited for Sinead. Heads up, should be defending. Any suited 2 will do. Obviously heads up poking out, playing for just one additional ladder back to chip EV.
Ten, 5 flop. That should just about do it. Gary wants to see the Liverpool Summerfest. 7th till the 13th of April.
So we do have the schedule here. The only thing is you see the dates.
Yeah.
That was for. Oh, they're correct. He's already done it. It says Birmingham schedule here on my button. He's good.
Birmingham Liverpool moved overnight.
Ah, okay. Oh, did they? Yeah. So I've got to go back to Liverpool when I finish tonight.
So they're the dates. Monday the 7th of April it starts and finishes on Sunday the 13th of April, the Minifest in Liverpool. Over 100,000 in guarantees over the week, and it's looking like a cracker yet again down at Leo's. All information on the app as well. How long could this technically go on for?
Well, technically, if you actually want to be technical, it could go on for an infinite amount of time. But mathematically, probably no longer than 45 minutes, I reckon.
The next lines are 200k, aren't they? So
if Ian doubled up, and then Sinead doubled up, and then Ian doubled up, and it just kept going like that every single hand, we'd be here forever. But with the blinds how they are, we got about 80, 75 bigs in play, so I feel like it'd be this level, if not this level, next level.
Yeah.
Should be where we see it finish. This should be hand over. Aces for Ian. 3 betting up. Sinead with the 8-5 off out of the way.
$34.8, 25,910. The paws are getting sore. Standing railing, says Cat. Glad you're on the rail, Cat. Glad you're on the rail. Unlucky in the seniors today, but good to see you here in Newcastle.
It's for Ian.
There's us. 25.
Sinead not going anywhere. She fancy going for a little fruity free bet. Just to defend.
Ten Jack flop.
Either or, really difficult to know what to do heads up. And ranges are so wide. A lot of mixing going on, very similar to blind on blind spots. Just working with 2 players.
So many combos out there.
Tough to have a jack.
Very
As
tough.
the third one rolls off. Might just be one bet here from Ian.
Yeah, value bet. Probably gets
Value
called.
of the ace.
I'd definitely call once here, the Sinead.
205. Oh, two reds, 210. Yep, and she has.
Now we've got our street on the turn here. Difficult to ever get called by worse on this 7 of diamonds river. So I assume this is going to be checked back by Ian. It's a lovely bit of value from the king high. This would be so thin though. He's reaching. Wow. This is some sick stuff from Ian Simpson. This is a value bet tower.
575.
He's specifically trying to get Sinead to call with a king or a queen here. Maybe thinking that Sinead will think he'll never go this size with ace high, and I'd think exactly the same thing. Yes, ace high can bet turn, but it should never go this size on river, you think. So therefore, Sinead now thinking Ian saying he's got a jack or a 10, maybe a rivered 7. And this is a sick little 2 streets of value from Ian Simpson. Credit where it's due. And my word, if he gets paid, it would be great. Tough one for Sinead because it's like a guessing game. Heads up, Ian on the button, he's probably going to V-pip deck, so he can just have like a random 6-3, a random 9-4 suited. There's so much out there. And if we don't think he's ever going to do this with ace high, there we go.
Yeah, she makes the call. See, the bad news that the ace is good.
That is a sick value bet tower. Wizardry stuff there. Getting that bet paid with just ace high.
And chip stacks have swapped around.
And I can't fault Sinead either for calling king high tower, because I'd never expect any ace highs to go this size. To bet turn, yes, but then to go for half on the river, I'd probably just eradicate all the ace highs that aren't a pair from Ian's range too. So we beat all the trash, flicked it in with the king high. Very nice stuff.
Great coverage, says Gary. See you in Dublin on the 20th, flying in for the PLO. Nice one, Gary. See you over in Dublin.
See you in Dublin, Gary. Glad you enjoyed the coverage. Cammy Williamson on the FT in Nottingham. 1K boys, maybe trying to turn a bad week into a good one.
Oi, Cammy. How many runs was it, Cammy?
Don't say 9. I want to hear 200.
I reckon there was 111. That's what I reckon.
Sinead, big hand, ace king. Ian with the 8-9. Defence.
10-6-5. 2 diamonds. Both with the diamond in hand.
Sinead's got a nice combo to continue here. Can still get value from worse. Diamond in hand, 2 clean overcards. Got a gut shot and a diamond, never going anywhere as Ian. May even get aggressive with this combo. It is kind of sucky though. Sinead does go for the repop when we are just north of 20 effective, 25 effective. I guess yeah, fine to go for some check raises with some gutters. Diamond in hand does check raise the 8-9 hit, targeting some of Sinead's ace high stuff, but Sinead's ace king got to come along. Like we are heads up, Ian can start raising some stuff like 10x for value here, but he's also going to have a lot of stuff in there like a jack 9 of spades, a 3-4 or a 4-8.
to 7 of diamonds. That one
just drills the gutty off, but it's not over yet because Sinead has the king of diamonds working for her. And Ian Simpson, a delight to see, drills it off, and now just going to get to go bet jam. The Diamond River's probably the one we don't get to jam on, but all other rivers, I can't think of a single one other than a diamond that we won't be all in on the river. And now Sinead. It's actually a really annoying card tower because now we're getting 3-1 with 2 overs and a flush draw, and we have to call. But this 7 has so much interaction with Ian's bluffs: the 4-3, the 8-4, the 7-8, the 7-4, the 8-9 as he has, the diamond draws. So it's a good card and it gives us more equity, but it's a bad card in the fact that it's very favourable for Ian Simpson's range.
There's the 5 on the river.
I don't think that's Sinead. We're going to be doing any more chips now. The hands we beat here are going to be like Jack 8, Jack 9 with a diamonds. That's going to be it. Like when you think about Ian's raise range on the flop, you assign his bluffs. So the value we're already behind to. If he starts raising 10x or better for value, we're behind to 10x or better. So we're behind that already. Value range on the flop ticked off. Now let's think of his bluffs on the flop. Ian's going to have flush draws, he's going to have gut shots, and then he'll have some of this free to flush, free to straight stuff. So of the gut shots and straight draws, the 3-4 has got there, the 7-4 has got there, the 7-3 wouldn't play this way because it's got a pair of 7s and would show down now. The 8-9 has got there, the 8-4 has got there, all the diamond draws have got there. So now we're going to have to look at the other bluffs, the stuff like the Jack 9 of spades, the Jack 8 of spades, the Jack 9 off, the Jack 8 off with a diamond. So there's not much of this out there, is there? When you reel off all these flush draws and you reel off all these 8-9s, 4-3s, 8-4s, and then you compare them to the Jack 8 of spades, Jack 9 of spades, Jack 8 and Jack 9 with a diamond, I don't think the Jack 8 and Jack 9 of spades are going to barrel turn either. So it's literally got to be Jack 9, Jack 8 off with a diamond that's going to be Ian's bluff here. And then I've just read off probably 30, 40 plus combos of value hands he can have. Even more actually, where heads up, he's going to defend stuff like 8-3 a diamond. So he's just got countless value combos here and minuscule bluffs. It literally needs to be Jack 9, Jack 8, maybe Queen 9, Queen 8 with a bare diamond that Ian's going to pull as a bluff here that we beat, and then we just lose to too much as Sinead. I feel like this is one that when we really think about it we can get away from. If Ian shows up with the Jack 9, Jack 8 with a diamond, it is what it is. He's got one of those bluffs that we beat, but when you weigh that up against all the value, I don't see how we can call now as Sinead.
More or less all time banks used with a decision. Ace, king. Last time bank used. If she calls, we have a champion.
I don't see how we can.
And we'll be dead in 5.
There we go. Does come to the correct decision and keeps herself in the game. That's the main thing. Sure, 11 bigs, but we are still in. And one double, and suddenly only a 2-1 chip lead again. Yeah, it's difficult to assign bluffs, Dave. I agree. Like the 7-3, I'm not sure. Say Ian has to reach deep into the bluffs. He might even just send 7-3s. We lose to some bluffs. I just feel like the only ones are the ones I mentioned, wrap round the 10, Jack 9, Jack 8, maybe Queen 9, Queen 8, with specifically a diamond. And then he's just got flushes, he's got 8, 9, he's got 3, 4. He's even got like the value on the flop already, just like his 5, 6, it's now a boat on the river. Hurts to let it go, I know. Sinead does eventually come to the correct decision.
Sinead on the battle back. Can she do it?
Queen 8 suited for 10 tower. Gonna check. I was on the button and first in here, definitely shoved this one of Sinead against the Ian complete. Still feel like I feel comfortable shoving it, but maybe happy to check the suited combo.
Looks like getting some chips back here. Don't think she's folding to one.
Definitely not folding to one. We've got a gut shot over card. Backdoor flush draw.
Is the race? No, just good. Ace of hearts turn. After Sinead does check call.
She's picked up a double gutty now, so she's thinking about leading, but I feel like we do need to just play check over there. I'd love check jam though, because off a 10, like Ian's not going to have too much ace-x. Maybe the strongest that are trapping pre, but Ian not going for the bet once this ace rolls off. Just can be drawing dead versus Jack X and 10X here, and Queen High Sinead going to be showing down the winner if we can get there. But heart rolling off on the river. Does it mean that Ian gonna choose the bluff here, playing the board?
How do I get the ticket that I've won? Have you not messaged Lime? Lime will be answering that very shortly. Well done, Mr. Yusuf. There we go. Lime's going to message you. Lime's there. There you go. You need to unblock your whispers on Twitch so you can accept messages from strangers. So unblock them in Twitch and then send Lime a message saying, "Hello, I won." Lines up. Line's going to be 200k.
Suited and gap to get to come along here for just shy of 3 bigs with position of Sinead. Heads up. Lovely looking flop for Sinead, and Ian with some interaction with the straight 4 in hand.
Aren't we taught not to talk to strangers?
I'll just run this here tower. Like, is one that needs protection. A lot of overcards that can roll off. We've only got 10 bigs in our stack, and Ian's actually gone for a healthy half pot here, so if I was Sinead, I would be all in. And Sinead agrees. Ian out the way with his gutty.
Sinead, back to 20 bigs.
Yeah, blind's just gone up to 200k.
Ping Pong Pete says, how long do tickets take to be credited? I don't know if you won one this week, did you? Did you win one in Glasgow? Should be instantly. Normally, when Lime's on the case.
Maybe he's just curious. Maybe he didn't win one and he's
Yeah.
just curious how long they take.
That's true.
Sinead with the free deuce. Can have some folds. Heads up, this is one of them. Especially no ante.
Go on the lads, says Hubes. Yeah, we're all good, thank you very much.
Thanks, Hubes.
Heads up battle is starting to be a beauty. No cards in the boxes. Yeah, the cards in the box, please. All into the end. Cards in boxes, please, Mr. Simpson.
He's alright at putting bananas in boxes,
Exactly.
but he can't manage cards, can he?
Exactly. Looking forward to catching up and having a beer soon. Nice one, Hubes. Dublin the next stop for me and Jay, who's going to be playing. For the next stop on the Cardroom Direct GUKPT 888 circuit will be Luton. 3 weeks and 3 days. We will be there. We'll be there on the 30th of April in Luton. Yeah, just had 2 weeks off, Brads. Just had 17 days doing nada.
Not really, to be fair, Brad. Don't really get too much time at home. Literally get home, wash the clothes, spend the day with the family, and then off again most of the time. We got obviously Ireland there for weeks, but then back working again. So sort of Ireland's my first break of the year. I know Tower's working out there, but we love it. We do. We like travelling around new places, especially this year. We've had new stops last sort of 5-6 years, been the same places year in year out, and to venture to Newcastle, Portsmouth, Glasgow, we're going to Liverpool a bit later in the year. It's been great for 2025. See new places, meet new people. Queen 8 for Ian. Probably one that Sinead likes to check. Ten, 7-3. Sinead with top pair. Checks it over to Ian. Queen 8, quite a nice one to bet here with these suits. Spade, club. Can have some ideas on run-outs. Barrel a 9, a 6, a spade, a club. Just one of these hands that are already looking down to future streets. But Sinead with one that's never going anywhere. Do expect to see her just play check call, but we'll see how she proceeds. Takes this option, goes for the little check raise. You will see a lot more of this heads up. Top pair going for the raise. A lot more just calling going on full ring, or when it's full ring EP versus big. Sinead raising right off the bat. I will be playing in the Irish Open, Steve. I fly out Friday. I'm pretty much playing everything I can play, so we will see how we get on. You and me both, Hughes, mate. Everyone loves a Lambooner. Gonna be good. There'll be some good cash games out there as well, to be fair. I know already there's going to be a couple of decent Hold'em and 6-card games that are already set up. Down for Sinead, 9 of clubs turn, Ian with the only club playing. Thinking whether to bet here of Sinead. Do we fold out enough? Just going to take a freebie. Realise her up and down, and does. And it may be one that Ian wants to bluff at as well. It may work out perfectly here for Sinead. Ian now just with the board and club in hand. May feel like he needs to start bluffing here. There you go. And Sinead will at least be calling. May even think about a value raise here in a heads-up situation. That's all she's debating here. Obviously very wet board, but we are heads up. Like Ian could go for value with a 10 here for sure on the river. Once checked to, he could go for value with a river 8 potentially as played. But Sinead with the raise and Ian with the snap fold playing the board. How you doing, Darren, mate? Thanks for tuning in. We will see you.
Which end? Yeah, it's good, Phil, don't worry.
And how you doing, Steph? I am good. Rooting for Sinead is Steph. She's got a lot of support tuned in right now, and so will Ian Simpson. I think the heads-up bout everyone was looking for when we got to the final table today. It's been a long one, but we're nearly there. You have just tuned in, 25,910 locked up for both, essentially a 9k heads up battle, 34,800 to the winner.
Ian raising to 4. Sinead making a call. King 10 6 flop open ender for Ian, but a pair of 10s for Sinead.
This could be a fun one. Sinead's going to have to strap in for at least one street, probably 2 tower heads up here. Don't think we're going to get to fold second pair. It stays second pair on the turn to a second barrel of Ian. Player of his capabilities with lots of gutties out here.
Off to the turn. 3 of clubs.
Now decision point for Ian, whether to barrel this off or whether to take a free one. Actually, he does have this stack depth that could potentially play some check jams, and then we wouldn't get to realise as Ian. But she's not really going to have too many check jams on this board, I don't think. Us as the opener, our board, king high, we've got all the strongest hands in range.
5 of diamonds on the river. Sinead with a check mark with a 10 in second pair. Clawing it back somewhat. It does check. Will Ian check back or only way?
We beat some stuff, yeah, we beat 7-8, 7-9, Jack 9.
Nice one, Sinead. Evening, Steph. I hope things are well. Tough for anyone to anti-rail, 2 of the nicest people in poker. Nice one, Spurs. Yeah, unless you nick. We're all good, Steph. Luton in 3 weeks for us. Probably see you there.
Yeah, 20-minute delay, we're on April. Six four hearts for Sinead has got a bit back after losing that big one with Ace King against the turn straight of Ian. Got herself right back into this. Gets a nice looking flop here too. Out flops Ian. Pair and a gutty. Backdoor hearts to go alongside. I think we're happy to start betting this one when check 2. I'm going to check it back.
Nice one, Steph. See you in Luton, unless you're over at the Irish Open.
Yeah, thanks, Monty Coney. Gonna have a good time over there. We hope. Hopefully, we can win a trophy. Something would be lovely.
So we're in with 30 bigs with the blinds at 200k.
For Ian on the button. It's at 400. Sinead back up over the 4 milli mark. Defence.
695 flop.
Could be a bit of bother here for Sinead. Ian's got a hand that should just be betting from the outset. I'm going to go for the big bet here. 3/4 pot from the looks of things. And Sinead with pair gut shot. Going to have to call once.
Which she does. Ace of Hearts turn. You check call again?
Probably yes. Like Ian doesn't bet much ace high on the flop tower. Ace 9, ace 6, ace, like even like the ace 7, ace 8, heads up showdown, probably do a bit of checking. So it's not actually too much ace X in Ian's range, but Ian's good enough to recognise the same for Sinead, and there's not too much ace X in her range, so he can definitely go for another streak with a 9 here, especially with the nut 9, when Sinead has to stick around with all her 9X, and then like the 6-7, the 6-8, the 5-7, the 5-8, the 6X of hearts, the 9X of hearts. Like there's so much still to get called by here, and it also maybe looks a bit bluffy because we don't, or at least shouldn't have too much ace X that want to bet the flop. But Ian good enough to go for a second street here with just second pair, half pot. Sinead gonna make the call.
Well, this is turning into a biggie. 4 million in the middle. This is the biggest pot there's been. And a 6 gives Ian the check mark, 2 pair. Sinead also 2 pair.
Yeah, and now I think this just always goes check, check. I think it's snap check back from Ian because now our kings are relevant. If Sinead has one of these 9X hands that we're trying to target, like we chop with all the other 9X, like now even 9 do suited gets to call us because the ace plays, so feel like that is what we should do as Ian does snap check it back.
Yep. King 9 and Sinead taps the table, nods and passes him the chips. Big swing for Ian Simpson.
Sinead 3-2 suited. Limps in. Off a 10.5 and at 10 big blinds, suited king going to check for Ian.
Ace Jack 5 flop.
Prime stab here for Sinead. Just one big, all we need to go. Always folding out better hands when we get the folds. We got the wheel draw, backdoor hearts. Ian's got a hand that has to call once. King 8 higher with the backdoor diamonds, but like when Ian's just got 6-7, 6-8, 9-6, 10, like there's so many hands that we just get the fold from. And when we do get the call, we got the equity to potentially just drill off that 4. Decides to check back. Now Ian turning a flush draw of his own. Probably one of these flush draws we don't bet though. Once again, king high, not really going to fold out better hands. 5x plus is going to be continuing. So just fine to check. We can still definitely have the best hand here as Ian. And now Sinead, is she going to go for the delay stab with just 3 high? We're going to see if she can snag that wheel on the river.
Four of hearts is the river Sinead with a check mark. That's a wheelie, nice river.
Yeah, she might get called as well. She might get paid by king high here. Split one from 10%, 450, 550, even chunkier. And Ian out the way pretty quickly with the king 8 of diamonds.
Battling on again.
Dordon, he says every time Ian gets a good pot, they switch the dealers on him. Well, our dealer coordinator
Is
went
that
home.
like hitting 3 numbers on roulette to change the deals?
Exactly. Our dealer coordinator went home earlier. Easty's running the dealer break list now.
He's dealing next time.
Easty's
He's in next session, he's Easty.
Could you imagine if Easty just jumped on and started dealing heads up? We should. Oh, why did we think of this? Do you know what? Go speak to Luke. See if we can get Easty dealing heads up in 20 minutes time. Get him suited up. Sit down. Imagine Ian Simpson's face when Easty just sits in the dealer chair, starts shuffling the cards. Ace Queen for Ian on the button, big hand in a heads up scenario. And Sinead, Ace 8 of clubs, not much we can do here. 11 bigs, this is just a cold deck, heads up.
All of it. And the call. And we have Ace Queen against Ace 8 for the title. Ace Queen, Ace 8. Is Ian Simpson going to win 2 888 events in the same year? In the same first half of the year.
Same season.
Same season.
Well, there's an 8.
Oh, what a flop.
But we are still flipping here. Sinead jumps out in front, but Ian's got jacks, queens and spades all doing the job for him.
Jacks, queens and spades, and we have a champion. It's a spade on the river for Ian Simpson. The crowd go wild. Oh, fantastic. Well done, Sinead.
Well done, Sinead.
Well done, Sinead. What a battle that was. Well done, Mr. Simpson.
Really good.
Brilliant. Great final table.
It was great throughout our start of the tournament to the finish, and then fitting heads up between these two, Ian Simpson, Sinead Davenport. Ian Simpson taking the trophy and just shy.
Oh,
of
no way. He gets on the
£35,000.
scene now, doesn't he? He thinks he's getting 1%. Get out of the way, you wee stick. Get out of the way.
And Sinead Davenport second with £25,910 for her. But that is it from us, guys. I believe we're doing a presentation, so I'm going to send Tower
we'll come back as well.
over to the featured table. I'll do the roundup here, so it'll be only 5-10 seconds when we come back to the booth. but we've got to wait for the tower to find the feature anyway. So thank you very much to everyone that's tuned in over the past 5 days we've been here in Newcastle. We've absolutely loved the place. It's been fitting for its first event, and I'm sure we'll be back next year. All the sides, not just the main, we're getting a great turnout. Even the seniors today had good numbers. The big shots still going, had great numbers, beat the guarantee. But it was the main event that today was all about. We come back with 45 players for day 2. There were a few decent names in the field that could have taken this one down, but it was Ian Simpson eventually defeating Sinead Davenport heads up. We're going to come back to the booth after, but the tower is down on the floor. We're going to grab Sinead first, have some words with her, and then we're going to go over to Ian to chat with him and the trophy presentation.
What a great, fantastic effort. We saw the aces against the queens. The head went down.
Yeah.
But then we clawed it back a little.
Yeah, that was tough. Yeah. I went down to, I think, 155,000, big blind 40. And then just had an insane spin. Yeah. A few hands, got back up to average, above average. Yeah, and then we hit the final chip lead, and kind of just played itself really. There wasn't. I didn't feel like there was too much craziness going on.
The ace king hand inside there. What was going through your mind?
Everything, everything. Just because I know he's so capable, he's so good. You know, like he's incredible. So I just know he's capable of a lot.
You've had a superb, as everybody knows, you've had a superb couple of years. From 24 to 25, you're just keeping it going. You're playing some fantastic stuff.
Well, it's not all good. At the start of the day, I made 2 horrendous errors. So, yeah, all a learning curve, but yeah, we'll take it.
Second out of 344. You're going to give yourself a nice pat on the back, aren't you?
Yeah, and we saved the day. We got Matt out of it. We're finally in profit.
There we go. What a superb effort. Lovely, lovely. And honestly, to watch it, it was engrossing. It really was.
Oh, yeah, I'll watch it back, obviously, just to see what's going on. But no, it was a great table, and, you know, like, the festival's done so well here. So, yeah, really good. Really
fantastic,
happy.
Fantastic. Well, another cuddle.
Thank you, Dom.
Well done, you. Second out of 344.
Well done to Ian, by the way. Worthy champion.
Nice one, Sinead. Thank you very much. He did say well done to Mr. Ian Simpson because, ladies and gentlemen, these cuddles get better.
Have I ever gotten to talk to you?
Yeah, a couple of times. Maybe.
I mean, in this situation.
No.
Oh, feels good.
No. But 2 titles from 888 in 1 year. Not only 1 year, but 4 months.
Aye.
How are you feeling, young man?
Pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
In my hometown as well.
Hometown.
My hometown.
Home bed.
Home bed. I get my own bed tonight. I don't have a 10-hour flight tomorrow. That's pretty nice, yeah.
Just quickly run us through now. We know Ace-3 is your favourite hand.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I ran incredibly well to get here. In heads up, I think I just cooled the shit out of Sinead. I just had it.
Yeah. Well, I just said to Sinead with the Ace King there, you sat there with it, and you're thinking, please call.
I was thinking, please call, but she found a good fold, so had to keep battling, and well, cooler.
We've just watched the great final table. What was it like there, sat there?
Aye. Tough opponents. Not a pushover at all. Fun battles. Yeah, enjoyed it. Gonna have to watch it back and see if I can learn anything, as always.
Well, 2 titles in 1 year on the 888 circuit ain't a bad effort. So well done, sir.
Thank you.
And I'm guessing Keno is going to have a big smile, just like yourself. Just like yourself. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for 888 Ambassador Mr. Ian Simpson, champion here in Newcastle! His hometown club, where he started playing £1 rebuys all those years ago.
All those years ago.
And now we've got a trophy in this club.
Not bad,
It means a lot.
I think my first live tournament was here. Yeah. Pretty sure it was a free roll with £3 rebuys.
Yeah, fantastic.
And here we are.
Fantastic. Ian, many congratulations, Mr. Ian Simpson. Jay, finishes off.
And that is it from us, guys. We are done for Newcastle. First time ever here for myself. Great event. Towers back after 17 years. But we've loved every minute of it. Big thank you, everyone that tuned in. Limey in the chat box. Terrific job. Always in bright and early. Always last to lead in the chat as well. Keeps us in check and makes our life a lot easier as well.
Absolutely amazing. And that guy in the picture right there, Mr. Ian Simpson. 2 in 3 months. Easy game. Easy game. Madrid and now Newcastle, but Newcastle means a lot to him because it's his hometown. And he's going home to his own bed a little bit later. So well done to Ian Simpson. Fantastic effort. Thanks to everybody in the chat, as Jay's just said, for Easty for his time as well. Even though he gives you a bit of needle, then you give him a bit of needle, and
we always give each other a bit of a needle. It's how it is. It's how me says. It's a love-hate relationship, ain't it?
It's lovely to listen to. But thanks to you guys, every single person in the chat box that makes our job as easy as it gets, because we do have a laugh and we do have a good time, and then we get serious to crown a champion like that. I mean, that man over there, Mr. Ian Simpson, in that shirt as well.
I know.
I'll tell you what. You won't see finer shirts like that in a winner's picture, let me tell you. Well done, Ian Simpson. It's going to be a good party, I am sure, for everybody. But we are on a couple of weeks' break. We are next in Luton.
Have one down.
Down one.
Down. There we go.
We're in Luton. The next one, the 24th till the 4th of May. Cardroom Direct have got 3 weeks and 3 days off before we hit Luton, and then we go to Leeds a couple of weeks later, and then the next 888 is going to be the end of May to the beginning of June in Reading. Hope you can come and join us. If you do go over to the Irish Open, good luck. If you see us, I'll have a microphone in my hand. Working. I will be working.
You're 100% working. So if you see him, guys, he's working. Don't be buying him any beers. You don't want alcohol on the job. He's working. Don't be getting him any drinks, all right? No beers on the job if you see him out there.
We will see you in Dublin. If not, we'll see you on the next stop for Cardroom Direct in Luton. And then we've got the stops we told you about. Thanks to Lime, everybody amazing in the chat as well. Well done, Lime. Thanks start to finish again. And thanks to this guy, mustering on through. He's not been 100%, but yet again, 100% job, because he's a top lad. And thanks for the team. We will see you in 3 weeks and 3 days' time when we hit Luton for the next Cardroom Direct. But the next 888 will be in Reading at the end of May. Thank you very much from Newcastle. And Mr. Ian Simpson sat there as champion, with a smile on his clock as big as you could imagine. Fantastic effort, Ian. Well done, sir.
Well done, Ian.
From the team and the tower, ta-ta.
Good night.
Get the fuck in here. Yes. Come on. Yeah. Who else we got? He knows me. Can I cat?
I need to move up.
Can I cat? Cat. Sam. Dealer.
Sorry?
You allowed?
Actually, kneel down the front there. Kneel down there. Jumping down there. Jump in there.
Everyone say shipwreck. Time in.
Thank you.